I just want to sleep. That's good.
Good afternoon.
The joint meeting with the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability is hereby called to order.
On the part of the Blue Ribbon Committee, otherwise known as the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, the joint meeting with the Committee on Legislative Franchises is hereby called to order.
Mabathalang pagpapala para sa mga COVID-19 frontliners. Isang panalangin. Panginoong Diyos, sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pakikipagdigma namin laban sa COVID-19 pandemic, ay dumudulog kami sa iyo para sa iyong mabathalang pagpapala sa mga bayaning nangunguna sa amin sa labang ito. Ang mga doktor, nurse, at iba pang medical professionals. Ang mga siyentipiko at iba pang dalubhasa sa larangan ng kalusugan. Ang mga opisyal at kawani ng pamahalaan, kasama na ang mga sundalo at mga pulis. Ang mga media practitioners. Ang mga manggagawa sa sektor ng pagkain. Ang mga manggagawa sa simbahan. At mga driver, gwardiya at janitor. Sa tapang, katapatan at husay nila sa pagganap ng kanilang tungkulin sa paglaban sa COVID-19 pandemic, gantimpalaan mo po sila ng biyaya ng inyong pagsanggalang laban sa anumang kapahamakan at biyaya ng patnubay sa kanilang paglilingkod. Sa hirap ng katawan at isip na kanilang dinaranas dahil sa mga kakulangan at kahinaan ng sistemang pangkalusugan sa aming bansa, biyayaan mo po sila ng ginhawang madarama nila sa kanilang puso, ang ginhawang mula sa katotohanan dahil sa kanila ay nasasagip mula sa kamatayan marami. Sa pagsasakripisyo nila ng panahon at pagkakataon na makapiling, mayakap at mapangalagaan ng kanilang pamilya para makapaglingkod sa lipunan at sa mga biktima ng COVID-19, pagkalooban mo po sila ng biyaya ng pangangalaga sa kanilang mga mahal sa buhay laban sa virus na kanila ring nilalabanan para sa iba. Sa hindi marapat at hindi makatarungang diskriminasyon na nararanasan ng marami sa kanila, pagkalooban mo po sila ng biyaya ng pangunawa sa kahinaan at kamalian ng iba at ng biyaya ng tibay ng loob na patuloy na maglingkod sa kabila nito at iba pang pagsubok. At sa marami sa kanila na nagbuwis ng buhay dahil sa pakikipaglaban sa COVID-19 pandemic, kupkupin mo po sila sa iyong kaharian at pawiin ang lungkot at pangungulila ng kanilang mga pamilya at kaibigan. Panginoong Diyos, basbasan mo ang mga COVID-19 frontliners upang hindi lamang sila patuloy na manguna sa amin sa pagsubok na ito, kung hindi patuloy rin silang maging huwaran namin sa pagiging bayani para sa iba at sa aming bayan. Gawaran mo po, Panginoong Diyos, ng iyong mabathalang pagpapala ang mga anak mong COVID-19 frontliners dahil sila ay tunay na daluyan ng iyong pagkalinga at pagmamahal sa amin. Amen. Mabatha
Good afternoon. We are in the 5th joint meeting with the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability. Nasa Zoom pa rin po tayo katulad ng karamihan ng mga members at Chair Jonathan naman ay nasa session hall para sa ating joint meeting. Ating pong ipagpapatuloy ang pagdinig sa mga isyong may kaugnayan sa aplikasyon ng ABS-CBN sa kanilang prangkisa. Comsec, Portia, paki-recognize po lahat ng mga guests natin at members, resource persons.
Mr. Chairman, in today's meeting, we have the following members present today in plenary. Deputy Speaker Dan Fernandez, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta, Deputy Majority Leader Mikey Arroyo, Senior Deputy Majority Leader Jesus Crispin Remulla, Minority Leader Benny Abante, Deputy Minority Leader Carlos Zarate, Representatives Elpidio Barsaga, Micaela Violago, Franz Castro, our Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, Representative Michael Defensor, and Representative Eric Goyap. Joining us in Zoom, we have, of course, the Chairperson of the Committee on Legislative Franchises, Chairman Franz Alvarez, Representative Acosta, Honorable Representative Jose Atienza, Joy Tambunting, Raymond D.C. Mendoza, Representative Erico Pineda, Deputy Speaker Rosemary Arenas, Representatives Josephine Ramirez Sato, Chodorico Jaresco, Sol Aragones, Deputy Speaker Evelina Escudero, Representatives Along Malapitan, Maricel Natividad Algaño, Rufus Rodriguez, Ino D., Adrian Ebcas, Deputy Speaker Rosa Vilma Santos Recto, Representative Faustino Michael D., Pingping Tejada, Ace Barbers, Stephen Paduano, Rolando Bariliano, Cesar Joao Jimenez, Angela Barba, Ann Hofer, Edsel Lagman, Alfred De Los Santos, Jared Gullas, Sandro Gonzalez, Mike Aglipay, Alfred Vargas, Gabriel Bordado Jr., Jericho Nograles, Mike Aglipay, Stella Kimbo, Francisco Datol, Divine Grace Yu, Marco, Lawrence Fortune, Deputy Speaker Robbie Puno, Deputy Speaker D.V. Sabaliano. We also have the Senior Minority Leader Jen Garin, Representative Tony Pet Albano, Onyx Crisologo, Edward Maceda, Alfredo Garbin, Eliza Shiatan, Joaquin Chipeco, Cyril Abueg Saldivar, and Representative Jericho Jonas Nograles. Your honors. For guests.
Maraming salamat, Comsec.
Mr. Chairman,
Sa bahagi po ng House Blue Ribbon Committee, known as the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, binabati po natin ang ating mga kasamahan na nasa plenary at nasa Zoom. Gayon din po ang ating mga resource persons na nasa Zoom at mga kawani ng ABS-CBN na kasama natin ngayon dito sa session hall. Sa kaalaman po muli ng lahat, tayo po ay napapanood via live stream sa Facebook ng House of Representatives. Comsec, please recognize our resource persons for today.
Before that, we want to recognize the presence via Zoom of Representative Pablo Jan Garcia. For our guests this afternoon, we have from Securities and Exchange Commission via Zoom, Commissioner Efairo Luis Amatong, General Counsel Romuald Padilla, Attorney Erwin Edward Mendinueto, Chief Counsel, SEC-MSRD, and Director Vicente Graciano Pilismeño, Jr. From the Philippine Stock Exchange, we have Attorney Roel Refran, COO, and Attorney Veronica Del Rosario, General Counsel. From the Department of Justice via Zoom, we have Assistant Secretary Nicolas Felix T. From the NTC, we have Commissioner Gamaliel Cordoba and Deputy Commissioner Edgardo Caballos here in the plenary. Office of the Solicitor General, we have Sergeant Jose Calida. From the ABS-CBN, we have Mr. Martin Lopez, Chairman, Mr. Carlo Katigbak, President and CEO, Ms. Socorro Bidane, COO for Broadcast, Mr. Raymond Miranda, Chief Strategy Officer, Mr. Ricardo Tan, Group CFO, Attorney Enrique Quiazon, Corporate Secretary, Attorney Cynthia Del Castillo, Attorney Herminio Zaita, and Attorney Cherry Cruz. Via Zoom, we have Attorney Mario Bautista, General Counsel, and Ms. Consuelo Lopez, Chief of Staff. From former employees of ABS-CBN, observing today, Mr. Jaime Concepcion, Mr. Reparado Galos Jr., Mr. Reynaldo Tugade, and Mr. Tauser Bansonan. That's all.
Salamat, Comsec. Ngayong hapon, atin pong itutuloy ang pagtatanong ng mga issues kaugnay sa aligasyong paglabag sa konstitusyon, particularly whether or not ABS-CBN sold PDRs to foreigners, which allowed ABS-CBN to be owned by non-Filipinos, a violation of 100% ownership in mass media. Sasagot po ang ABS-CBN sa katanungan ng ating mga members tungkol sa PDRs. Gayon din po ang mga resource persons mula sa SEC, DOJ, NTC at SOLGEN na nasa Zoom ngayon, upang lalo na nating maintindihan kung ano nga ba ang PDRs. Meron pong mahigit na 30 na membro natin na nagpahayag sa kanilang mga kagustuhan na magtanong. Atin lang pong reminder na meron na pong tayong tag 5 minutes per interpellator po.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Vice Chairman Mike Defensor.
Mr. Chairman, before we proceed with the deliberations, I just want to put on record that we are not sure of the suspension of adjournment of the last meeting, but having said that, I move that we approve the minute of the last session and of today's meeting in the next committee hearing, Mr. Chairman.
Second the motion.
There's a motion, duly seconded, hearing no objections. Motion is carried. Pinahalagahan ng Blue Ribbon Committee ang pagdinig na ito na naglalayong matukoy ang katotohanan at nang masagot ang aligasyon sa paglabag nga ba ng ABS-CBN sa ating saligang batas. Nang magbenta ito ng PDR sa mga banyaga at pinahintulutan di umano ang mga hindi Pilipino na magmay-ari ng ABS-CBN. Dahil dito, inaasahan natin na magiging substantial ang ating deliberasyon ngayong araw na ito at upang ating masaayos ang diskusyon at pagtatanong, amin pong hinihiling sa ating mga kasapi at kalahok na kung sakali na naitanong na sa ABS-CBN ay wag na po ulitin muli ang pagtatanong. Pangalawa, sana po ay maging magalang tayo sa bawat isa at iwasan po natin ang mga unparliamentary remarks at panitiliin natin ang respeto sa bawat miyembro ng komiting ito at ang ating mga panauhin. Maraming salamat po.
Bago tayo tumungo sa interpellation, meron po yatang manifestation ng ABS-CBN. So, sa ABS-CBN, sino pong inyong representative na gagawa ng manifestation? You are recognized.
Mr. Chair, may I request that Attorney Cynthia Del Castillo be allowed to provide the committee a brief statement on the PDRs. Attorney Del Castillo is the pioneer of PDRs, having been involved in the structure of PDRs used by both ABS-CBN and GMA. She is the head of securities law for the law firm Romulo Mabanta and was dean of the Ateneo Law School from 1990 to 2000. Attorney Del Castillo is counsel for ABS-CBN. Mr. Chair, could I request that Attorney Del Castillo be sworn in and recognized, please?
The committee secretary is hereby directed to execute the oath
Stand up na rin.
for Attorney Del Castillo.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these joint congressional hearings? So help you God. Thank you.
Sige po, maaari na po kayo magpatuloy. Pakipindot po, ma'am.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Salamat po sa pangdinig na ito. Kung mamarapatin niyo po, mag-uumpisa ako by going back to the time that the ABS-CBN Holdings PDRs were issued in 1999. Kung matatandaan niyo po, at that time, the Philippines, together with its Asian neighbors, were all reeling from the effect of the Asian financial crisis in 1997. So our capital market was really very much affected. The gains that we have realized in the early 1990s were all eroded. So we had a lot of companies that needed financing, but the traditional sources of financing like equity and debt were all inadequate at that point in time. Banks were not lending, and if they were on very steep grounds. So this is the milieu when the PDRs were introduced in the Philippines. Hindi po ito bago or novel. This is something that has been used in other financial markets at my counterparts po ito in other countries, including, of course, the American depository receipts. So this was supposed to be very convenient and beneficial to most companies in the Philippines. First, for the reason na you don't have to partake or to dispose of your ownership in order to raise financing. In the same manner, it is beneficial. This is better than debt because if it is a debt, then you have to pay the principal and interest regardless of the performance of the underlying shares or the shares that you use to secure your obligation. So this is something that was both beneficial to the capital market, to the companies that needed financing, as well as, of course, to the government. So as far as the capital market of the Philippines was concerned, it did perk up the market because of additional securities that were floated and being sold in the market. On the part of the Philippine government, it was increased economic activity for a lot of companies. That, of course, translates to additional collection of taxes. Ang aligasyon po ay ang PDRs ng ABS-CBN Holdings are violative of the Philippine Constitution. Kung matatandaan po natin, the provision that really covers mass media is found in Section 11, Paragraph 1, Article 16 of the Philippine Constitution. Ang sinasabi po nito is that the ownership and management of mass media shall be limited to citizens of the Philippines and to corporations, cooperatives, or associations wholly owned and managed by such citizens. So dalawa lang po ang pinagbabawal. You have ownership and management of mass media companies. Against this test, the question that we ask is whether or not the ABS-CBN Holdings PDRs allow the participation of foreign nationals in the ownership and management of a mass media company. So from the very outset, gusto ko po lamang idiin na magkaiba po ang ABS-CBN Holdings Company sa ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation. Yung holdings po own shares in ABS-CBN Broadcasting. Hindi lang po ABS-CBN Holdings ang may-ari ng shares ng ABS Broadcasting dahil marami pong ibang shareholders ang ABS-CBN Broadcasting. It is broadcasting that is engaged in mass media. ABS-CBN Holdings is a purely holding company. Ang activity po nito, because it is a holding company, is just to invest in shares. So in this case, the PDRs were issued by ABS-CBN Holdings to investors under the terms of what we call the PDR instrument. This is a contract po between the investors of the PDRs and the issuer, who is ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation. This contractual arrangement has nothing to do with ABS-CBN Broadcasting because ang parties po ng kontratang ito, which is covered under the PDR instrument, are the investors and ABS-CBN Holdings. Hindi po party sa PDR instrument ang ABS-CBN Broadcasting. Ang only link po, if you can call it a link, is that ang PDR investors po, when they invest in the PDRs, they track the performance of the ABS-CBN Broadcasting kasi doon po nanggagaling ang kita ng ABS-CBN Holdings. Being a holding company, it only derives income through its ownership in other companies in the form of dividends and other distributions from its investments. So yun lang po, kasi kung mag-i-invest sila sa PDRs, they have to know kung anong value ng PDRs, and that was dependent on the performance of the underlying shares. Pero wala po silang pakialam sa ABS-CBN Broadcasting. Hindi po sila partido sa PDR instrument, which is the contract between the investors and ABS-CBN Holdings. Wala pong, as we call it in legal terms, wala pong privity of relationship. So kung hindi man po tumupad ang ABS-CBN Holdings sa kanyang mga obligasyones under the PDR instrument, wala pong right ang PDR holders to proceed against ABS-CBN Broadcasting. So ang tanong po lamang is, does the investment of foreign nationals in the PDRs issued by ABS-CBN Holdings violate the Philippine Constitution? Your answer to this can be yes, only if such investors own shares, which is the test of ownership, or they do participate in the management of ABS-CBN Broadcasting. At ang sabi ko po kanina, magkaiba po ang dalawang korporasyon na to. Wala pong pakialam ang mga investors sa ownership at sa management ng ABS-CBN Broadcasting Company. Ang rights po ng PDR holders are only against ABS-CBN Holdings, hindi po against ABS-CBN Broadcasting, and wala po silang rights, whether of ownership or management, of the mass media corporation, which is ABS-CBN Holdings Broadcasting Company. So, para po malinawan kung ano itong mga PDRs na to, there are tests that are employed to determine whether there is a violation of the Philippine Constitution. The first test is the test of ownership, and secondly, of management. So whether they have ownership rights over the mass media company, that is ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation, we should really understand the nature of the PDRs. PDRs are purely financial instruments. Hindi po siya shares, hindi po siya nakakaboto sa ABS-CBN Broadcasting, at hindi po siya nakakapag-participate sa management ng ABS-CBN Broadcasting. So in this case, being a financial instrument, ang only expectation po ng investors in PDRs would be, of course, whatever cash distribution and gains they can derive in the trading and transfer of ownership of the PDRs. So, akin pong inuulit, ang ownership po nila ay sa PDRs, hindi po sa shares ng ABS-CBN Broadcasting. Wala po silang right to participate in the management of ABS-CBN Broadcasting because hindi po sila shareholders nito, and they have no rights whatsoever, whether granted by way of contract, arrangement, or any form of understanding, to participate in the voting as shareholders or to direct or cause the voting of the shares in ABS-CBN Broadcasting. So as far as the Philippine regulatory agencies are concerned, this has been recognized by the Securities and Exchange Commission as something which is different from the shares of ABS-CBN Broadcasting because it has approved the registration of ABS-CBN Holdings PDRs and ABS-CBN Broadcasting shares. Magkaiba po sila. They have separate registrations, they have separate trading, and because these PDRs have also been listed and traded in the Philippine Stock Exchange. So pwede po kayong bumili ng ABS-CBN shares sa stock market, pwede din kayong bumili ng PDRs ng ABS-CBN Holdings sa stock market. Magkaiba po silang dalawa. There is no transfer of rights from the shareholders of ABS-CBN broadcasting to the PDR holders. Because of these separate and distinct characters, the owners of the PDRs na inisyu po ng ABS-CBN holdings ay hindi po pwedeng sabihin na may-ari ng shares ng ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation. So for the owners of ABS-CBN Broadcasting shares, such as ABS-CBN Holdings, ang requirement po ng ating batas at ng mga interpretasyon ng ating mga desisyon ng Korte Suprema is that they should have full beneficial interest in the mass media company para po maging compliant with the Philippine Constitution. The full beneficial interest test was employed by, of course, the two well-known cases dealing with nationalization and citizenship. Ito po yung kaso ni Gamboa at ang kaso ni Roy versus Herbosa. Simple lang po ang pagka-discuss sa case ng Roy versus Herbosa. You have rights to participate in the ownership of the mass media company only if the shares have been assigned to you or the voting rights have been assigned to you. Hindi po yan binigay sa PDR holders. Ang bumoboto po ng mga shares ay ang ABS-CBN Holdings, hindi po ang investors ng PDRs. So, hindi po talaga pwedeng sabihin that they are owners of shares or equity in the mass media company, which is a restricted business insofar as the Constitution is concerned. Yung other test po, apart from ownership, in the case of full beneficial ownership, ay yung pong right ng PDR holders to receive dividends and other fruits and accessions. Ang sabi po ni Roy versus Herbosa, kung ikaw ay entitled to receive the dividends from the mass media company or any forms of profits, accessions, or fruits, then the beneficial ownership lies in the PDR holders and not in the owner of the shares. Wala pong ganong assignment ang PDR instrument na ibinibigay ang right to dividends and any fruits or accessions to the PDR holders. What they are entitled to would be cash distribution from ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation. Yung cash distribution po, pwede pong manggaling at in most cases nanggagaling din sa dividendo ng ABS-CBN. Pero ang the one entitled to those dividends ay hindi ang ABS-CBN Holdings PDR holders, but ABS-CBN Holdings. So para po niyang ni-receive, the one entitled, because this is a shareholder right, the one entitled is ABS-CBN Holdings. Hindi po niya ina-assign ang kanyang rights to dividends to the PDR holders. Ang kanya lang pong commitment is that pagkatapos kung makareceive ng income, and because this is a holding company and income is derived from their ownership or investment in shares, I will get my operating expenses, I will get the amount that I need for my taxes, I will need the amount that I need to discharge my loans, at kung may sobra, those are the ones that will be distributed in the form of cash distribution to the PDR holders. Kung for any reason po ABS-CBN Holdings does not do this and does not pay the PDR holders, the right of action of PDR holders is against ABS-CBN Holdings and not against ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation. Even if ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation earns a lot of profits, even if it accumulates a lot of profits, wala pong right ang PDR holders to compel the declaration of those dividends kasi hindi po sila shareholders. Ang kanila lang inaasahan ay ang distribution ng ABS-CBN Holdings pagkatapos itong bayaran ang lahat ng kanyang pangangailangan at kung may sobra man po ay yun ang i-distribute sa PDR holders. So as far as the issuance of the PDRs are concerned, the PDR instrument does not transfer any voting rights, especially for the right to vote directors. Kung matatandaan niyo po, the case of Gamboa versus Teves, yung mahaba-habang desisyon ni Justice Carpio, ang kanila pong pinag-usapan lang is ano ba ang control na pinagbabawal ng Constitution. The control na pinagbabawal ng Constitution is the control and more principally the power to elect the directors. Bakit po just the vote on the directors? Kasi the vote on directors is crucial in the sense that it is the board of directors that control the affairs of the corporation, and they are the ones that manage the corporation. So anyone who has the power to vote directors has control over the corporation. Wala pong ganong right ang PDR holders. Wala po silang right to vote the directors. Wala rin po silang right to direct ABS-CBN to vote in any particular way, including, of course, the voting in the case of the election of directors. Ang PDR holders po are what we call passive investors. Hindi po sila nakikialam sa ownership and management. The commitments of ABS-CBN Holdings is really just to make cash distribution. Because it is a financial instrument, ang expectation lang ay financial rewards. So they can do this two ways. Dahil po listed ang PDRs ng ABS-CBN Holdings, they can trade those PDRs in the market. And they can have, of course, gains arising from the trading of their PDRs. The other way is, of course, wait for the cash distribution insofar as ABS-CBN Holdings are concerned. So the dividends received by ABS-CBN Holdings from ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation are those that are relied upon by the PDR holders. Pero hindi po ito pass-through. Some people are saying it is a pass-through. Hindi po ito pass-through. Kasi para po yung ni-receive ko. Kung ako ay shareholder ng isang kumpanya, ni-receive ko yan, sa akin po yung dividendo na yon. And after paying all my expenses and all my obligations, I can commit to give the balance to anyone. Kasi sa akin po yun. Ako ang may-ari ng mga dividendo. And that is exactly what happens in the case of the PDR holders. So, as I said previously, kung hindi po yan bayaran ng ABS-CBN Holdings, hindi po sila pwede magdemanda against ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation because wala po silang right to proceed against ABS-CBN Broadcasting directly. Kung hindi po sila satisfied sa kanilang investments, wala po yung direct action against the mass media company. Pwede nilang ibenta yung kanilang PDRs or pwede nilang i-exercise yung exercise rights, which is, of course, to acquire the shares kung sila ay qualified, kung sila ay Filipino, at kung hindi man, na ang kanilang right lang ay to obtain the proceeds of the sale of those shares. So as you can see, there is no direct link to the shares of ABS-CBN Broadcasting Company. So all of these factors that I have discussed only point to one fact. The PDRs have a life of its own. Hindi po yan naka-attach sa shares ng ABS-CBN Broadcasting. They trade independently. There are financial and cash distributions which are separately given by ABS-CBN Holdings. At sila po ay hindi talaga magkapareho. I think the confusion in the layman's eyes is always na parang magkapareho yung PDR holders at yung shareholders ng ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation. Magkaiba po kasi ang ABS-CBN Holdings is a shareholder of ABS-CBN Broadcasting. The PDR holders are owners of financial instruments issued by ABS-CBN Holding Company. The other issue po is yung management ng mass media companies. So, meron bang right ang mga PDR holders to participate in the management of ABS-CBN Broadcasting, which is the mass media company? Wala po, because the management lies and is under the control of the board of directors of ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation. Hindi po sila shareholders. Neither were they given any right in the PDR instrument to cause the election of the board of directors or to cause the voting in one way or another of the shares owned by ABS-CBN Holdings. They do not have the power to vote and certainly do not have the power to vote directors. Pwede po ba silang ma-appoint in management positions? Kung talaga pong qualified, pwede naman pong ma-appoint in management positions. But the fact na meron silang PDR is not their entitlement to be appointed or elected to management positions of the mass media company. If they so happen to be PDR directors, PDR holders, and they're foreign nationals, and they do participate or appointed in management positions, hindi po yan dahil sa PDRs. Because the PDRs do not have any right to be appointed, elected as directors, or appointed to management positions. At ang isa pong naming gustong sabihin is, yung ABS-CBN Holdings PDRs ay registered po sa Securities and Exchange Commission under our securities regulations. They are also listed in the Philippine Stock Exchange. And if you know the scrutiny that this government agency and market authority does in doing registration and the listing, you will know that this company, ABS-CBN Holdings, subjected itself to the full scrutiny, review, regulation, and supervision of the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Philippine Stock Exchange. Kung meron po silang ginagawang kalokohan or circumvention of the Philippine Constitution, they would not subject themselves to this kind of scrutiny because lahat naman po ng ginagawa ng ABS-CBN Holdings as issuer of PDRs ay dinidisclose naman po to this government agency and market authority. Hindi po sila nagtatago ng kahit ano because this is their obligation under the law to make material disclosures. In issuing all of these securities, ang ABS-CBN po Holdings have, in good faith, complied with all the requirements of the government regulatory agencies that have jurisdiction over
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Vice Chairman Remulla.
The presentation seems to be very long. Are they winding up already or mahaba pa?
Salamat po.
Ma'am, gaano kahaba pa po yung
I'm closing na po.
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
So I just want to close by saying that their acts are all above board. They have relied on the approvals and the permits and licenses issued by the Securities Exchange Commission and the Philippine Stock Exchange. If for any reason those decisions are wrong and the courts declare that they are wrong, we have po in good faith relied on them. So it's going to cause some effect on the Philippine capital market dahil po it will erode the investors' confidence in decisions made by these government agencies and market regulation authority. So yun lang po ang gusto naming sabihin na wala po kami itinatago. We have not circumvented the Philippine Constitution and all the terms and conditions of the PDRs have been fully disclosed and of course evaluated by the government agencies and the market authority. Marami pong
Mr.
salamat.
Chairman. Thank you.
Marami pong salamat.
Tapos na po kayo, ma'am.
Tapos na po.
Maraming salamat po. At in the spirit of fairness po, sa espiritu po ng pagkakapantay-pantay para sa mga pro-ABS at sa anti-ABS, ay magkakaroon naman po tayo ng counter presentation na para po sa usapin ng PDRs na gagampanan po ni Vice Chairman Mike Defensor.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Vice Chairman Remulla.
I just want to qualify the witness because we allowed the witness to speak without much introduction. Diretso na po sa usapan tungkol sa PDR. Pwede ko po i-qualify ng kaunti lang.
Papayagan po kita.
Tatanungin ko lang po siya sa background at lahat. Hindi naman humahaba eh.
Okay po.
Para
Sige
I
po.
want to satisfy myself that she is a competent witness
1
in
minute.
this hearing.
1 minute, Vice Chairman Remulla.
Attorney Del Castillo, abogado po kayo ng ABS-CBN.
Opo.
Kaya nagsasalita po kayo bilang abogado ng ABS-CBN.
Opo.
At sa inyong pagsasabi sa amin, hindi ko kayo humaharap dito bilang para sa taxpayer, kundi para sa ABS-CBN na nagbabayad ng inyong attorney's fee.
Ang participation po namin dito ay as counsel of ABS-CBN.
As counsel of ABS-CBN, kayo rin po ang nag-design ng PDR.
Hindi po yan inimbento. Dahil po ang PDRs ay may counterparts po yan in either financial market. Kami lang po ang unang nag-introduce sa Pilipinas.
So kayo
Hindi
po ang
namin-
advisor nila, kayo po ang nag-advisor ng ABS-CBN tungkol sa PDR.
Opo.
Kaya pa nagsasalita kayo dito sa harap namin, expected po, sasabihin nyo walang mali, kasi kayo po yung abogado ng ina-examine dito. Siyempre ho, di ba ho?
Pero obligasyon din po ng abogado na bago niya sabihin yun, i-review po niya.
Pero yun nga, ang ibig ko sabihin po, ang pinag-uusapan natin, kayo ho may akda, kaya ang sinasabi nyo sa amin, walang mali sa inyong ginawa. Tama ho ba yun?
Opo, at yun po ay kumpirmado
Salamat po,
naman.
salamat po.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Remulla. Yes, Congressman Barsaga.
Mungkahi lamang kagalang-galang, Chairman.
Sige po.
Pwede bang makahingi tayo ng hard copy ng sinabi ni Dean Castillo? Kasi it's a little bit complicated and definitely her dissertation will be considered by the members of this committee in the deliberation whether or not we shall grant or not the franchise of ABS-CBN.
Thank you, Congressman Barsaga. The committee secretary is hereby directed to
Mr.
give
Chairman.
the copy of the manifestation of Attorney Del Castillo to all members.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Congresswoman Biolago.
thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. I just want to clarify kung tama po ba ang dinig ko kay attorney na yung kita ng ABS Holding came from ABS-CBN Corporation?
Opo, kasi po they own shares.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congresswoman Biolago. And without further ado, I give the floor to Vice Chairman Mike Defensor to give the counter presentation about PDRs.
Maraming salamat, Chairman Alvarado, sa ating pong mga guests sa ABS-CBN, sa aking mga kasama na nandito. Una po sa lahat, gusto ko lang pong linawin na wala naman pong pro o anti dito, Mr. Chairman. Importante lang po na tanungin namin ang tamang mga tanong, malaman namin ang katotohanan, at batay po doon bumoto kami. Sa inyong po mga presentasyon at doon sa mga isyong na ilagak dito sa komite, pwede hong nagkamali kayo. But does it require a rescission of the franchise? Pwede po bang yun ang maging batayan ng hindi pagre-renew? Pwede rin pong ito rin na maging batayan na sabihin ng mga miyembro ng komite na wag i-renew dahil ganito ang naging ginawang violation. Pero importante po sa amin na tanungin ang ating mga applicant, ang ABS-CBN Corporation, para malinawan po tayong lahat. Alam mo natin na ang kalagahan ng inyong trabaho, ng inyong negosyo. Hindi lang po negosyo yan. Siya po ang nagbibigay ng kultura, siya po ang nagbibigay ng impormasyon at kaisipan sa ating mga mamamayan at higit sa lahat sa ating mga kabataan. Gusto ko rin pong sabihin, and yeah, if I may make the presentation, Mr. Chairman, napaka-komplikado po ng usapin nitong PDRs. Hindi ho ganun kasimple. At sa akin pong maliit na presentasyon, at siguro sa ating matanungan, malinawan natin talaga. Pero pagpaumanin niyo ho, dahil ako po may konklusyon sa aking ginawang pag-aaral at sa aking presentasyon ngayong hapon. Next slide, please. Yung ating pong konstitusyon, which you mentioned, Attorney Del Castillo, dalawa pong bagay ang sinasabi niya, ownership and management. Yan pong dalawang bagay na kanyang tinitingnan sa isang korporasyon. Higit sa lahat sa mass media, 100% ang ownership wholly owned by Filipinos. Ibig sabihin nyo, kahit gatiting, hindi pwedeng magkaroon ng ownership ang dayuhan. Sa ating pong mga tahanan, no, meron ho ding control at ownership. Yung ownership, pag-aari yung mag-asawa, yung bahay. Pero yung control, kay Mrs. Dito, hindi naman pinag-uusapan mismo ang control. Because the cases you mentioned about Herbosa and Roy, the case you mentioned about Gamboa, we're all talking about the 60-40 relationship and they were talking about control. So pinag-aralan po nila. They were studying the common and preferred shares and now it affected the voting, the beneficial ownership of the corporation. So ibang po naman ang usapin ng ownership. Yun lang po ang pinag-uusapan natin dito. Dahil sa palagay ko naman, sa control, wala naman po sigurong ganong lumabas o naging epekto. But let us see. Ang PDRs po ay pagtatago sa tunay na pagmamayari ng dayuhan. Next slide, please. Ano po ba ang depository receipt? Ang sabi po niya, katulad na banggit niyo, matagal na po ito. Meron pong American Depository Receipts, Depository, yan po yung sinasabi nila. Meron pong GDR, German Depository Receipts, Global Depository Receipts. Ang kaibahan dito sa Pilipinas, nung ginawa po ito, at matagal pong hindi ginawa sa Pilipinas po, dahil may ownership restriction, hindi nila alam paano ipoporma ang depository receipts. At nangyari lang po ito, ng katulad ng binanggit nyo, na magsimula itong 1999 nang ito po isinagawa ng ABS-CBN at ng iba pang kumpanya na gumawa ng depository receipts. Ito po ay negotiable security which represents ownership, interest and securities of a foreign issuer, typically trading outside its home market. A PDR represents a share in a company which gives the owner the right to all the dividends due and shares of stock acquired. Ang ibig pong sabihin, ang lahat ng kita ng PDR pupunta doon sa may hawak ng PDR. Ang PDR po, ito po yung kinyo pong Philippine Depository Certificate. Ang nakalagay po dito sa inyong Philippine Depository Certificate, one existing share of ABS Broadcasting Corporation is equal to 1 PDR. Andito po, nakasubmit po sa amin sa inyong komite. Pwede yung bumalik yung slide, parang nauna. So, hindi po pwedeng ibenta o bilhin ang PDR kung hindi gustong ibenta ng may-ari. Ang ibig sabihin po, para lang humaliwanagan yung ating mga nanonood, sa palengke ho, may rights. Sa palengke, yung nagbebenta, pwede niyang ibenta yung rights niya. Umabot po yan ng 100,000, minsan milyon pa. Yung kita sa rights niya, pumupunta doon po sa nagbebenta sa palengke. Pero yun nga po, walang titulo. Dito po sa PDR, nakasabay po ito sa isang titulo. Wala siya sa pangalan ng titulo, pero siya ang nagmay-ari ng titulo. 1 ABS-CBN broadcasting share is equal to 1 PDR. Sa palengke, rights, walang titulo, pero yan po, ganyan ang nagiging usapin sa kita at pagmamay-ari. Next slide, please. Yung pong binanggit niyo, tama po kayo. Ang ABS-CBN Corporation ay kaiba sa ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation. At ang kumpanya po ng ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation ay ang pagbibenta ng PDR. So pag tinignan po ang ABS-CBN na kumpanya, ang may-ari ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation. Next slide. Ang ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation po, 50% pagmamay-ari ng Lopez Inc. At iba pang mga direktor at opisyalis nito. Yan po ay galing sa inyong webpage. Next slide, please. Yan din ho, galing sa Philippine Stock Exchange, na ang sinasabi po niya na ang ABS-CBN Broadcasting ay owned by Lopez Inc. At ito po ay kasama dito ang negosyo ng pagbibenta ng PDR. Next slide. Ang ABS-CBN po, maraming layers ng pagmamay-ari. Hindi lang po ang ABS-CBN Corporation, katulad po yung kaninang pinakita ko, ang nagmamay-ari ABS-CBN Holdings. Nandiyan po ang PDR sa ABS-CBN Holdings. Ang Lopez Inc. din po, na hindi ho yan listed, meron po yan Lopez Holdings na listed company. So ang layering po, napakadami. Diyan po sa diagram na yan, makikita nyo. And for the record, Mr. Chairman, pagpaumanin po ng ABS-CBN Corporation, hindi ho sinambit sa amin ang dokumento ng Lopez Inc. to Lopez Holdings Corporation. And maybe at the proper time, we can ask for that. Kasi ang hawak lang po namin, ABS-CBN and ABS-CBN Holdings. Next slide, please. Kung titingnan nyo po, dyan po sa listahan ng Lopez Holdings Corporation, 54% po dyan ay Lopez Inc. Yung pong Filipino group ng PCD nominee, dyan po ang mga PDRs, 30%. At malinaw po, nakadeklara sa inyong mismong website, non-Filipino PCD nominee corporation at 9.89%. Kanina ho sinabi na Atty. Del Castillo, meron na pong ABS-CBN Holdings, meron na pong banyaga na magmamay-ari. And I think it's very clear also, nandito po sa akin yung pag-uusap na ginawa noong shareholders meeting. Ang sabi po, the PDRs sa ABS-CBN Holdings, the PDRs unlock the share value of ABS-CBN, allowing foreigners to participate in a media enterprise whose ownership is constitutionally limited to Filipinos, with foreigners allowed to buy PDRs, shares which have long been undervalued, can now play catch-up with the regional media counterparts. Ito naman po galing sa ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation. So paglilinaw lang po, may Lopez Inc., may ABS-CBN, meron ABS-CBN Holdings, at meron Lopez Holdings. Sa dalawa pong korporasyon ng ABS-CBN Holdings at Lopez Holdings, meron pong mga banyaga na nagmamay-ari ng PDRs. At ang PDRs po niyan, may katumbas na share sa ABS-CBN. So ito po yung susunod, ang ABS-CBN, next slide please, Corporation. Kung titingnan nyo po dyan, 490 million shares, Lopez Inc. Tapos nandyan din po yung PCD Nominee Corporation, 352 million shares. Yan po kailangan nating himayin. Sino po ba dyan ang PDR holders na banyaga? Next slide, please. Again, in the Lopez Holdings Corporation, nakalagay po dyan, Lopez Holdings Corporation entered into a memorandum of agreement with Lopez Inc. for the subscription of Philippine depository receipts to be issued by Lopez Inc., which are common shares of ABS-CBN Corporation. Lopez Holdings Corporation's total investment in the deposit receipts amount to 1.5 billion. Kaya pag puman niyo po, Atty. Del Castillo, medyo i-debunk ko lang po yung binanggit niyo kanina, there is an actual share in ABS-CBN Corporation. They may not have their names, wala po sa pangalan nila, yung ABS-CBN Corporation share, pero ang bawat PDR ay may katumbas na share sa ABS-CBN Corporation. Next slide, please. Yan po ang sample contract. Pinakita ko na po kanina yan, at muli po, papakita ko yan. Ang existing corporation po ng ABS-CBN Broadcasting, 1 PDR, 1 ABS. Kung iahambing ko po yan sa bahay, meron kang bahay, may titulo. Yung titulo mo, sinabi mo, may papel kang hawak. Ako nagmamay-ari ng 30% ng bahay na yan. Wala kang pangalan sa titulo. Pero batay sa kontratang yon, hindi mabibenta yung bahay. O kung mabenta man, mapupunta sa iyo ang 30%. Pag ang bahay pinarenta ng 1,000, 300 pupunta sa iyo, bawat kita ng bahay na yan. Yan po, sa aking palagay, is a circumvention of our Constitution on ownership. Sa maraming pagkakataon, yan po ay pwede mo nating sabihin anti-dummy. Na merong banyaga, meron siyang kinabitan na korporasyon na Pilipino, pero ang kita, ang pagmamay-ari sa katotohanan kanya. So ito po yung slide ng ABS-CBN, 1 share, 1 stock. Ito po, katulad na banggit ko, ay violation ng ownership. Isang pagpapaliwanag pa rin, ang tax declaration, hindi ho siya titulo. Pero yun po ay pagpapakilala ng pagmamay-ari. Kung ito po lang ay paliwanag natin sa ating mga kababayan, ganun po ang kanilang sitwasyon. Ngayon, no, maraming pinag-usapan sa control. Kasi ang sabi po nila, wala namang control dahil sa wala naman silang boto, wala silang magagawa. At kung sakasakali, ang Holdings Corporation ang bumoboto. Papasok po ako doon sa kontrata natin, yung Philippine Deposit Receipt Instrument. Next slide please. Thank you. Ang nakalagay po dito, it will not alter, modify, or otherwise change its articles of incorporation or bylaws or take any action as to materially prejudice any rights in relations to the PDRs. Ito po ang tinatawag na negative covenant. Wala kang pwedeng gawin hanggat kapit ko ang PDR. Wala pong pinagkaiba yan nung ECQ. Doon po sa kaso ng Rappler, bago ka lumabas, magpaalam ka sa barangay, kumonsulta ka. Dito, sinasabi na ng barangay, hindi ka pwedeng lumabas. Sa parehong ehemplo, ang kontrol nasa barangay. Sa pagkakataong na hunto, ang may-ari ng PDR may kontrol sa korporasyon. Next slide. Ito po, sinabi kanina ni Chairman Alvarado, when the law is clear, there is nothing for the courts to do but to apply it. This is the case of the Tawang Multipurpose Cooperative versus La Trinidad Water District. Our Constitution is very clear. There should be no foreign ownership, foreign control of our mass media corporations. Bawal po ang banyaga na magmay-ari o mag-control. At yan po, malinaw na malinaw at hindi po natin pwedeng palusutan. Last slide po. What cannot be done directly cannot be done indirectly. If acts that cannot be legally done directly can be done indirectly, then all laws would be illusory. Pagpainman niyo ho, kahit isang patak, kahit gabuti lang ng pagmamay-ari, hindi pwede. Kahit na ano pong layering ng korporasyon, pag may lumabas na isang banyaga at pumasok yan sa ABS-CBN Corporation, hindi ho pinapayagan. Hindi ho pinapayagan ang direktang pagmamay-ari. At pagpamanin niyo, Atty. Del Castillo, ang PDR po ay isang pagpapalusot ng pagmamay-ari ng banyaga. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the clarification, Congressman Vice Chairman Mike Defensor. At para po sa kaalaman ng lahat, dahil po ang pinag-uusapan ay PDR, kahit po ABS-CBN lang po ang nag-a-apply ngayon, ay nais po ng committee ito na makita lahat ng mga PDRs ng mga mass media and broadcasting companies na nabigyan na, formerly nabigyan na, or mag-a-apply pa lang dito sa joint committee na ito, lalong-lalo na po yung mga major broadcasting stations natin. Sana po bago yung susunod na hearing ay makuha natin at mapag-compare natin kung pare-parehas ba ang laman ng kanilang mga PDRs. The committee's secretary is hereby directed to secure copies of all PDRs of all major broadcasting mass media companies in the country that will apply or otherwise applied and given franchise by this committee.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Deputy Speaker Dan Fernandez, alam niyo po nung huling hearing po natin ay hindi po natapos ni Deputy Speaker Dan Fernandez yung kanyang oras. At kung ako'y nagkakamali, nag-uumpisa pa lamang siya sa kanyang pagtatanong, kaya po napakaswerte po niya sa pagkakataong ito, hindi ibabawas pa ba namin yung 1 minuto mong nakonsumo? Hinihingi na po niya na pambonus yung 1 minute na nakonsumo niya. So you now have your fresh 5 minutes, Deputy Speaker Dan Fernandez, para sa pag-uumpisa ng ating nag-iisang round ng interpellation. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman. At nadinig po natin ang manifestation ng ABS-CBN at nadinig din po natin ang manifestation ni Vice Chairman Mike Defensor. Ang pinagtatalunan po natin dito ay ang paggamit po ng PDR, whether ang PDR po na na-issue natin sa mga banyaga ay in consonant with the Section 11, Article 16 of the 1987 Constitution that states that the ownership and management of mass media shall be limited to the citizens of the Philippines. And at the same time, ito rin po ay binabanggit sa Section 8 ng Foreign Investment Act of 1991, and the same time, itong pong sinasabi nating Presidential Decree number 1018 of Section 2. Siguro po ang una kong katanungan na gusto ko pong malaman ay sa ABS-CBN Corporation, kung magkano na po yung ating capital investment, yung buong total investment ng ABS-CBN, magkano na po? ABS-CBN Corporation can answer this. Meron na po ba siyang nasa 100 billion, 85 billion, 90 billion? Magkano po ba?
Sir, Mr. Chair, yung total investment po ng ABS is about 30 billion more or less in stockholders' equity po.
Yun po yung sa stocks. Pero yung totality po ng investment. Kasi I think yung sinasabi po natin, ito po ba yung equity ng ABS-CBN, yung 35 billion. But yung totality po niyan ay umaabot na po siya ng 84.5 billion as submitted. 84 billion. Correct. Okay. So sa 84.5 billion na pag-aari ng ABS-CBN Corporation, magkano po yung naibigay po natin or ano po ba ang naging mode o procurement ng ABS-CBN Holding Corporation? So andito ang ABS Holding Corporation, andito ang ABS Corporation. Ito po bang hawak ng ABS Holding Corporation na nanggaling sa ABS Corporation, magkano po ang nailipat sa ABS Holding Corporation? Anybody from ABS Holding Corporation can answer this. Okay. Mr. Chairman, meron po akong hawak na ABS-CBN holdings in 2016 and 2017. At dito, nababanggit na meron silang ang holding corporation ay may investment sa ABS-CBN Corporation ng 15 billion 102 million 724 and 489,000. 15 billion. Is that right, Mr. Chairman?
ABS-CBN, please answer. Tama po ba yung binanggit na numero ni Deputy Speaker Dan Fernandez?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Kung pwede sana balikan na lang namin kayo. We don't have the number right now.
Okay. Sige po. Pwede po yan. At sa sinabit po ninyo kasi, lumalabas na may 15 billion na kayo in-invest sa ABS-CBN Corporation, yung pong ABS-CBN Holding Corporation. At ang equivalent po nito ay maabot sa 325 million and 51,900 number of shares. Okay? At ang equivalent po nito sa na-issue na ng holding corporation na PDRs ay maabot ng 15 billion 70 million 219,000. So ang tanong ko po sa holding corporation, sino po ba ang umuupo ngayon bilang presidente at CEO ng holding corporation? Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, si Mr. Oscar Lopez ho ang presidente and chairman.
Siya po ngayon ang CEO. At ang holding corporation is into buying and selling. Is that right, Mr. Chair? Buying and selling, di po ba? Meron po ba tayo na tinatawag natin na kapag holding company ka ba, siyempre, you have a different kind of industries that into your holding company. Are you in the other investment as well, like telecommunication, sa food, or sa oil?
Hindi po. Ang ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation ay
specific
ko to
para lang doon sa pag-i-issue ng PDRs.
Oho.
Wala po tayong ibang other na industriya na hinahawakan, in other words,
Wala
Mr.
po.
Chair. Okay. So, ano po ang mga depositary receipts na ginagamit natin? Katulad na nabanggit ni Vice Chairman Mike Defensor kanina, meron tayong ADR, GDR, CDR. Iba-iba po yan American Depositary Receipt. Ano po yung ginagamit na depositary receipt ng ABS-CBN Holding Corporation?
Yun po yung PDRs na dinescribe namin kanina.
Ano pong ginagamit po natin? Siyempre, meron tayong counterpart sa international, di ba? Okay, itong holding company, siyempre, nag-issue po kayo ng PDRs, di ba? Nag-issue. At ano po yung dinatawag nating depositary bank na pinaglalagakan natin ng ating pong PDRs? Kasi siyempre, may nagbebenta po ng PDR sa foreign, di ba? Sino po ang depositary bank na ginagamit po natin?
Iba-iba po yan, depende po sa investor. Pwede pong hawakan ng investor directly yung PDRs, yung ABS-CBN broadcasting shares naman na underlying shares na tinatawag natin kasi siya yung nagsisecure ng PDRs, yan po ay naka-pledge at nandun sa isang trustee bank.
Correct. Pero dapat meron kayong naka-assign Katulad sa pledge agreement niyo, sinasabi niyo sa pledge agreement niyo that you have a security agent, di ba? Maliwanag po. Dito nakalagay po 'yan. Sa security that the issuer in respects of the PDR are secured by the pledge in the favor of security agent. Na kumbaga sa yung pong inyong tinatawag na mga share, diyan po 'yan nilalagak, di ba? Para po sa mga PDR holders natin. So ang tanong ko lamang po ay simple. Meron po ba tayong depositary bank?
Si Attorney Quezon po ang sasagot, siya po ang corporate secretary.
Mr. Chairman, yun hong pledge agreement ho namin is with Philippine Central Depository.
Ayun. So ang ibig po sabihin, ang ating pong issued by ABS-CBN Holding Corporation, yung PDRs po, nilalagak po natin sa Philippine Central Depository. Kasi sila po yung nag-handle nung in-issue nating PDR.
Yung shares ho, na underlying shares ho ng PDRs, yun yung nakalagak sa
Yes, yung
PCD,
naka-attach na share natin na katumbas ng isang PDR, sila ang may control, yung PCD. Am I right, Mr. Chairman?
As a pledge occasion.
Salamat po. At according sa report nga natin, meron nga tayong sinasabi dito na I wanted to be confirmed kung talagang 15 billion po yung ating pong ininvest sa ABS-CBN Corporation. At ito nga, nabigay natin yung corresponding na PDR na nasa PCD. Di ba? Am I right, Mr. Chairman? Yes or no?
Pakiulit ho yung question.
Okay. Yung PCD, yung ating pong holding corporation, nag-issue siya ng PDR at yung in-issue niyang PDR, hinawakan ng Philippine Central Depository at ito po ay nasa control ngayon ng PCD at hindi siya control ng tinatawag nating PDR holders, yung mga foreigners. Hindi nila hawak yung share kasi nga yung share naandun sa PCD. Dahil according sa inyong agreement, sa pledge agreement, ang maghahawak noon ay ang security agent na PCD.
Mr. Chairman, ang PDR so, in-issue ho namin to the investors. So nasa hawak ho ng mga investors yon. But yung underlying shares so, yun ho ang naka-pledge sa PCD.
Yung underlying share, siya ang naka-pledge sa PCD.
Opo.
Correct. Okay. So ngayon, dito sa, kung makikita po ninyo yung sinabit po natin sa Security and Exchange Commission as of August 31, 2018, nandito po yung mga PDR holders natin. Meron po tayong top 20 na masasabi po natin na PDR holders. At dito po nga ay nakasaad yung PCD Nominee Corporation na kung saan foreigner siya. Meron din PCD Nominee Corporation na kung saan Pilipino din siya.
Opo.
At ang number of shares ng PCD Nominee Corporation ay 198 million plus shares. At ang hawak niya po ay 61% doon sa share. Sa PCD Nominee Corporation naman na hawak ng Pilipino, meron siyang 114 million shares, plus shares. At umaabot to ng 35%. Marami pa dito na mga PCD holder Ngayon, kasi ako I've been into trading as well before. Pero hindi naman po ako player. Para lang marami lang po akong mga kaibigan na mga nagte-trade. At there was a time na binanggit sa akin itong PCD Nominee Corporation na isang foreign corporation. Pero hindi po siya publicly listed as one of the stock corporation. Andito ang SEC, Mr. Chairman. May I be allowed to ask SEC kung ano yung this PCD Nominee Corporation really stands for? Kasi parang pag titingnan mo siya sa Google, hanapin mo yung PCD Nominee Corporation, hindi mo makita yung kanyang financial statement. Hindi mo alam kung sino ang mga board of directors. Hindi mo alam kung sino yung sa articles of incorporation nila. Hindi natin makita kung ano at sino itong PCD Nominee Corporation. Mr. Chairman, can we allow the Secretary, Commissioner ng SEC to answer this? Andyan po ba wala ho pala si Chairman, yung Vice Chairman?
SEC? Meron pa
Mr. Chairman. Hello.
Yeah, Commissioner, Commissioner Amatong, can you answer this kung, kasi medyo grayish ang area ng PCD Corporation at maraming mga public investors like yung mga friends ko ang nagsasabi that this PCD is a lodging in ng mga majority stockholders sa mga kumpanya kung saan doon nila nilalagay ang kanilang mga share na dapat supposedly ay naka-offer sa public. What can you say about this, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, to explain, PCD Nominee Corporation is the legal entity that's used to facilitate trading in the Philippine Stock Exchange. It is ang tinatawag po dyan sa ay Central Securities Depository. So ang ating mga stocks po ngayon hindi na nakapapel. We don't have stock certificates anymore. All of our stock holdings are now listed in the electronic database of a corporation called PDTC, Philippine Depository Trust Corporation. And the PCD Nominee Corporation is the legal entity that has title to all of these securities. So that pag nagbenta po tayo sa stock exchange, kukunin na lang galing sa PCD nominee yung shares of stock that is in our name under our brokerage's name, and then ililipat dun sa bumili. At the same time, yung bayad na katumbas dun sa pagbenta na yun ay pupunta sa atin through our broker. So PCD Nominee Corporation, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, is a Philippine legal entity that is used to facilitate trading on the Philippine Stock Exchange. PCD Nominee Corporation, Mr. Chairman, also is used to distinguish kung sino yung foreign investors sa domestic investors. Kaya makikita po natin yung PCD Nominee Foreign, those are the shares of stock held in the name of PCD Nominee Corporation for foreign investors. Tapos yung PCD Nominee domestic or Filipino are those shares of stock owned by Filipinos but held in the name of PCD Nominee Corporation in order to facilitate stock trading.
So Mr. Chairman, ang sinasabi mo, yung PCD, pag nag-trade ka at ginamit mo yung Philippine Central Depository, you don't need a certificate of stock. In other words, paperless ang PCD. Kumbaga parang wala ka nang i-issue na certificate of stock dahil nga po yun ang ganon ang sistema na ginagamit ng PCD. At ito ang ginagamit at itong mga PDR under dito po sa ABS-CBN, isa yung PCD nominee. In other words, Mr. Chairman, medyo ang problema po natin dito, hindi natin sila kilala. Hindi natin alam kung sino itong mga incorporators. Dahil nga po, hindi sila publicly listed, Commissioner. Ang tanong ko sa iyo, Mr. Chairman, bakit hindi sila publicly listed? And considering that ABS-CBN and other companies like SM, Digital Telecom, marami ang gumagamit ng PCD Corporation. Kung publicly listed sila, dapat, di ba, makikita mo. Pero at this point of time, ang PCD po ay hindi siya public listed. At any rate, Mr. Chairman, this is an issue that we need to tackle in a separate investigation. Kaya ako lamang po nabanggit kasi I think it is incumbent upon the ABS-CBN holding company that you have to somehow find it out kung sino po yung ating mga PDR holders. Precisely because under the Section 11 of Article 16 of the 1987 Constitution dictates that dapat truly and completely owned tayo by Filipino citizens. At ngayon, kung makikita po natin na shady ang mga karakter ng ating mga PDR holders, I think it is the responsibility of the holding company. But be that as it may, Mr. Chairman, I want to go on with my next question.
Before the Deputy Speaker Fernandez continues, just for the information of the committee members, the time of Deputy Speaker Puno and Congressman Bambol Tolentino were given to Deputy Speaker Fernandez. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, ano po ba ang ABS-CBN Holding Corporation, aside po dito sa nakita natin PCD Nominee Corporation, meron pa ba kayong ibang foreign investors na bumili ng PDR? Aside from PCD nominee, meron po bang ibang foreign investors na nag-issue ng PDR?
Honorable Fernandez, yung PCD nominee po yung depository, Philippine Depository, Central Depository, para po yung taguan ng pera. Diyan po nilagak yung PDRs. So ang tanong po ni Congressman Fernandez, doon po sa mga bumili ng PDRs, ilan po ang nakapasok ngayon sa Philippine Central Depository?
Mr. Chairman, kasi po,
go ahead.
Ang securities na traded ngayon sa Philippine Stock Exchange, scriptless na po yan. So wala na pong papel. Kaya
Yeah,
po yung Philippine Central Depository, nandun po yung main security.
Correct.
So nagtitrade po yan without any script. So at any one time, pwede hong maglipat-lipat yan because they are traded.
So itong...
Pero...
Okay, sige po.
sorry
Sige, Mr.
Ang
Chairman.
gusto po ata ni DS Dan mula sa ABS-CBN Holdings at saka sa Lopez Holdings, i-forward ninyo yung PDRs po na pag may-ari ng foreign, at least bought in the foreign market, owned by foreign nationals.
Like for example po, Mr. Chairman, kung hindi po masagot ng holding company, doon po sa beneficial ownership disclosure na nilabas po ng ABS-CBN Holdings, ang Prudential Singapore Holdings Limited, a Singaporean corporation, have a substantial holder ng 15 million shares sa ABS-CBN Holdings. Is that right? Siguro alam niyo po yun. At dito po sa news article na nakita po natin sa Philippine Star, ang ABS-CBN raises 2.5 from sale of PDRs. At ito po ay in-issue sa Mercury Media Holdings Company, an affiliate of the Capital Group of Companies. Can you kindly confirm this, if this 2.5 billion na kung saan lumaban sa Philippine Star, ano pa po ito June 6, 2013, ay na-issuehan ng PDR?
Mr. Chairman, yun hong mga foreign PDR holders ay nakalista sa aming top 100 PDR holders under PCD nominee non-Filipino. Andun ho sila.
So in other words, kasama po itong...
Kasama ho dun sila.
Okay, marami pong salamat. At siyempre po, ay kanina nga, Attorney Del Castillo was trying to explain that hindi dividends ang tawag nyo pag kumita ang PDRs, di ba? Hindi siya dividend or interest. Ang tawag nyo po doon ay after computing all the operating expenses, yung mga loans, saka pa lamang bibigyan ng kita yung mga PDRs. Can you kindly submit to us, Mr. Chairman, the complete, kung hindi po dividends ang tawag po natin, ay ano po ang tawag natin dito? Parang
Cash distribution po.
Cash distribution. Okay, dito sa PDR, sinasabi natin, hindi dividends, hindi interest, kundi cash distribution sa kinita ng mga PDR holders. Can you kindly submit to us the complete how much the foreigners, the holders of PDRs, magkano na po yung cash distribution sa kanila in comparison with the dividends that have been given to the ABS-CBN shareholders. Submit nyo lang po muna sa amin po yun.
Ano pong period, Mr. Chairman? Kasi po, nagbabago-bago po yan
For the last 3 years lamang po. Pero para na meron lang po kaming comparison, makita po natin, mas malaki ba ang kinikita ng foreigners dito sa PDRs nila? Or mas malaki kinikita ng mga Pinoy doon sa share? Kasi sinasabi natin, share, hindi naman natin binenta yun. Kumbaga, parang rights lang, di po ba? Gusto lang po na natin makita yung comparison.
Mr. Chairman, pantay-pantay po ang cash distribution kasi one PDR,
sa share,
ang underlying security niyan, one share.
Madam, there is a difference between you get your share on an ordinary stock exchange and using the private placement. Pag private placement, meron po yung tinatawag na underlying na mga advantages. Like for example, pag gumamit ka ng traditional private placement, na kung saan sinasabi na pag kumita, na-reach mo na yung margin ng profit mo, ay pwede ka mag-increase ng income. And at the same time, doon sa structure na sinasabi na private placement, usually ginagamit to sa mga bulk na bilihan katulad nito na kapag tumaas yung stocks, pag nag-increase ang stocks mo, meron kang special arrangement sa depository bank. At pag bumaba yung stock, meron kang protection. Yan yung pinaka types of different private placement. At kapag ito pong 2.5 billion na binabanggit po natin dito, ay makita po natin kung anong placement ang ginamit nila. Have they gone into a ordinary buying of stocks or they have gone through a private placement? Kasi nga, Mr. Chairman, kailangan po natin makita kung paano nila pinurchase yung PDRs. Kasi kung meron mga advantages na ganito, mag-a-add yun doon sa kanilang tinatawag po ninyong cash distribution. Yun lang po ang gusto kong malaman, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, gusto ko pong sagutin muna yung tanong nyo about the dividends.
Sige po.
Yung 2017 nag-declare ang ABS-CBN ng dividends 1.04, 1 peso and 4 centavos. Natanggap po ito ng ABS Holdings, and then after deducting all the expenses, ang dineclare niyang cash distribution is 1.0281. So mas mababa ho yung binibigay.
So in other words, mas mataas pa rin ang kinita ng ating mga Pinoy na may hawak ng share komparado sa may mga hawak ng PDRs na foreigners. Okay, maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman. Okay, Mr. Chairman, ngayon makikita po natin na from ABS-CBN Corporation, nadala po sa ABS-CBN Holding Corporation yung share, at pagkatapos po kumuha sila ng PCD, which is the Philippine Central Depository. Sa ganitong setup po ay ang question ay kung na-violate po natin yung Section 11, Article 16 of the 1987 Constitution. Ako po hindi naman po ako abogado, pero ako po ay nag-aral ng 1 year ng law sa UST, and at the same time, meron tayong mga tinatawag na legal parlance, na sinasabi, quanto aliquid prohibitur ex directo, prohibitur ex obliquum. Ang sinasabi nila, what cannot be legally done directly cannot be done indirectly. Now, ibig po sabihin, kung sa Tagalog, kung ako po ay pupunta kay Congressman Zarate, sinasabi, bawal pumunta kay Congressman Zarate directly. Bawal pumunta. Ngayon, bawal din ako pumunta kay Congressman Zarate through Congressman Boying Remulla, indirectly. So, alam ko na, siyempre, ang ABS-CBN, dahil nga po itong PDR, ay allowed ng Security and Exchange Commission during the start of 1999, di ba? At ngayon po, sinasabi ng batas na hindi pwedeng direct or indirect, di ba? Magbenepisyo ang ating pong mga foreigners. So ang tanong ko, Mr. Chairman, itong mga PDR holders ay since hindi sila pwede mag-own ng share, so ano ang pwede nilang maging benepisyo lamang? Yung pong tinatawag na cash distribution. Yun lang po ba ang kanilang nagiging benepisyo sa pagbili ng PDRs, Mr. Chairman? Attorney Castillo. Ang kanila pong, ang ibig ko po sabihin ay ito po bang benepisyo sa pagkita lamang ang nagiging karapatan ng PDR holders ng mga foreigners. In other words, wala na silang other na rights. Hindi na sila pwedeng bumoto, hindi na sila pwedeng makaalam sa mga polisiya, hindi sila pwedeng sa lahat ng management. So wala silang karapatan yon. Ang karapatan lang nila, cash distribution lang kayo.
Cash distribution po, and kasi traded po yan sa merkado, kung tumaas ang value ng PDR, pwede po silang mag-dispose sa stock exchange. So
dalawa ang karapatan nila, Mr. Chairman. Ang karapatan nila, isa, para doon sa cash distribution na nakukuha nila, parang dividends o parang kita, at yung pangalawa is to hold and dispose of the
PDR po.
PDRs. Ngayon, ang tanong po, dito kasi sa section 3.1.2 na sinasabi sa Security and Exchange Commission, sa tinatawag po nating implementing rules and regulation ng Security Regulation Code, Republic Act 8799, ang beneficial owner daw ay sinasabi nila na any person who directly or indirectly through any contract, arrangement, or understanding has voting share or and has investment returns power. So ikaw, kung beneficial owner ka, may karapatan ka, isa, sa pagboto, and or sa investment return power. Yun yung definition ng beneficial owner na sinasabi po ng ating pong Security and Exchange Commission. Pero kung mapapansin niyo po kanina ay nakita ko rin yung ini-explain kanina ni Vice Chairman Mike Defensor doon po sa receipt na PDR po ninyo na binibigay sa mga PDR holders na foreigners. Kasi dito po makikita nyo, kung mapapansin po ninyo, ito ay sinasabi dito. For example, ang bumili po ng PDR share natin is Amerikano. For example lang, kunyari si Donald Trump, wala akong isip This certifies that Donald Trump is the registered holder of the Philippine Depositary Receipts contained herein and is entitled to the delivery or sale of one existing share of stock of ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation for every one PDR held. Ang akin lamang pong pagkaka-explika dito, pagkakaintindi, ito'y sinesertify ikaw, Donald Trump, na may hawak ka nito, entitled ka sa delivery and sale, sa pagbebenta ng isang existing share of stock of ABS-CBN Corporation for every one PDR held. Kapag merong share, meron ka ba PDR, entitled ka rito sa share. So ito po yung nakalagay dito, medyo nakaka-confuse po. Kaya siguro po, at the end of the day, we need to clarify kung ano yung ibig sabihin ng sale na nilalagay po natin dito po sa PDRC na dinidistribute po natin sa mga foreigners. But
kung mamarapatin niyo po,
sige po, ma'am.
Yung pong right na yan to transfer or to sell the share underlying the PDR, ito po yung exit mo mechanism. Kasi yung PDR po, meron kang binayarang deposit, pwede mo po i-exercise yung right na bilhin yung share. So kung gusto mong bilhin po yung share underlying the PDR, kung ikaw po ay Pilipino, kasi hindi naman po limited ang PDR sa banyaga. Kung ikaw ay Pilipino, ibibenta po sa inyo yung share. Meron po kayong babayaran, you have to go through a process. Kasi ang ibig sabihin nun, ayaw mo na ng PDRs, gusto mo na ng shares. So since you have that option to buy the shares, mag-serve ka lang po ng what they call exercise notice. Meron po kayong babayaran and then it goes through the process of transferring and trading the shares.
Yeah, I understand that, ma'am.
Deputy Speaker Fernandez, before we continue, Congressman Chicoy Alvarez, our chairman, our presiding officer, I think, cannot get through. Chairman Alvarez?
Narinig po ako?
Ayan po.
Congressman Dan, reminder na po, 15 minutes na po. Last na po, question natin. 15 minutes na po, Congressman Fernandez.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I will wrap up my line of questioning. Patapos na rin po ako, Mr. Chairman. So, going back to 1999, no? Siguro po kung ating pong mamarapatin, siyempre medyo, siguro going back to 1999, no? Naisip nyo ba na siguro sana hindi ko na lang ginamit yung PDR, no? Para hindi na nagkaroon ng konting conflict sa tinatadhana ng batas. Sana na lang ibinenta ko na lang sa ating mga mayayaman na mga negosyante na willing na bumili. Naisip nyo ba ito, Madam Chair?
Kung papayagan nyo po na ituloy ko yung kanina, kung halimbawa nyo po ay banyaga, hindi qualified mag-own ng share, yun yung po sinasabi na the right to receive the proceeds of the sale. Ibibenta po yung shares para ang bibigay sa foreigner. Pera na po yan, yung proceeds. Pero wala ho siyang partisipasyon sa pagbibenta. May proseso po sa pagbibenta yun. So wala siyang karapatan magdikta kung sino ang buyer, magkano yung presyo, anong terms ng sale.
Yeah, ang sinasabi ko po, Mr. Chairman, sinasabi ko lamang po dito sa inyong PDR receipts, dapat po hindi po siya sale of one existing share of stock of ABS. Kasi confusing po yung nakalagay ditong binenta. Kapag meron kang isang PDR, may corresponding na isang share na binenta. Dapat hindi po ganun ang pagkakalagay po natin sa PDR receipts natin. Kasi kung ako foreigner, babasahin ko to, I am entitled to sale of one existing share. So, syempre, completely. Anyway, tapos na po tayo doon at naintindihan ko po yung point of view nyo po. Ang tanong ko lamang po ay, naniniwala po ba tayo that the media companies in the Philippines must observe the rule of the all Filipino rule in relation to Article 16 of Section 11 na kung saan kailangan wholly owned by the Filipino citizens? Do you believe on that, Mr. Chairman? Yes or no lang naman po yan?
Yes po, naniniwala po kami dyan. Kasi...
So, dapat po, kung naniniwala po tayo, ay na ito po ay tunay na pag-aari po ng mga Filipino citizens. Naniniwala po tayo na kapag ito'y pag-aari ng ng mga Pilipino, dapat ito'y walang bahid ng anumang pag-aalinlangan. Di po ba? At dapat po, kung ito po ay pag-aari ng ABS-CBN, pag tinanong kayo, ABS-CBN, yan po ba ay truly and completely owned by Filipino citizens? Dapat po walang ifs, dapat walang buts, di ba? Oo, pag-aari namin to completely, absolutely, 100%. Pero, meron kaming inisyong PDRs na kung saan na-issue namin sa mga banyaga. So, Mr. Chairman, I think it is incumbent on the part of ABS-CBN and also, for that purpose, lahat na ng mass media that they have to be sensitive and dapat maging careful sila sa issue ng PDR or refrain from issuing PDRs because there is a thin line, governing the ownership truly owned by the Filipino citizens and those PDRs that we have issued sa foreigners. But yun na nga, granting na sinasabi nyo, wala namang po siyang ownership, pero yung rights na magkaroon ka ng cash distribution at yung ma-hold mo yung PDRs, dahil nga katumbas noon ay isang share, hindi mo siya mabebenta. Hindi siya mabibili ng mga kapwa mo Pilipino. Ang yung share na yon naka-hold doon
Thank you
sa
so much,
PCB.
Honorable Hernandez, for that, our Deputy Speaker. Honorable Alvarez, our presiding officer, I think you're again coming in through Zoom.
Sir,
Yes,
Congressman
your next
Fernando,
interpreter.
Salamat po. Ubus na po yung time natin. Next po, mag-interpolate is si Minority Leader Benny Abante, na kung saan nakasunod niya si Congressman Bordado, ibinigay din yung oras sa kanya. May 10 minutes po si Minority Leader Benny Abante.
Mr. Chairman, maraming po salamat at pasensya na po. I request na sana po ay sa susunod na second round, kung meron pa, ay mapasama po tayo. Maraming salamat po and thank you so much.
Noted pa, Congressman Fernandez. Congressman Minority Leader Benny Abante, you are recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Tama po yung sinabi ni Vice Chair Mike Defensor at kinakampihan ko po siya na wala po ditong pro and anti. Ang nais nating makita rito ay yung totoo. Ano po? Totoo lamang. At hindi po ito labanan ng mga kongresista na pinag-aawayan kung ikaw ay pro ABS-CBN o anti-ABS-CBN. Kahit ako po, tulad ng sinabi ni Speaker Alan Peter Cayetano, comprehensive, fair, impartial, the truth to come out. Yun po yun sa akin before I make any decision. Now, ngayon ko lang po na pag-aaralan ang kaibahan ng shares sa PDR. Ngayon ko rin po na pag-aaralan ang kaibahan ng ABS Corporation and ABS Holdings at Lopez Incorporated. Ito po mga katanungan ko that nais ko po maging clear sa akin. Ano po? At totoo po ba, noong 2013, ang ABS-CBN po ay nagbenta ng 22% of its effective shares to the Philippine Depository Shares to foreigners, 18% of which is US-based. The Capital Group, one of the biggest investment companies in the world. Totoo po ba yan?
Si Attorney Quezon po ang sasagot. Siya po ang corporate
Totoo po yan.
Yung Capital Group ho ay is a private investor that invested in PDRs, and they invested in PDRs, and ABS Holdings Corporation used the proceeds from the sale of the PDRs to invest in ABS-CBN Corporation.
Hindi po yan. Hindi po yun yung tanong ko. Ang tanong ko po is it true that in 2013, ABS-CBN sold about 22% of the effective shares, hindi po PDR, through Philippine Depository Shares to foreigners, 18% of which is the United States-based, the Capital Group, one of the biggest investment companies in the world.
Hindi po yata 18% ho yung 20, hindi yata 22% yung...
Or whether it be hindi 22 o 18, pero kayo po ba ang ABS-CBN nagbenta po ng ilang percent ng effective shares sa Capital Group?
Hindi ho ang ABS-CBN.
A foreign corporation.
Mr. Chairman, hindi ho po ang ABS-CBN ang nagbenta sa Capital Group. It's
Sino po?
ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation that sold PDRs.
So hindi po ito shares, kundi PDR po ito.
Opo.
Okay, therefore, kung PDR po ito, you did not in any way violated the 1987 Constitution, which says that ownership and management of mass media shall be limited to the citizens of the Philippines or to corporations, cooperatives, or associations wholly owned and managed by such citizens.
Yes, sir.
So malinis po ang inyong sagot doon.
na wala kayong violation.
Yes, sir.
Sapagkat PDR ang binenta nyo,
Yes, sir.
hindi shares.
Not shares, Your Honor.
Alright?
At ABS Holdings so ang nagbenta, hindi yung ABS-CBN Corporation.
Meron po ba kayong pwedeng kopyang ibigay sa amin that ang binenta nyo sa Capital Group ay PDR?
Maghahanap po kami ng yung stock certificate.
Oh, importante po yan para makita po natin. There's no question that you did not actually sell shares, but you sold PDRs.
Hahanapin ho namin yung PDR certificate na
kung
issue
inyong may sasubmit po sa committee, mas maganda po yon so that meron kayong ebidensya to show that you did not, the ABS-CBN Corporation did not sell shares. But it is the ABS-CBN Holdings na nagbenta ng PDR. Pwede mo ba yun?
Opo, we'll submit that.
Okay. How about the Lopez Incorporated? Did Lopez Incorporated get paid when it transferred to ABS-CBN Holdings 132 million ABS-CBN shares before the closing of the PDR's offering? Totoo po ba yan?
Nabayaran po ang Lopez Inc. ng...
Ano po yan?
Nabayaran po ang Lopez Inc. Nung tinransfer niya ho yung shares to ABS Holdings Corporation.
So, ano pong ibig sabihin ng nabayaran nung kayo po ay nag-transfer sa ABS-CBN Holdings ng 132 million ABS-CBN shares?
Noong 1999 ho, yung Lopez Inc. ho, may hawak ho ng most of the ABS-CBN Corporation shares. So yung ibang shares ho niya, nilipat ho niya sa ABS Holdings Corporation. Utang muna ho yun ng ABS Holdings Corporation. Then when ABS Holdings Corporation offered the PDRs to the public, yung proceeds ho noon, pinambayad ho ng ABS Holdings Corporation sa Lopez Inc. for those shares that were transferred.
Okay. Ito po bang 132 million PDRs with an issue value each of 46 pesos or in monetary terms, a 6.72 billion. Yun po ba yun?
Hindi ko... Hindi ko na po compute kung ano, but it's 46 times 130.
Or more or less, more or less.
46 times.
Siguro later na lang po, if we're able to compute it. Pero
calculator na lang.
Ito po yung pangatlong question na gusto kong itanong sana. Did ABS-CBN pay taxes when the 132 million ABS-CBN shares were transferred from Lopez Inc. to ABS-CBN Holdings, free from income taxation?
Ang Lopez Inc. ho ang nagbayad ng taxes ho.
Ang Lopez Inc.
Ang nagbayad ho ng taxes.
Okay.
Since the shares are, the underlying shares, ABS-CBN Corporation shares are listed and traded in the stock exchange, nagbayad ho siya ng stock transaction tax nung nilipat ho niya sa ABS Holdings Corporation. So ang bayad ho niya is stock transaction tax. Nun ho yata is 1/4 of 1%.
Okay. Can Lopez Incorporated or ABS-CBN Holdings or both, ito yung dalawa, trigger on their sole discretion the sale of any of those 13 million ABS-CBN shares without any holder of a PDR exercising the option attached to a PDR?
Hindi po, kasi po naka-pledge po yung mga shares. So hindi po pwedeng ibenta.
Naka-ano po?
Naka-pledge po. Yung po
Naka-pledge.
ang security ng PDR holders.
Okay. Maganda po
So,
yung napakalinaw para po makita po natin lahat ng mga bagay na ito. Ano po? And we're not biased to anything else, but we'd like to be objective in everything that we're doing here. Di po ba? Okay. Now, nung pong PDRs ay naibenta, who was the government agency that authorized the investment instrument?
Registered po siya under the Securities Regulation Code at ang agency po ng gobyerno ay Securities and Exchange Commission.
Okay. So therefore, the authorized agency is the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Opo. Opo.
And sa SEC po, wala silang nakita anumang violation ng ABS-CBN ito.
Wala po.
Sapagkat inalaw kayo di
Opo.
ba?
Kasi inaprubahan po nila.
At any point, pagkatapos ng sale ng mga PDRs, did any government agency question the validity of these PDRs or withdrew their authorization?
Wala po, kasi the registration continues to be in effect. Pati po yung listing.
So,
valid pa
ibig
po yun.
sabihin po niyan that wala silang nakitang anuman na violation na ginawa ninyo. And you did it in good faith.
Opo, wala po. And in good faith po, kami po ay sumusunod sa lahat ng kanilang patakaran. So,
Because if it's not
nagdi-disclose
in
po
good
kami.
faith, hindi po pwedeng payagan ng Securities and Exchange Commission. Ano po?
Opo, opo.
So, ngayon lang po, it is only now that this is being questioned or subject of inquiry.
Totoo po yun.
Okay. Now, alam nyo, hindi lang po ito para sa ABS-CBN Alright. Ginamit lang po siguro kayo para lahat po ng mga corporation and mass media corporation should realize ang mga bagay na ito. Ano po? Oo. Now, if in the course of these congressional hearings, it is proven that these PDR's investment instruments violated the constitutional restrictions on foreign ownership of media or Congress, requires you to buy back the shares. Are you willing to do it?
Kung kami po ay orderin ng korte, susunod naman po kami. So,
Kung orderin ng korte.
Kasi
Pero
po
you would not
ang korte-
initiate, you would not do it yourself. If this committee has proven, naniniwala ba kayo that the committee will not prove this at all?
Yeah. Mr. Chair, with regards to the PDR, our sentiment po is that we acted in good faith by going to the SEC to secure approval before offering it to the public. And at that time, the SEC agreed that the instrument was legal. Pero po, if the SEC or a court of law or even Congress wishes to disqualify the use of PDRs equally across the entire media industry, then ABS will be willing to modify, alter, or comply with the order if so directed.
Only by orders of the court.
The court, the SEC, or Congress.
Okay. Let me try to go to another form of questions here. Did ABS-CBN secure prior approval from the NTC before it launched and sold its TV Plus gadgets?
Mr. Chair, the TV Plus is in compliance with the directive of the NTC to migrate broadcasting po to digital.
Hindi ko po masyadong narinig, please.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. The sale po of the TV Plus boxes is in accordance with the directive of the NTC.
TV Plus gadgets.
Opo. The sale of the TV Plus boxes is in compliance po with the NTC directive to migrate our broadcast to digital po.
So what do you mean compliant? You do not need any prior approval?
Yes, we secured prior approval for the test broadcast of our TV Plus boxes. But the migration of our broadcast po from analog to digital is in compliance with an NTC directive to move all broadcasting away from analog and into digital po.
Okay. Did ABS-CBN seek prior authorization from the NTC before ABS-CBN sold programs and movies through its KBO channels on each TV Plus gadgets?
There are approvals from the NTC po.
Ano po yun?
Yes, there are approvals po from the NTC.
Hindi po ba ito
Mr.
parang
Chairman.
violation?
Mr. Chairman.
Violation.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, with the indulgence of our presiding officer, Chairman Alvarez, if I may be allowed to preside. Yes, go ahead. What is the point of order, Congressman Remulla?
Mr. Chairman, it was upon agreement of everybody concerned that we would finish the PDR issue. I think that the black box issue can be discussed at a different time.
Thank you for that, Honorable Remulla.
I submit, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Pero isang question na lang kung pwede.
Opo, go ahead.
Okay. Gusto ko lang po tanungin kung you believe that to be proper, no? Or is it a violation of the franchise, which limits the channels to free TV only?
Mr. Chair, may I answer the question?
Yes, Mr. Katigbak, please go ahead.
Sir, the channels continue to be free po. We do not charge any monthly fees for the receipt of those channels po.
Okay. Maraming salamat po sa inyong mga sagot. Mr. Chair, as I've said in my latest manifestation before the plenary House debate on ABS-CBN Provisional Authority to operate, which is House Bill 6732, and I said, and I quote, if ABS-CBN is eventually allowed by this august body to operate for another 25 years, my humble request as a father, a Filipino, and a preacher that their programs be more family-oriented. And because of this, Mr. Chair, that I would like to reserve the right to be able to ask questions on their programming.
Yes, the Honorable Minority Leader, at the proper time. Yes.
After the PDR,
yes, the Honorable Minority Leader, there will be a time when we look into the programming of the ABS-CBN, and of course, you will be one of the first who will be asking questions on this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Maraming
Mr.
salamat
Chairman.
po. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minority Floor Leader, and also on the question of the black box, there will be a time for that. And again, as Minority Floor Leader, as you well know, you are always the first to be recognized. The Honorable Bersaga is recognized.
Just a point of reminder and clarification. In order that we could have a systematic and orderly discussion, we have agreed before that we have to discuss first the constitutional issues. And finally, once the discussion on constitutional issues have already been completed, that would be the time that we discuss the main issue, whether or not ABS-CBN has violated the franchise issued by Congress. And the interpellation of our dear colleague, Congressman Abante, that will be the proper time to ask about the TV Plus.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
The Honorable Bersaga is correct. As agreed by the committee, we will first look into the constitutional issues. We have already gone through the citizenship. The second, now we are on the rounds of discussing the PDRs. We will be discussing the 50-year limitation, as this was raised in the past, after which we will be looking into the tax issues, labor issues, political intervention, and so on and so forth. The Honorable Bersaga, your point of clarification and explanation is duly noted. Salamat po. The next to interpolate, the Honorable Chairman, I think she is still on, he's still on Zoom.
Thank you, Congressman Mike Defensor. Next to interpolate, Congressman Mikey Arroyo.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, may I request that the President of ABS-CBN, my esteemed batchmate, answer my questions. It's just a matter of, these are policy questions and factual questions. But of course, when the questions touch on legality, of course, I'm sure you can ask your lawyers. Much have been discussed about the holdings and the corporate structure of ABS-CBN. So I will not touch on those things. So we won't be repetitious. I just want to retouch on the PDRs because I'm really confused about the financial benefits of the PDR holder, if that's okay with you. I know it has been asked several times, but I'm still not clarified about this issue. So for example, Carlo, how did you convince the buyer, or how are the buyers, the investors convinced to purchase these PDRs? I'm sure you promised them a certain rate of return. I'm sure you said that it will be a good investment for you. Because apparently they cannot vote anyway. So what was the pitch you gave them?
Mr. Chair, I will answer to the best of my knowledge. I was not present during the original issuance.
It's just a factual question, just a policy question.
To an investor po, the value of the PDR is attached to the value of the underlying share. And so an investor in the PDR benefits if the value of the underlying share or if the performance of the company is successful, but he also takes a loss if the underlying share devalues or if the performance of the company is poor.
Okay, so, because I believe you, sorry, you were still talking, I'm sorry.
So a PDR holder makes an investment presumably with the goal of generating a capital gain on the sale of his PDR, which will happen if the performance of the underlying share is good. Okay,
because I believe you gave a share of, was it 14.4590, or was it close to 46 pesos, right, per share?
Yes, po.
Okay. So I'm sure you said that, look, it's going to be a good investment, though you cannot vote, correct?
That's right.
I'm sure you were very transparent in your dealings with the public. So, of course, if I was the prospective PDR buyer, I would have questions I would want to ask. For example, I will ask you, so ABS-CBN, in totality, how much are the PDRs? How much worth will the PDRs be in totality? I don't know. For the record, how much are those worth, everything, the PDRs? At 123 million plus shares plus times 46, right? Something like that.
Sorry, I don't have the exact number.
Anyway, are you aware if there were bulk buyers?
Yes.
They were bulk buyers for sure, right?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
What was the biggest bulk buyer, to your knowledge? How much was the biggest bulk buyer?
We don't have.
Please take your time.
Mr. Chair, we would have to go back to the records in 1999.
Okay.
We don't have
Okay. So anyway, just for the sake of policy, for example, let's give is it okay if we play with a certain number? Just for the sake of making things clear, assuming Congressman Remulla, former Congressman Suplico, and Congressman Beniabante, assuming we put up money together, assuming we and our friends that time, we will buy, assuming worth 5 billion pesos worth of PDRs. So we'll say, Mr. ABS-CBN, we have 5 billion worth of shares. We have 5 billion pesos worth. Can we buy PDRs worth 5 billion, I'm sure you would say, okay, sure, because that time you were trying to raise money because that this reason for the PDR system, correct?
Sorry, your question, Mr. Chair?
For example, during that time you were trying to raise money, right? That's why the PDR system came about. I don't want to touch on its legality because it is a question of law which is brought to the Supreme Court right now, if I'm not mistaken. So, for example, assuming a group led by Congressman Benny Abante says, Carlo, we have here 5 billion pesos. We want to buy, we're a group, we'll buy 5 billion worth of PDRs. Of course, we would have said, oh, good, at least that's a headache. That's 5 billion worth less worth of a headache, correct? And then you would say, but you can't vote, okay? You're only allowed, your only benefit will be the financial consideration, the dividends or the
appreciation,
whatever, right? The rights, the financial benefits. So what I'm trying to say is that you mean to tell me a 5 billion bulk buyer will put money there without a shadow of any influence in your management?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So the gain that the PDR holder hopes to capture is not just on the cash payout. It's really more on the capital appreciation of the PDR.
Okay.
So hopefully, in your example, Mr. Chair, if you had subscribed to 5 million worth of PDRs and the company performed very well, then hypothetically again, that 5 million could be worth 6 million, in which case you would have taken a 20% capital gain.
So these bulk buyers, they jumped into the system without knowing that they will not have any iota of influence.
That's right, Mr. Chair.
That's a very good pitch, huh? So they bought into that without knowing that no matter how much money I will give you, I cannot influence the company whatsoever.
Mr. Chair, knowing full well that when they bought the PDR...
Okay, because I'm sure you told them that they cannot vote.
It's contained in the prospectus, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So,
yes.
For example, are you aware of do you play golf, classmate? You play golf?
Not very well, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Anyway, in golf courses or in clubs, there are what you call just playing rights. They don't really, technically they don't own a share of the property. They don't vote, but they can play there. Are you aware of that?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Is that similar to the PDRs or is it too far?
I would say a little different because playing rights allow you the use of the facility, but you have no financial gain in your playing rights.
But the point I'm trying to fathom is that if I were to give 5 billion worth of my hard-earned money and my friend's money, and I cannot influence even just a little bit, that would be very hard for me to do. But anyway, that's I guess you told them that from the very beginning that they cannot influence anyway, they cannot even vote. Because, you know, in the playing rights, they can't vote, but they can certainly influence the policymakers there. They can try, right? They can try to influence the policymaker because they're already inside the system. But as you say, this is very different from the PDRs, right?
Yeah, it's different, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Okay, because anyway, the issue here I'm trying to see if I put in so much money into the system, I would like to have some sort of influence in the management That is my question anyway. Since you say that there's really no influence, then so be it. So thank you very much, Mr. Katigbak. Thank you very much, Ma'am Del Castillo. Thank you so much. You know, you explained the way you explained it. At least our legislators were able to ask about ABS-CBN Holdings, Lopez Incorporation, and we saw how these corporations are tied together or not tied together. So anyway, thank you very much. If there's, I don't know, there are other legislators who want to ask more questions. So, Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Congressman Arroyo. Next to interpolate, Deputy Majority Leader Boying Remulla.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Meron po tayong ABS-CBN Corporation at meron po tayong PDRs na may humahawak po ng PDRs. Sa pagitan po nila ay meron pong ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation. Tama ba po yan?
Tama po.
Kaya po hindi may-ari ng PDR, ang may-ari ng PDR ay walang relasyon sa ABS-CBN Corporation ay dahil pumapagitna po ang ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation.
Yeah, wala po silang direct link to
Walang
ABS-CBN.
direct link, pero indirectly meron po.
Wala din po, kasi contractual po ang PDR.
Sige ho, ito na lang. Ano po, meron ba hong cross-ownership ang ABS-CBN Corporation at ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation?
Shareholder po ng ABS-CBN Broadcasting ang ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation.
So, ang may-ari ng ABS-CBN ay, ang ABS-CBN Holdings po ay pag-aari talaga ng ABS-CBN Corporation.
Baligtad po, yung ABS-CBN Holdings po ang nagmamay-ari ng certain shares ng ABS-CBN Broadcasting.
Kaya ang ABS-CBN Holdings ay pwedeng magsabi sa ABS-CBN kung ano ang dapat gawin kung may problema ang kumpanya. Yun po ang sinasabi nyo.
Totoo po, kasi shareholder po siya at may shareholder rights po siya.
Ang tawag po dito sa batas, layering. Ito ba maling term o tamang term? Tama ho tang termino ang layering o maling term ang layering? Layering.
Hindi po siya layering kasi po wala naman pong ownership ang PDR holders sa ABS-CBN Holdings. Sila lang po ay bumili ng
Namamagitan. May namamagitan. Sa gitna nila, meron pong nakabalandra na hindi pwede mag-usap diretso ang PDR at ang ABS-CBN Corporation. Tama ho yun?
Opo.
Ngayon, ang PDR, bawat PDR meron pong share. Ito'y tinanong kanina, lilinawin ko lang po. No? Sa bawat PDR, merong isang share of stock ang ABS-CBN Corporation. Tama ba ho yun?
Opo. Yun po ang security ng PDR holders.
Kanina, binanggit nyo sa amin ang notion, ang ideya ng full beneficial ownership na naroon sa ating Securities Regulation Code sa ating batas. Yung full beneficial ownership, ang sinasabi, hindi ka lang bumoboto, ikaw rin ang nagmamay-ari ng, sa iyo rin pupunta lahat ng kita, dividendo, at pwede mong ibenta yung iyong share of stock anytime. Tama ba ho yun?
Yung dividendo po, hindi...
Hindi dividendo. Ang tinatanong ko ho, yung pag-aari po ng isang tao ng share of stock, full beneficial ownership, ang ibig sabihin nun, pwede niyang ibenta at pwede siyang kumuha ng kita. Tama ba ho yun?
Opo.
Ngayon, ang may-ari po ng PDR, sa likod po ng bawat PDR, isang share of stock.
Yun po ang...
Nasa pangalan po ang share of stock ng Lopez Holding, ng
ABS-CBN Holdings.
ABS-CBN Holdings. Siya po ang owner of record ng share of stock.
Opo.
Ngayon, pwede ba kung ibenta ng ABS-CBN Holdings yung share of stock na nakalakip sa PDR?
Hindi po, kasi po naka-pledge po siya.
Oho. Pwede lang ho siya ibenta pag inutos ng may-ari ng PDR at siya ay Pilipino man o dayuhan, gusto nilang perahin, pwede ho nilang utusan ang holdings, ang issuer, na ibenta ang shares of stock. Tama ho yun?
Opo, one of his rights po is to cause the sale.
So pag ganun po, ang ibig sabihin, nawala na po ang poder ng ABS-CBN Holdings sa kanyang share of stock kasi nakasangla doon ang pwede na mag-utos yung PDR holder na ibenta ang share of stock.
Ganun na din po ang nangyayari.
Ayun lalabas, no? Ngayon, kapag ang kita may dividendo, ang retained earnings, dineclare po ang dividendo ng ABS-CBN Corporation. Saan po pupunta ang dividendo?
Sa ABS-CBN Holdings po.
Ito po yung sa PDR, pinag-uusapan natin, no? Ito, pinag-uusapan po natin to sa ideya na meron pong PDR.
Oo. Pero ang ABS-CBN Broadcasting po, ang binibigyan lang niyan dividendo, yung kanya lang mga shareholders.
Bibigyan ng dividendo ang shareholder. Kaya on record, ang may-ari na share, ABS-CBN Holdings, nakuha niya ang dividendo.
Opo.
At may PDR sa likod. Ang sabi ng ABS-CBN Holdings, gusto ko gastusin yung pera. Kumita, nasa pangalan ko yan. Pwede ba niyang gawin yun?
Pwede po, kasi kanya po yung pera, pero he entered po into a contractual
Pero
agreement.
ihinantrata na ang perang yon ay pupunta sa PDR owner, menos lang ang kita at kaltas na lumalaban na nakikitain ng ABS-CBN Corporation. Holdings.
Opo, kasi po yun ang kanyang contractual commitment. Pero hindi po lahat dahil yung kanya pong expenses at yung kanyang mga gastusin at mga kailangan ay kailangan munang mauna.
Magkano po, ilang porsyento po ang lumalabas na expenses o kaya gastos pagka nagbenta ang isang may-ari ng PDR para makuha niya ang kita na dividendo na nanggaling sa ABS-CBN Corporation?
Depende po yan kasi hindi naman ho pare-pareho. Meron pong mga commissions at meron pong ibang expenses.
Ang nakukuha po nila, nakukuha nilang pera, ay nanggaling po sa dividendo. Tama ho yun?
Ganon din po yun kasi nga po, it's a holding company. Yun po ang source ng income ng holding company.
Ang ideya po ng PDR sa ibang bansa, diretsyong kumikita ng dividendo ang may hawak ng PDR. Tama ba ho yun?
Hindi ko po masasagot yun kasi jurisdiction po nila yun.
Pero pagka binasa po natin ang mga pangyayari sa ibang bansa, tinignan natin ang definisyon ng PDR, kahit saan sa mundo, ang definisyon, ang kumikita na dividendo ay ang PDR. Sa ibang bansa po.
As I said po, laws and jurisdiction yan ng ibang country. Philippine lawyer lang po ako.
Let us take judicial notice of that, Mr. Chairman, kasi mahalaga na makita natin ang pagkagawa ng PDR na to. Kaya, ang kinikita ng isang PDR ay nanggaling sa dividendo, dumadaan muna sa ABS-CBN Holdings, kinakaltasan, pupunta ngayon sa may-ari ng PDR. Tama ho yun?
Opo.
Magkano ho yung kaltas? Ilang porsyento po ang kaltas? Porsyento ba ho ito? Paano ba ho kinocompute ang kaltas sa kita ng isang share of stock pinanggaling sa ABS-CBN Corporation, hinawakan ng ABS-CBN Holdings at bibigay yung kita sa pangatlo, sa PDR holder? Magkano po, ilang porsyento ang kinakaltas ng ABS-CBN Holdings?
Mr. Chairman, hindi ko ma-compute yung porsyento dahil depende ho yung sa expenses ng ABS Holdings.
Sige ho, magbigay kayo sa akin ng ano. Sabihin natin, may nagbenta ho kahapon ng ABS-CBN PDR.
For example ho,
sabihin nyo sa amin kung magkano nabenta at magkano nakaltas at magkano nakuha o makukuha na may hawak ng PDR.
Kagaya ng sinabi ko nung March 23, 2017, ang declaration of dividends ng ABS Corporation is 1 peso and 4 centavos. Pagkakaltaso ng mga, pumunta sa ABS Holdings. Nagkaltaso ng expenses ang ABS Holdings at ang kanyang dinistribute sa PDR holders ay 1.0281. So 1.04 to 1.0281. Nag-iiba ho yan taon-taon. Nung March...
So 0.12 ang nawala.
Mga 1.12 centavos. 0.12 centavos.
Bale, 10% po ang nababawas kung susumahin po natin.
10%. Mga 10%. 10%. Then March 22, 2018, ang dividends na nakuha ko dineclare ng ABS Corporation is 92 centavos. Ang nakuha ko ng PDR holders after deducting all the expenses is 0.8849. Then March 27, 2019, 92 centavos so in dividends ng ABS-CBN, Mr. Chairman, and then what was distributed by ABS Holdings is 0.8849. So mga 4 centavos.
Sabihin, yung nakukuha ng PDR nanggaling sa dividendo, kaya lang hinawakan muna ng ABS-CBN Holdings kasi bawal humawak ng shares of stock ang banyagang tao.
Mr. Chairman, hinawakan ho ng ABS Holdings dahil siya ho yung stockholder ng ABS-CBN Corporation.
Kasi hindi nga pwede ilipat, di ba? Hindi pwede ilipat kung ito po ay so hinawakan niya kasi siya po ang stockholder on record, pero hindi niya pwedeng ibenta dahil naka-pledge sa PDR. Bale, ang PDR po ay merong lien. May lien po siya, tama ho yun, sa share of stock ng ABS-CBN.
Naka-pledge po siya.
Naka-pledge po yan. Kaya ibig sabihin, meron silang interest sa share of stock ng ABS-CBN Corporation.
May security interest, may...
Security ba siya o pagbabawal lang na galawin niya o na hindi niya lang pwedeng hawakan na share dahil siya ay banyaga?
Ang PDRs po ay binenta, hindi lamang po sa mga banyaga. Pare-parehas po yan. So kahit po Pilipino, ganun
Pilipino
po ang
naman,
proseso.
dumating ho tayo sa Pilipino. Ang Pilipino, pwede ho siyang may-ari na share, di ba?
Opo.
Pero ganito na lang ho, ang presyo ho ng share of stock at ang presyo ng PDR, gaano kalayo silang dalawa?
That's market po eh.
Pakiulit ho yung question.
Ano ang pagkakaiba ng presyo ng PDR at ang presyo ng isang share of stock?
Nag-iiba ho yan araw-araw.
Pero sabihin natin, sa araw na ito, magkano ang PDR at magkano ang share of stock?
Reminder lang from the chair na 5 minutes na po, so i-wrap up na po natin, Kongboy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to finish the questioning on this matter.
I don't have that information, Mr. Chairman, right now.
Move to suspend, Mr. Chairman.
Hearing suspended.
Forget the answer of the price. It's market. Turn off your thing.
Hearing resumed.
So ngayong araw po, 15 pesos at 66 sentimo ang isang ABS-CBN share at 15 pesos ang isang PDR. Ang pagkakaalam, iba lang ho nila, kaltas.
Hindi, Mr. Chairman, hindi ho yata kaltas ang pagkakaiba dahil it's a market price. It means that market forces ho nagdedetermine ng price.
Pero hindi ho nagkakalayo ang presyo.
Hindi po nagkakalayo.
Sapagkat isa lang ang pinanggagalingan nila. Tama ho yun.
Dahil ho, yung isa ho is a derivative of the share. And the value of a derivative depends on the performance of the underlying
Ibig
share.
sabihin, financial derivative lang ang PDR na isang share of stock.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Kaya ang ibig sabihin, pag financial derivative ang PDR na isang share of stock, halos ikaw ang may-ari kaya lang hindi ka nakarehistro.
Hindi po ganun ang konsepto nun kasi hindi po siya nagmamay-ari ng shares. It's a financial instrument po.
Malinaw na ho yun. Kasi nga, kaya nagsinimulan ko po ang aking tanong sa layering. Layering po. Kasi alam naman natin, tayo mga abogado rin po ako eh. Naintindihan ko po yung ginagawa ng mga abogado eh. Tinanong ho kayo ng inyong kliyente, paano ba kami makakapagbenta nito sa open market? At ang sabi naman natin sa kliyente natin, ito ang paraan. Kaya lang, siyempre may risk yan. Yan lang po, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po.
Thank you, Congressman Limurlia.
Thank you, Kong Poing. Ang next mag-interpellate ay si Congressman Edsel Lagman. At para sa informasyon ng ating mga members, binigay po ni Congressman Kit Belmonte at Congressman Paduano ang kanilang oras para kay Congressman Lagman. Congressman Lagman, you have a total of 15 minutes. You may have the floor now.
Okay.
Hello.
Pwede na po.
Thank you, Joint Chairman, and thank you to Congressman Kit Belmonte and Congressman Paduano for giving to me the respective times. These questions may be answered by any of the resource persons of ABS-CBN Corporation and ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation. Can I proceed, Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, can I proceed?
Yes, Congressman Lagman, you have the floor.
The issuance of a depository receipt known as American Depository Receipts has been a corporate practice in the United States since the 1920s or a century ago. Do you confirm this? This can be answered by any of the resource persons of ABS-CBN Corporation or ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation.
Mr. Chair, tama po yun.
There are also counterparts in Europe known as European Deposit Receipts. Is this correct?
That's correct.
And the reason or purpose for this practice or issuance of depository receipts is to secure investment, not capital infusion or transfer of corporate ownership. Is this also correct?
That's correct.
In the Philippines, what triggered the issuance of PDRs?
Mr. Chair, as explained earlier by Dean Del Castillo, the first PDRs were issued during a time of financial crisis. And the PDRs allowed access to foreign investors for certain Philippine enterprises which were otherwise restricted. So the PDRs allowed foreigners an economic interest only in certain Philippine investments that they would not have otherwise been allowed to directly invest in.
That is correct. That was already mentioned previously by Attorney Del Castillo. And this practice of PDRs in the Philippines, just to restate, was the effect of the 1997 Asian financial crisis, because the traditional sources of financing or investments had been eroded. So much so there was a need to attract investors not only from the Philippines but other countries. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I am informed that in 1988, PLDT issued similar instruments known as Global Depository Receipts and later as American Depository Receipts, because the majority of the investors came from the United States or were foreigners. Is this correct?
That's correct.
Consequently, the issuance of Philippine Deposit Receipts or PDRs is not an innovation made by ABS-CBN. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In other words, this is an established corporate practice after the 1997 Asian financial crisis, so much so that other media networks are likewise issuing their own PDRs. Is this correct?
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
This is known as Philippine Deposit Receipts. Why is it called deposit? What is deposited?
The underlying shares are deposited with a depositary and located in the Philippines.
It is my understanding that a Philippine deposit receipt is an investment instrument that allows the public to invest in the performance of ABS-CBN in the stock exchange. PDRs give the holder the right to receive dividends, or what is called cash distribution from the issuer, and the right to convert the PDRs to shares of the stock, but only if or C is qualified. Is this also correct?
Your Honor, if I could clarify, the PDR holders do not have a right to the dividends. The dividends belong to ABS-CBN Holdings, but the PDR holders have a right to cash distributions arising from the receipt of the payments of the dividends.
Okay, so these cash distributions are derivative or derived from dividends received by the issuer after deducting the cost of operation and other expenses. Is that correct?
Opo, that's correct, Your Honor.
In other words, a PDR is an instrument of investment, not an evidence of corporate ownership. Do you confirm that?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And in fact, Your Honor, that's specifically written in the PSA rules that they are not evidence of ownership.
I will go to that. We will have to cite the necessary documents. Section 11(1) of Article 16 of the Constitution provides that, and I quote, the ownership and management, underscoring ownership and management of mass media shall be limited to citizens of the Philippines or to corporations, cooperatives, or associations fully owned and managed by such citizens. Under this provision, the 100% Filipino requirement refers to 1, ownership, and 2, management of mass media. Is this correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
PDRs are not invested with or entitled of voting rights and full beneficial ownership. Is that correct?
That's correct. They are only entitled to cash distributions and the proceeds of the sale. All other rights of a stockholder belong to the PDR issuer.
Consequently, PDR holders are not owners of ABS-CBN, and they do not participate in the management of ABS-CBN. Is that correct?
That's exactly correct, Your Honor.
So, the issuance of PDRs is completely legal and constitutional. And there is no circumvention of the requirement of 100% Filipino ownership and management of mass media. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. The SEC has approved all issuances of PDRs of ABS-CBN.
And a PDR is not equivalent to a shareholding. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is the issuance of a PDR akin to a pledge?
Not exactly, Your Honor, but the issuance of a PDR represents a contractual obligation to deliver cash distributions arising from the underlying shares. That contractual obligation is secured by a pledge over the underlying shares.
So it is a pledge. And then we all know that in a contract of pledge, the ownership of the property or asset pledge is still the pledgor and not the pledgee. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. The pledgor, ABS-CBN Holdings, continues to enjoy all the rights and privileges of the ownership of the shares.
In the case of PDRs, where the underlying shares are those of ABS-CBN Corporation, who is in fact the issuer of the PDRs?
The issuer is ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation, who is the stockholder of ABS-CBN Corporation.
Then what is the relation of ABS-CBN Corporation to ABS-CBN Holding Corporation with respect to the issuance of PDRs?
There is no there's no contractual or other relationship between the PDR holders and ABS-CBN Corporation. The PDR holders only have a contractual relationship with ABS-CBN Holdings, who is the issuer of the PDRs.
The ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation is the assignee of shares of stocks of ABS-CBN Corporation, which it is liable to pay subsequently. May we know who is or who are the assigners of the shares of stock?
Your Honor, just to clarify, the question is in whose name the shares of stock are issued?
That is not the question. The question is, ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation is the assignee of shares of stocks of ABS-CBN Corporation. If there is an assignee, who is the assigner?
Your Honor, there is no assignment of shares that take place in the structure because the ownership remains with ABS-CBN Holdings. Those shares have not been assigned they have only been used to secure its obligations under the PDR instrument.
Look, how was ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation able to acquire shares of the stocks of ABS-CBN Corporation over which it constituted the PDRs?
As explained earlier, Your Honor, they were bought by ABS-CBN Holdings Inc. from Lopez Inc.
Can you please repeat that answer?
The shares that are owned by ABS-CBN Holdings and used as underlying shares for the PDRs were bought by ABS-CBN Holdings from Lopez Inc.
Were what? I didn't
Lopez
get that.
Inc. po. Secondary sale po ito. They were bought by the issuer from another shareholder of ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation.
You know, shares are transferred either as direct sale or assignment of shares subject to payment of the costs. And under what mode did ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation acquire these ABS-CBN Corporation shares of stock?
Mr. Chairman, in 1999, Lopez Inc. assigned some of its shares to ABS Holdings Corporation. And this was booked as a liability from Lopez Inc.
I think that is the correct answer. These shares were assigned by Lopez Corporation to ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation. And these assigned shares were constituted by ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation as PDRs. Now, I am informed that ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation has a small authorized capital stock. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Under this circumstance, is there any prohibition that the ABS-CBN Holding Corporation cannot receive assignments of ABS-CBN Corporation's stock subject to the liability to pay?
Mr. Chairman, there is none.
There is none. As an assigning of the shares of ABS-CBN Corporation, is there any prohibition that ABS-CBN Holdings cannot constitute PDRs over the said assigned shares?
There is none, Mr. Chairman.
Are PDRs considered securities?
Yes, Your Honor.
Before ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation issued Philippine deposit receipts, did it secure the permit of the Securities Exchange Commission considering that PDRs are securities?
Yes, Your Honor. They were all approved by the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Can you furnish the joint committees with a copy of that permit, which is denominated as, I quote, Certificate of Permit to Offer Securities for Sale, unquote, which more particularly reads, and I quote, this is to certify that from the date hereof, the securities of ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation, consisting of up to 272 million shares, Philippine depository receipts, have been registered and may now be issued subject to further orders of the Securities and Exchange Commission, and this is dated 4th of October 1991, signed Linda A. Nagoang, officer in charge of the Securities and Exchange Commission. Do you have a copy of that permit?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and we have submitted a copy of that certificate of registration to the honorable committees.
May I request, Joint Chairman, for the production of that certificate of permit, and that the committee secretary of the Committee of Legislative Franchises be requested to mark the same as Annex A, ABS-CBN, open parenthesis, Philippine Depository Receipts, close parenthesis, for purposes of record.
Comsec, you're instructed to take note of the request of Congressman Lagman.
In this permit, there is reference to 272 million Philippine deposit receipts. Are these the PDRs which the SEC permitted ABS-CBN's holding to issue?
Yes, Your Honor.
In this permit, there is a colatilia reading, I quote, subject to further orders of the Securities and Exchange Commission. May we know whether there were further orders from the Securities and Exchange Commission on this matter?
There are none, Your Honor.
Was there a subsequent permit granted to ABS-CBN Holdings by the Securities and Exchange Commission with respect to PDRs?
Yes, Your Honor. In 2013, there was a certificate of permit issued by the SEC.
Is that the certificate of permit to offer securities for sale dated January 7, 2014, signed on behalf of the Securities Exchange Commission by Director Vicente Graciano Felizmino Jr.?
Yes, sir.
May I request, Joint Chairman, that this certificate of permit dated January 7, 2014 be marked by the committee secretary as Exhibit A-1 ABS-CBN PDR.
The committee secretary is hereby directed to do the markings for Representative Lagman and this committee.
This certificate of permit, which we requested to be marked as Exhibit A-1, refers to 57,836,900 PDRs. To what does this figure refer to?
Mr. Chairman, can the question be repeated?
This certificate of permit, which we requested to be marked as Exhibit A-1 ABS-CBN, refers to 57,836,900 PDRs. Are these the PDRs which were authorized to be issued as PDRs?
Yes, Your Honor.
Were there other orders issued by the Securities and Exchange Commission with respect to this certificate of permit to offer securities for sale dated January 7, 2014?
There are none, Your Honor.
Do you have a copy of the document entitled, quote, Philippine Deposit Receipt Instrument?
Yes, Your Honor.
Does this Philippine Deposit Receipt Instrument provide for the pertinent conditions and limitations relative to the issuance of ABS-CBN of Philippine holdings of Philippine Deposit Receipts?
Yes, Your Honor.
On page 6 of this instrument, under the caption, quote, ownership of shares and voting rights, unquote, the following are provided. Quote, 4.1, pending exercise of the PDRs, subject as described below, the shares deliverable on exercise of PDRs shall be owned by and registered in the name of the issuer. And it is further provided that, and I quote, 4.3, neither the security agent nor any holder shall have voting rights with respect to the shares until an exercise of a PDR, the issuer as owner of shares underlying the relevant PDR will retain and exercise such voting rights relative to such shares. Do you confirm this?
I confirm, Your Honor.
And let me ask again whether the issuer here is the ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Condition number 0.3 in this instrument provides that, and I quote, however, that if the person to whom shares are to be delivered upon exercise of a PDR is not a person to whom delivery of the shares is permitted under Philippine law, and certification that such person is permitted under Philippine law to own the shares is not obtained, the holder hereby irrevocably authorizes the issuer and the PDR agent to, and issuer shall, A, deliver the shares to an eligible broker together with an irrevocable instruction to effect the sale of the shares in the open market, and B, remit the net proceeds of such sale to or to the order of the holder in accordance with the exercise notice. Do you confirm this stipulation or condition in the instrument?
I confirm, Mr. Chairman.
Joint Chairman, may I request that the Philippine Deposit Receipt Instrument previously identified by the resource person be marked as Exhibit B, thus ABS-CBN, enclosed in parentheses PDR, and condition 4 be bracketed, including 4.1 and 4.3, and the same be marked as Exhibit B-1, ABS-CBN PDR, and the portion of condition 5.3 from however to exercise notice be bracketed and marked as Exhibit B-2, ABS-CBN PDR.
The committee secretary is directed to do so.
To whom does the condition, I quote, not a person to whom delivery of the share is permitted under Philippine law, refer to?
Mr. Chairman, this refer to non-Filipino citizens.
Or it refers to an alien or a foreigner who is not qualified under the Constitution and our laws to own shares in ABS-CBN. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Can you present a sample copy of a Philippine Deposit Receipt Certificate?
Mr. Chairman, we already submitted a sample copy of a certificate representing a PDR.
May I request, Joint Chairman, that the sample copy of the Philippine Deposit Receipt Certificate be marked as Exhibit C, ABS-CBN PDR.
The committee secretary is directed to do so.
This sample Philippine Deposit Receipt Certificate provides that, and I quote, the PDR represented by this certificate does not, all caps, not represent shares of stock, but only confers a right to the delivery or sale of existing shares of stock of ABS-CBN Broadcast Corporation issued by the issuer under the terms and conditions stated therein and in the PDR instrument. Do you confirm this?
I confirm, Mr. Chairman.
May I request, Joint Chairman, that the said proviso reading, quote, the PDR represented by this certificate does not represent shares in stock, but only confers a right to the delivery or sale of existing shares of stock of ABS-CBN Corporation, Broadcasting Corporation, issued by the issuer under the terms and conditions stated therein and in the PDR instrument in the sample Philippine deposit receipt certificate be marked as Exhibit C-1 ABS-CBN PDR. May I request for a ruling of the Joint Chairman on the marking?
The committee secretary is directed to do so.
Has there been a PDR issued to a foreigner who has opted to convert his PDR to shares of stock of ABS-CBN Corporation, and the same has been converted in his name?
Yes, Your Honor.
Beg your pardon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let me repeat my question. Has there been a PDR issued to a foreigner who has opted to convert his PDR to shares of stocks of ABS-CBN Corporation, and the same has been converted in his name?
Attorney, lilinawin ko lang po, ang tanong po ni Congressman Lagman ay kung naipapangalan ba yung PDR doon sa foreigner.
No, hindi po PDR, Mr. Chairman. Yung pag nag-opt yung holder ng PDR to convert his shares, his PDR to shares of stock, meron bang nangyari na itong shares of stock ay linagay sa pangalan ng foreigner?
Hindi, wala po.
ABS-CBN.
Wala po. Sorry, Your Honor.
Is it possible for a foreigner who holds a PDR to exercise the option to convert his PDR to shares of stocks of ABS-CBN Corporation, and the conversion is registered in the name of said foreigner?
Hindi po, hindi po papayagan yan.
And you are assuring the joint committees under oath that this has never happened?
Yes, Your Honor.
That no PDR has been converted into shares of the stocks of ABS-CBN Corporation in the name of a foreigner?
Yes, Your Honor.
In other words, the issuance of a PDR to a foreign investor does not dilute the 100% Filipino ownership and management of ABS-CBN Corporation. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, are you aware of the case of Gamboa versus Tebes, GR number 176579, October 9, 2012?
Yes, Your Honor.
And in this case, the Supreme Court ruled that, and I quote, full beneficial ownership of the stocks coupled with appropriate voting rights is essential. Capital in Section 11, Article 12 of the 1987 Constitution refers to shares with voting rights as well as with full beneficial ownership. This is precisely because the right to vote in the election of directors coupled with full beneficial ownership of stock translate to effective control of a corporation. This decision is descriptive of the real essence of a PDR because it does not entitle the holder to voting rights and full beneficial ownership. Do you agree to this?
I agree, Your Honor.
remember, this decision was an interpretation of the extent of Filipino capital as mentioned in Section 11, Article 12 of the 1947 Constitution. By parity of reasoning and logic, can this decision in Gamboa versus Tebes be applied to Section 11.1 of Article 16 of the Philippine Constitution requiring 100% Filipino ownership and management of mass media? May we know whether this is right?
Yeah, the existing cases po all refer to partly nationalized industries such as telecommunications and real estate. We don't know of anyone that involves mass media except the one that's currently pending today, for which there has been no final decision yet.
But by parity of reasoning, this can be applied to the 100% ownership and management of mass media.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Consequently, the issuance of ABS-CBN holdings of Philippine deposit receipts does not violate the 100% Filipino ownership and management of mass media as mandated by Section 11.1 of Article 16 of the Constitution, since no voting rights are transferred to the PDR holder and the latter does not enjoy full beneficial ownership. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, as we have explained earlier.
John Chairman, thank you for this opportunity to interpolate. I have ended my interpolation. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Lagman. Next on the list, Congressman Alfredo Garbin. Also, the Chair would like to take note that binigay din ni Congresswoman BH ang kanyang time kay Cong Garbin. Cong Garbin, you have 10 minutes.
Salamat ho. Can you hear me now, Chair?
Please proceed, malinaw.
Salamat ho, Mr. Chair. Yung aking mga katanungan ay i-address ko ho sa Securities and Exchange Commission bilang the regulatory body who determine whether ABS-CBN, the applicant, has complied with all the requirements in the issuance of PDRs and if it is within the bounds of the law. So kung nandyan pa ho si Commissioner Amatong, please answer ang aking mga katanungan.
Nandyan pa.
Commissioner Amatong.
They're here, Your Honor.
Yeah, gusto kong umpisan yung aking pananalita sa pagbigay ng definition. Gaya ho ni Congressman Mike Defensor, gusto ko nga ho sana gamitin yung definition that was provided by Congressman Mike Defensor, but I cannot see the authority or the source of which it was based. And so, minarapat ko na lang po na gamitin yung definition na provided by the Philippine Stock Exchange under their website. Let me start by saying that the definition of PDR, according to the PSE, is a security which grants the holder the right to the delivery of sale of the underlying share. A PDR consists of a deposit price and an option price which is considered as payment when the buyer opts to exercise his option of converting said PDRs to a corporation's share. PDRs are not evidence for statements nor certificates of ownership of a corporation. However, each PDR represents a share even in a restricted company, or when bought by a foreign entity, gives the buyer the right to all the dividends due the shares of stocks acquired. At tanong ko, Commissioner Amatong, do you agree with that recitations of that definition as provided by the Philippine Stock Exchange?
Your Honor, I believe that is a general description of what a Philippine depository receipt is, but I would also Your Honor, that you would have to look at the actual terms and conditions of each Philippine depository receipt in order to determine the true character of the depository receipt.
Well, speaking of the true character of the PDR receipts, let me invite you on the important provisions of the PDR instrument submitted to you by the ABS-CBN Holdings. Tama po ba ako ng lahat ng PDR instrument nila ay sinusumiti sa inyo?
Tama po, sa pagkakaalam po namin, nag-submit po sila in 1999 and 2013.
So in 1999 and 2013, can you please, explain to us or exhibit to us the important provisions of the PDRs submitted, of the PDR instrument submitted to you by ABS-CBN Holdings?
Your Honor, in order to expedite matters, if it's all right with you, the description made by Dean Del Castillo earlier this afternoon is a fair representation of the representations that were made to us in 1999 and 2013. Ang ano lang po namin, the only caveats that we can add to that is that the actual operationalization or implementation of how the PDRs were sold, hindi na po namin na-verify yan. And I think those details were already propounded upon or explained by ABS-CBN in their answers to the questions today. At the same time, meron pong mga binanggit si Dean Del Castillo with respect to the rulings in Gamboa versus Teves and Roy versus Herbosa. We would just like to emphasize, Your Honor, that, and I think Dean Del Castillo has also stated this, those rulings did not deal with PDRs. And did not
Well, I totally agree, because that basically deals with a public utility on a shares of stock entitled to vote in the elections of directors. But in parity, as Congressman said, that it could just be applied when it comes to the interpretation of control and ownership of a share in a particular corporation. Tama ho ba?
Your Honor, those are the very questions that are now pending before the Supreme Court in the case that has been raised by the Office of the Solicitor General. So we are awaiting kung ano po ang magiging ruling ng Supreme Court on those questions.
Now, to go back to the important provisions on the character of the PDR instrument, let me just say that under the instrument submitted to your office by the ABS-CBN Holdings, ang sabi sa isang provision ay the ABS-CBN Holdings shall be the registered and beneficial owner of the 272 million common shares in the capital stock of ABS-CBN with a par value of 1 peso per share. Tama ho ba?
Tama po yun.
And the PDRs shall be issued and shall be lodged in the PCD system. Tama po ba?
Tama po yun.
The shares deliverable on the exercise of the PDR shall be owned and registered in the name of the issuer.
Yan po ang representation po sa amin. Tama po yun.
Neither the security agent nor the holder shall have the voting rights with respect to the shares. Tama po ba?
Tama po. Yan po ang representation sa amin. Tama po.
And the rights of the holder is the delivery of the shares or sale and payment to the holder of the net proceeds from the sale. Tama po ba?
Tama po yun. Yan po ang representation sa amin.
Cash distribution also. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
So these are the important provisions that are contained in the PDR instrument submitted by ABS-CBN Holdings to your office. Now, in 1999 and up to the present, since the two submission of those PDRs instrument, are you aware of any violations of the constitutionally mandated requirement of 100% ownership in mass media by the ABS-CBN Broadcasting?
Your Honor, that's the very issue that's pending before the Supreme Court as raised by the Office of the Soldier.
But are you aware that is there any violation from 1999 up to, say, 2019, before the filing of this Solgen to the case before the Supreme Court?
There were no complaints raised to us, Your Honor. We have not had the opportunity to examine if there has been a violation of the Constitution.
In fact, we have some pronouncement in the Senate hearings that when they were issued in 1999, ABS-CBN holdings, PDR holders are not owners of the underlying corporations. Quote by and said, and you know, it was alluded to by a report alluded to you by, or alluded to Commissioner Amatong. Will you confirm this one?
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor. At the time when the PDRs were issued in 1999 and registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission, the prevailing view at the time was the PDRs do not reflect transfer of ownership to foreigners.
Yeah. Now, it may be recalled, Commissioner, that Rappler seems to have a violations on the foreign ownership restriction on mass media because of the PDRs that they have issued in favor of Umidjar, a non-Filipino corporation. Could you please tell us what's the difference of the PDRs issued by the Rappler holdings from the ABS-CBN holdings?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, if you look at the case as decided by the Court of Appeals in Re Rappler Holdings, you will notice that in Section 12.2, let me just find the correct section, Your Honor. There is an obligation on the part of both the holding company and the and Rappler itself, the underlying business, to consult first with Comidjar and to obtain 2/3 vote from the PDR holders of Rappler Holdings before they can make any changes to the Articles of Incorporation that may adversely affect the Omidjar holders.
So what's the difference between the PDR instrument issued by the ABS-CBN holding?
In ABS-CBN, in the ABS-CBN PDRs, Your Honor, there is no requirement for ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation to first obtain approval from or negotiate with the PDR holders or obtain a 2/3 vote of the PDR holders in order to affect a change in the Articles of Incorporation of either ABS-CBN Holdings or ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation.
So meaning, yung mga instrument that was issued to foreign entity, wala ho yung element of control or management?
Well, in the case of Rappler Holdings, Your Honor, we found that there was clearly an element where the foreign PDR holder exercised a degree of control or negative control. In this case, kailangan humingi po ng permiso from 2/3 of the Rappler Holding PDR holders bago magkaroon ng change in the Articles of Incorporation in either Rappler Holdings or Rappler Inc. itself.
And such is not the case of ABS-CBN Holdings. Tama po ba?
Tama po. That provision does not occur in the ABS-CBN PDRs.
Now, in the issuance of PDRs, a violation of a constitutionally mandated requirement of 100% Filipino ownership mass media. Now, is the PDR holder right to receive dividend tantamount to control and ownership in a corporation?
Your Honor, that is the very issue that is being raised now in the case before the Supreme Court.
But for you, basing your findings in the case of Rappler dito po sa ABS-CBN Holdings. Can you please, give us your opinion?
Your Honor, I cannot give an opinion on the case of ABS-CBN Holdings, the ABS-CBN Holdings PDRs, precisely because that is the issue that is pending before the Supreme Court. I would also like to remind, with all due respect, that the joint committees, these are all listed companies at the moment, Your Honor. ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation, ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation, and some other broadcast corporations that have issued PDRs are all publicly listed companies. And any opinion that we might make at the SEC on the outcome of the Supreme Court case may unduly affect the share price and the share movements of these companies, Your Honor.
Well, naiintindihan ko. Now, having mentioned that other listed companies also offered or issued PDR instrument to foreign entities, not just ABS-CBN, can you please tell us sino-sino pa yung mga listed companies who are involved in mass media broadcasting who also offered PDRs to foreign entities?
The only ones we are aware of, Your Honor, are GMA7, which has registered PDRs with the Securities and Exchange Commission, and Rappler. Rappler, we did not know. Those PDRs were not registered with us because they were offered in a private placement to certain foreign investors. So we are not aware if there are other media companies that have issued PDRs, if those PDRs are not registered with us. Ang alam lang po namin na nakarehistro po with the SEC are the Philippine Depositary Receipts of ABS-CBN and GMA7.
Now, why do you allow broadcasting companies to issue PDRs?
Your Honor, at the time that the PDRs were issued, the prevailing opinion was that the PDRs are not evidence of ownership in these media companies. So at the time that the PDRs were approved for these companies, the prevailing opinion was based on the control test and the Foreign Investments Act. The PDRs do not constitute a sale or a transfer of ownership to foreigners who are not allowed to own or manage Philippine media companies. I mentioned po in the Senate that this concept now of ownership has been evolving from before 1991 to the issuance of the Foreign Investments Act in 1991, and then later the rulings in Gamboa and Roy.
So, yung rulings ba in PLDT versus Gamboa and Roy, would you say that that's still the prevailing sentiments right now?
Right now, Your Honor, we are applying the control test, which is contained in our Memorandum Circular number 8, which is really based on our understanding of the Gamboa ruling. It applies a 2-tier test to see if the controlling the voting stock in a corporation, the shares of stock that have a vote on the election of directors is majority owned by Filipinos, or in the case of a mass media company, 100% owned. And the second test is to see if the total shares of stock are owned by the Philippine corporation. So in applying Memorandum Circular number 8, we only look at the shares of stock that have been issued by a corporation. And MC number 8 was upheld in the Roy ruling.
And the issuance of PDR does not constitute ownership of stock. Am I correct?
That was our interpretation at the time that the registration statements for the PDRs in 1999 and 2013 were given effect by the SEC.
So the challenge really here is to really determine the test of the control and ownership. Tama po ba?
Yun po yung current ano namin, pagkakaintindi.
In fact, when you say control, tayo naman, basic naman yan. Naalala ko pa yung aking law on ownership sa civil code. The owner has the right to enjoy and dispose of a thing without other limitations than those established by law. So when you speak of control, that is an essential attribute of ownership. Tama po ba?
Under the civil code, yes.
And when you speak of the right to enjoy and dispose of a thing, kasi naalala ko si Deputy Speaker Dan Fernandez kanina, he really underscored the right to hold and dispose of the PDRs, which really belongs to the right of a PDR holder. Tama po ba? Hold and dispose.
Of the PDR, Your Honor, or of the underlying share?
Of the underlying share. Tama po ba?
Ang pagkakaintindi po namin, the representation is the PDR holder only acquires a right to hold the underlying share if it exercises the option to acquire the underlying share, and if he is qualified, in fact, to own the underlying share.
And so, in the attributes of ownership, the right to enjoy and dispose of a thing as a essential attribute of ownership follows with it na kung ikaw ay pagmamay-ari, dapat nai-enjoy mo rin. Like for example, kung ikaw ay pagmamay-ari ng isang lupa, napapagtaniman mo yung lupa, or in the case of management in the corporation, may say ka sa management, and at the same time, may say ka sa boto. Tama po. In order to, exercise that one attribute of ownership, which is the right to enjoy. Tama po ba?
Yan po the right to control. The right to enjoy is a separate right. Kasi pwede po yung you can the right to use and use the fruits of the thing that you own is
yes,
a separate.
The right.
For under the civil code, I would agree that that's one of the attributes of ownership. But again, Your Honor, I have to point out that this very issue is now pending before the Supreme Court, particularly the issue of what the Supreme Court means by full beneficial ownership, aside from the right to dispose.
Now, as to let me also refresh you with what you have said in the Senate hearing. You've stated that the tests to determine foreign holdings in a Filipino company, however, are evolving. He said, citing Supreme Court decision, PLDT, which said voting rights to determine ownership. Tama po ba?
That is correct, Your Honor. I made that statement in the Senate, Your Honor.
In fact, he further stated that the challenge here is the test to determine ownership is evolving before the Supreme Court. Yun na yung kaso ngayon sa Korte Suprema, sinasabi. And what we can say is that when the PDRs of ABS-CBN Holding Corporation, when they were issued based on prevailing law, jurisprudence, and regulations, the determinations of the Securities and Exchange Commission at the time is there's no transfer of ownership. Tama po ba?
That is correct, Your Honor. In 1999 and 2013, our understanding of the law was the PDR holders are owned, or there's no transfer of ownership to the PDR holders. But
yun lamang po. Yes. Yes po, sige. You make first.
As you pointed out, Your Honor, the law is evolving. Just to share with the joint committees, before 1991, the rule on nationality of corporations was really based just on the place of incorporation. So if you were incorporated in the Philippines, but the ownership was by foreigners or Filipinos, you would consider it a Filipino corporation. If you were incorporated abroad, even if the ownership was 100% Filipino, you were a foreign corporation. In 1991, when the Foreign Investment Act came out, there was a definition of corporation based on ownership, and that's when we started applying the control test based on the total capital stock issued by a corporation. It's only in the Gamboa ruling, Your Honor, where this notion of full beneficial ownership coupled with voting rights was expounded on by the Supreme Court. And then our test changed after Gamboa to be the two-tiered test that I described a while ago, when we look at the voting stock and the total capital stock. At this point, Your Honor, we do not look at things, derivatives like the PDRs.
So it is noteworthy that there is now a pending case before the Supreme Court, and that would be an opportunity to further clarify on the test of the nationality of a certain corporation, especially so that the mass media and broadcasting, it is 100% owned and managed by Filipino. However,
that is correct, Your Honor.
But this shall not in any way affect the circumstance surrounding the PDRs of ABS-CBN, which is covered by the prevailing and valid ruling. Tama po ba? Dahil paano mo naman sila masasala na kung saan, sabi mo nga, in 1999 and 2013, valid naman at wala naman violation na nakita kayo. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, that will have to depend on the ruling of the Supreme Court. So we await, Your Honor, the ruling of the Supreme Court on what is the correct test and how we will treat those who have already issued PDRs, not just ABS-CBN, but GMA7 and any other media company that may have issued PDRs in favor of foreigners. The Supreme Court may provide guidance or instruction on how to deal with these circumstances.
But if ever the Supreme Court decision would be not favorable to the present circumstance of ABS-CBN holding, masasabi niyo po ba na would it be taken against ABS-CBN Broadcasting Company?
It may be, Your Honor, but again, the Supreme Court itself may provide for a mechanism. Gaya po ng dun sa Gamboa, when the Supreme Court effectively told us that our test was wrong when we looked at the totality of the capital stock and did not have a specific rule with respect to the voting stock. The Supreme Court provided for a mechanism for corporations that were affected to comply. So the Supreme Court, Your Honor, has the power to determine how to deal in situations where the interpretation of law has changed.
Well, tama ho kayo. In fact, in the case of Gamboa, yes.
Reminder lang, wrap up na time na. Thank you.
Well, tama ho kayo. In fact, in the case of Gamboa, the Supreme Court said that Article 12, Section 11 refers only to shares of stock entitled to vote in the elections of director, and thus, in the present case, only to common shares and not to total outstanding capital stock. Respondent chairperson of SEC is directed to apply this definition of the term capital in determining the extent of the allowable foreign ownership of the respondent PLDT. Siguro, ganun din ho siguro yung magiging citation ng ating Korte Suprema in the event na may mga changes doon sa test na inyong sinasabi. Tama po ba, Commissioner?
That is a possibility, Your Honor, and that is why we would hesitate and we would refrain from commenting on what the Supreme Court may eventually move on.
Salamat, Commissioner. And tapos na po ako, Chair. Maraming salamat po sa Joint Committee.
Thank you, Congressman Garbin. Next po na mag-interpellate, Congressman Fortun. Congressman Fortun, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Naririnig po ako. May I proceed now, Mr. Chair? Yes, Mr. Chair. Marami po sa gusto kong itanong ay na itanong na ng mga earlier na nag-interpellate. So, kakaunti na lang po ito. Para po sa Securities and Exchange Commission, unang tanong, ang PDR ay isang security na offered and sold to the public. Kaya dapat po dapat po na ang lahat ng PDRs ay registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission. At tama din pong sabihin natin na ang Securities and Exchange Commission ay siyang ahensya na nagre-regulate ng lahat ng sale at trading ng kahit anumang PDR. Ang una kong tanong po, sa kaso po ng ABS-CBN, lahat po ba ng PDRs na offered and sold to the public by ABS-CBN are registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission?
Thank you very much for the question, Your Honor. Your Honor, if I may clarify, ang dumadaan lang po sa Securities and Exchange Commission for registration ay securities that are sold for the public in general. There are exempt securities and exempt transactions which do not have to be registered with the SEC. For example po, yung sinasabi nilang private placement or securities that are offered to 90 or less investors, or securities that are offered to only qualified buyers. Yun po ay hindi na nare-register sa amin. Ang nakikita lang po namin at kailangan, ayon sa batas na kailangan register with the SEC are those securities that are offered to the general public or more than 19. Kaya ang alam po namin, yun pong mga PDRs that were offered to more than 19. So these include the PDRs that were offered by ABS-CBN in 1999 and 2013. Kung meron pa po ibang na-issue na PDR, hindi po nakarehistro sa amin kung meron man. And they would be the ones to know.
Okay. Tatanong ko po sa ABS-CBN, very quickly. Is there any PDR that you sold and issued to the public that has not been registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission?
Mr. Chairman, lahat ho ng PDRs na in-issue ng ABS Holdings ay registered and listed with the Philippine Stock Exchange.
Okay. Babalik po ako sa Securities and Exchange Commission. Nabanggit po kanina na hindi lang ABS-CBN ang nag-o-offer at nag-issue ng PDR to the public. Nabanggit ang GMA 7 na nag-issue din ng PDRs. Tatanong ko po sa Securities and Exchange Commission, yung po bang PDR na in-issue ng GMA 7, pareho po ang karakter nito sa in-issue na PDR ng ABS-CBN?
Salamat po. Base po dun sa dokumento na sinabit sa amin ng GMA 7, ay halos word for word na pareha yung features PDRs ng GMA 7 sa ABS-CBN.
Maraming salamat po. Ang sunod ko lang pong tanong, may pagkakataon ba? Has there been any instance na ang ABS-CBN has offered, issued, or sold PDRs to the public without the Securities and Exchange Commission knowing about it and authorizing it?
To our knowledge po, wala po kaming alam na gano'n.
So lahat po ng kanilang in-offer at binenta, in-issue sa public na PDR, lahat po ito ay alam ng Securities and Exchange Commission at lahat po ito ay authorized at may permiso mula sa SEC.
Sa pagkakaalam lang po namin, yung 1999 PDRs that were registered with us, 2013 PDRs that were also registered with the SEC.
Okay. Now, ang sunod ko pong tanong, dito po ba sa instances na ang PDR holders ay nag-exercise ng kanilang right to the delivery of common shares, if one PDR holder opts to exercise or avail of the right to the delivery of common shares, ito bang transaction na to ay regulated din ng Securities and Exchange Commission?
Opo, it would happen through the stock exchange, the way it's provided for in the PDR.
So every time po that a PDR holder exercises or avails of that right to the delivery of common shares, the Securities and Exchange Commission would necessarily know about it.
Hindi po, we would not necessarily know about it, but the self-regulating organization that we supervise, which is the PSE, would be aware. And the depositary as well Honor. Yung PDTC, Philippine Depositary Trust Corporation, that handles, that is the depositary of both the underlying shares and the PDRs.
Okay. Is a foreigner who is a holder of a PDR entitled to the delivery of common shares corresponding to his or her PDR?
No, Your Honor.
As far as your records will show, has there been any instance that a PDR holder, no, of ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation, who is a foreigner, exercised the right to the delivery of common shares?
Exercise the right. Your Honor, we would not be aware of that. It would be the Philippine Stock Exchange or the PDTC that would be aware. They would have the record. Hindi po nire-report sa amin yung directly.
So hindi po nagbibigay ang PSE ng report sa inyo pagka may mga ganong transactions, because I think that is very important, because if a PDR holder na foreigner ay nakalusot at nakakonvert ng kanyang PDR into common shares at hindi alam ng Securities and Exchange Commission, hindi po makikita ng SEC ito. At since there is a requirement, no, under our Constitution that a mass media corporation should be 100% Filipino-owned, I think it is important that PSE reports, no, to Securities and Exchange Commission on a regular basis, no, the exercise of a PDR holder, no, para mag-avail ng kanyang right to the delivery of common shares.
Tama po kayo doon. Ang nangyayari po, the PSE has a mechanism to ensure that non-Filipinos cannot acquire rights cannot acquire the shares of media companies where restricted ownership. They also have a mechanism to ensure that other partially nationalized businesses, for example, those involving real estate or pillar, keep within the allowable requirements of the Constitution. So meron pong mekanismo ang PSE, and the compliance with that mechanism is reported to us. Tama po yun.
Okay. So ibig sabihin po, halos walang nakakalusot na PDR holder na foreigner sa ganitong mechanism ng securities ng PSE. Ibig sabihin, kung ikaw ay dayuhan, holder ng PDR sa isang korporasyon dito sa Pilipinas, ay hindi po talaga makakalusot na mako-convert po ito into common shares ng korporasyon at mapapangalan doon sa PDR holder na dayuhan.
That is correct, Your Honor. As far as we know, there has been no instance where the nationality restrictions for any of our companies that are engaged in fully nationalized or partially nationalized activities have been breached. And this is due to the mechanism put in place now within the PSE.
So it is safe to say that in the case of ABS-CBN and perhaps other media corporations as well, there has been no instance that a foreigner who is a holder of a PDR in their corporations have been able to convert their PDRs into common shares. That is safe to say.
Wala pong nai-report sa amin, tama po yun.
Okay. Sabi po ninyo, ang prevailing, no, na test ngayon as far as compliance with the Constitution is concerned is the ownership and control tests, no? And this has been the prevailing test, no, mula pa ng kailan ba? Since 1991.
Tama po yun. Since the issuance of the Foreign Investments Act po, with respect to the nationality of a corporation, it's based on the capital stock outstanding and entitled to vote.
Okay. Since this is the prevailing test, and so far, no, and as we speak today, there is not yet any ruling of the Supreme Court to the contrary. Okay. Is it correct to say that since ABS-CBN started offering, issuing, and selling to the public PDRs, until today, because the Supreme Court has not yet ruled on this issue, is it right to say that ABS-CBN has not violated any regulation of the Securities and Exchange Commission and our Constitution?
Well, yung constitutional issue po, yun nga sa Supreme Court, but you are correct. As far as we are concerned, wala pa kaming basihan para sabihin na violate sila ng regulations po namin. And that's why we are awaiting the ruling of the Supreme Court.
At dahil po noong panahon na nag-umpisa silang mag-issue ng PDR, hanggang ngayon, wala pa pong ruling ang Supreme Court, ang kanilang pagkakaalam ay illegal po yung kanilang ginagawa dahil otorisado naman sila at may permiso at pinayagan ng Securities and Exchange Commission. So is it right to say that ABS-CBN all these years, no, has been in good faith as far as offering, issuing, and selling PDRs to the public is concerned?
I would say both ABS-CBN and GMA7, Your Honor, both of them.
So in other words, kung pag may ruling man later ng Supreme Court na unconstitutional ito, it should not be taken against ABS-CBN because ABS-CBN relied, no, on the expert opinion of the very agency that regulates all transactions involving PDRs.
And nasa Supreme Court na po yun, Your Honor. We cannot comment on what the Supreme Court may or may not.
But it is right to say that ABS-CBN did not on its own just offer, sell, or issue PDRs to the public without, of course, seeking the authority and permission of the Securities and Exchange Commission. Had the Securities and Exchange Commission prohibited that, they would not have done the same, no? So, ibig sabihin, dahil pinapayagan at inaalaw ng regulating agency like the Securities and Exchange Commission, ginawa po ito ng ABS-CBN. Tulad din ng ibang media corporations like GMA7.
I would agree with your statement, Your Honor. Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you
for the opportunity.
Thank you rin po.
Next na mag-interpellate, the Congressman Zarate. Congressman Zarate, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Naitanong na rin po yung iba kong mga katanungan. Gusto ko na lang dugtungan yung point ni Congressman Fortuna. No? Nabanggit niya kanina yung usapin ng control. No? At nabanggit rin kanina, and from Congressman Garbin, he cited the case of Rappler, that there was this particular provision sa PDR ng Rappler that which was questioned because it apparently gives control to the foreign holders of that PDR. No? And that provision was specifically stated in Rappler's undertaking, paragraph 12-2-2.2.2, not to without prior good faith discussions with PDR holders and without the approval of PDR holders holding at least 2/3 of all issued and outstanding PDRs, alter, modify, or otherwise change the company's articles of incorporation or bylaws, or take any other action here, such alteration, modification, change, etc., etc. And the Court of Appeals declared that that's a form of control. But in both PDRs issued by ABS-CBN as well as GMA, there is also this proviso, not to alter, modify. The issuer has agreed to cause the company not to alter, modify, or otherwise change its articles of incorporation or bylaws, or take any other action so as to materially prejudice the rights in relation to the PDRs. So, halos magkapareho yung provision na yan doon sa PDR ng ABS at saka GMA. May question now to Dean Del Castillo. Isn't this proviso in the PDR also a form of control by a foreign, or whether foreign or a Filipino PDR holder isn't this a form of control by that such holder, Mr. Chair?
If I may answer,
Go ahead, Attorney Del
Your
Castillo.
Honor. Yeah, I think the basic difference between the Rappler provision and the ABS-CBN provision is that in ABS-CBN, this is a negative covenant. The PDR issuer committed that he will do this. But in the case of Rappler, there was really a requirement that there must be prior consultation with the PDR holders and the vote of the PDR holders to the extent of 2/3. So one is negative and the other one was an affirmative, that you have to bring them in so that they can give you the approval. So I guess there's a basic difference there because yung isa po, talagang you require them to give affirmative action. Ito on the basis of the covenants given by the PDR issuer in 1999 and 2014, yun ho ang investment consideration ng mga PDR holders. And this form of negative covenant is usual po in all financial instruments. Kahit po sa bangkong mangutang kayo, meron pong mga ganyang covenants. So it's consistent with the nature of the PDR being a financial instrument.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dean Del Castillo. So nabanggit ninyo, this is common doon sa mga financial instruments. No? Hindi naman unique itong proviso na ito.
Hindi po.
Sa PDR. No? Para pong halimbawa, kung ang isang kumpanya ay nangutang, halimbawa, obtain siya ng loan sa isang foreign bank, no? And mayroong proviso na ganyan, I suppose, no? And I understand, mayroon talagang proviso na ganyan, no? Mga negative covenants and affirmative covenants sa mga even loan agreements. Hindi ibig sabihin nun na yung foreign bank na yon ay may control na doon sa nangutang sa kanya. Tama po ba yung statement?
Tama po yun. Tama po yun.
And this is also true. True dito sa PDR.
Apo.
Thank you, Dean Del Castillo. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, para lang ho sa kalinawan ng isip ko, no, napag-usapan na very technical sa akin itong PDR dahil hindi naman ako nagpa-practice ng corporate practice. So, mandami nang nabanggit kanina, no? But from our general understanding, karapatan ng isang stockholder at karapatan naman ng isang PDR holder. So, I have a series of questions to Mr. Chair kay Dean Del Castillo. Ang isang stockholder ng isang kumpanya, halimbawa ng ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation or even ABS-CBN Holdings, ay may karapatan siya for the issuance of a certificate of stock. Is that correct?
Yung shareholders po are entitled to certificates of stocks.
What about the PDR holder of ABS-CBN Holdings? Meron ba siyang karapatan to a certificate of a share of stocks?
Wala po siyang karapatan sa shares of stock. Meron lang po siyang certificate ng PDR rights niya.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Second, yung isang stockholder, ang pagkakaiba lang, gusto ko makita yung pagkakaiba. No? Yung stockholder ng isang kumpanya, halimbawa sa ABS-CBN Broadcasting or even sa ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation, ay may karapatan ng may hawak nito na marehistro yung kanyang pangalan doon sa libro, no? ng stock and transfer book of that particular corporation. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po yun.
Pero ang holder ng PDR, whether Filipino or a foreigner, ay hindi nakalista yung pangalan niya doon sa stock and transfer book ng ABS-CBN Holding.
Meron pong separate registry.
Iba ang registry niya.
Iba
Because
po.
Dahil hindi siya stock
Hindi po siya stock certificate.
no? Hindi siya holder
Kasi
of
pwede
stock.
rin pong i-trade kasi yun, pwedeng ibenta. So meron rin pong registry book.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pangatlong tanong, pag ikaw ay stockholder ng isang kumpanya, ay may karapatan kang mabigyan ng notice at umattend ng mga meetings, especially the stockholders meeting of the corporation. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po yun.
Yes. Pero ang isang PDR holder, whether a Filipino or a foreigner, kahit gaano pa karami yung hawak niyang PDRs, is not entitled to a notice of meeting, much less a right to attend a meeting, a stockholders meeting of that
Tama po yun.
ABS-CBN. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Para rin sa kalinawan, kung magkaroon ng stockholders meeting at magkaroon ng eleksyon, ang isang shareholder ay may karapatan siyang bumoto at pumili kung sino ang gusto niyang direktor sa korporasyon na yan.
Tama po yun.
Samantalang ang PDR holder, kahit gaano pa karami yung hawak niyang PDRs, ay wala siyang karapatang bumoto at pumili ng kanyang direktor.
Tama po yun.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No. Sa usapin naman ng pag-exercise mo ng iyong karapatan bilang shareholder, no? Ang isang stockholder ay sa corporation law ay alam natin meron siyang karapatan or meron siyang preemptive rights doon sa mga bagong i-issue na stocks ng isang korporasyon. Tama po yun?
Tama po yan. Yeah.
Ang PDR holder ba ay entitled to have a preemptive right?
Wala pong ganong right sa PDR holders.
And finally, ang isang stockholder ay may karapatan na makatanggap ng mga financial reports. At lahat na report ng isang korporasyon. Basic right niya yun. Tama po yun. Ang PDR holder, meron ho bang karapatan na gano'n?
Wala pong gano'n sa PDR instrument.
Okay. Dito na lang po sa huli, dahil kanina parang mayroong sinabi nila walang pagkakaiba yan. Ang isang stockholder, at the end of the day, no, kung merong i-declare na kita ang isang kumpanya, ang kanyang karapatan ay tumanggap ng dividendo. Tama po ba yun? Ang PDR naman, sinabi ninyo, ay may karapatan siya doon sa cash distribution.
Apa.
Ano po ba ang pagkakaiba nito? Kasi sa layman po, pag hindi ho natin napailiwanag ito ng maayos, no, ay ang pagkakaintindi na pareho lang yon, tumanggap ng pera. Kaya pareho lang yon. Ang stockholder at saka PDR holder ay parehong may-ari yan ng kumpanyang yan. Pwede ho ba nyo ipamaliwanag dito?
Opo. Yung stockholder po is entitled to dividends. So every time mag-declare po ng dividends ang kumpanya, right po niya yun. And then there are also certain rights na if you know, pag may unreasonable accumulation of profits, he can also compel the corporation to declare the dividends. Yung PDR holder po, walang ganong right. Pero kasi nung binenta yung PDRs sa PDR holders, yung issuer, meron siyang certain commitments. Based po yun ng kontrata, hindi po yun based on shareholder rights. Para din pong ganito yun. Ako entitled to dividends. Binayaran ako ng dividendo ng kumpanya. Yung ine-expect ko na tatanggapin ko as dividendo, pwede ko kasing i-contract na, alam nyo, pagkatapos kong bayaran ng aking mga utang, ang aking mga expenses, yung sobra, pwede kong i-contractually ibigay yon kahit kanino. Kasi akin po yung pera eh. So, yun ho ang pagkakaiba kasi hindi naman galing yun sa korporasyon. Akin na po yun eh. Yung dividendo na tinanggap ko, parang may proprietary rights na po ako dun. So, magkaiba yun in the sense we call it cash distribution kasi hindi na po yung dividendo coming from the corporation. It just so happened na ang kita ko po ay galing sa dividendo. Pero kita ko po yun. So, pwede ko yung ipamigay, i-donate o i-contract ko sa other persons para ibigay ko sa kanya.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, bilang panghuling tanong ko din, Del Castillo, nabanggit kanina na itong issuance ng PDRs, no, lumabas itong instrumento na ito dahil nga ito yung nakitang kasagutan doon sa financial crisis in 1999. No? Although this kind of instrument has been there in some jurisdictions for quite some time, no? But in 1999 lang ito dumating sa Pilipinas. Now, since then, in 1999 and in 2013, ang ABS-CBN ay holdings, no? Ay nagpalabas ng kanyang PDRs. Nabanggit nyo kanina na because dahil regulated naman ito ng Securities and Exchange Commission, pinag-aralan ito ng Securities and Exchange Commission, in good faith, no? Ginawa nyo yung issuance ng PDR so that makapangalap kayo ng pondo, no, para i-invest. Ang katanungan ko ngayon, even up to now, no, although they're saying there's a pending case in the Supreme Court but it's not yet decided, until now, you still relied in good faith that the issuance of the PDRs by ABS-CBN Holdings is valid and not violative of any law, much less our Constitution, Mr. Chair.
Opo. Hindi naman po naki-question up to now yun eh. At, pag binigay po ng government agency having jurisdiction, meron po namang karapatan ang mga tao na mag-rely sa approval na yun. Otherwise, mawawalan na ho ng kumpiyansa ang mga tao sa mga approvals ng ating government agencies.
Thank you, Dean Del Castillo. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kung may naiwan pa akong oras, ay pwedeng ibigay ko kay kay Congressman Rufus Rodriguez.
Maraming salamat po, Congressman Zarate. Natirang ka pa ng 15 seconds, magagamit pa ni Congressman Rufus. At bago ko po kilalanin si Congressman Rufus Rodriguez, papaalam ko po sa lahat na ang hearing po natin ngayong araw na ito ay binabantayan ng Philippine Red Cross. Nandun po sila sa gallery, Red Cross, Bulacan Chapter, at sinisigurado nila na maliligtas tayo sa araw na ito sa COVID. Palakpakan po natin yung Philippine Red Cross. Next to interpellate is Congressman Rufus Rodriguez, at gagamitin na rin po niya yung 15 seconds na natitira ni Congressman Zarate, tigpa 5 minutes ni Congresswoman Violago, Aragones, Castro, at Congressman Mark Go. Congressman Rufus Rodriguez, you're now recognized. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, our distinguished chairman of the two committees, my distinguished colleagues, our resource persons. And I thank Congresswomen Violago, Mickey, Congresswoman Sol Aragones, Congresswoman Franz Castro for the time that they have given to me. Thank you very much. I would like to first ask, Mr. Chairman, if you allow me, to ask a question to the Honorable former Dean of the Ateneo de Manila Law School, who was my colleague in the Philippine Association of Law Schools and Law Deans. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Congressman Rodriguez.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. To Dean Del Castillo, earlier interpellators showed a certificate of a Philippine deposit receipt. And they said that a holder of one PDR is entitled to one share of the underlying stock, which is ABS-CBN. So can you clarify this certificate of Philippine deposit receipt?
There are two rights po granted to PDR holders. One is the cash distribution that we already discussed. And secondly, this is what we call the exercise right. The exercise right is like an option to purchase a share. So if you have one PDR, if you want to exercise your right, you can use one PDR certificate to exchange it for one ABS-CBN broadcasting company share by going through the process of filing your exercise notice, paying the price, and going through the process of having the shares transferred to you. If the PDR holder is a qualified Filipino, then 1-for-1 is the exchange. So I will give you one share for every one PDR certificate that you own. If the PDR holder is not a Filipino national, then the commitment of the issuer is to give you the proceeds of the sale. So the 1-to-1 is really not because you own one share for every certificate of PDR that you own, but you are entitled to acquire either the share itself or the proceeds of one share per one PDR certificate that you own.
Thank you. In other words, it is not automatic that when you have one PDR, you are entitled to one share of ABS-CBN.
Yes, you have to exercise po the right.
Because let me cite now your PDR. And the PDR states that on the third paragraph of the PDR, it says, this PDR, if I'm now having this ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation Philippine Deposit Receipt Certificate, which was earlier marked by Congressman Ted Salagman. And I'd just like to concentrate on this third paragraph.
Yeah.
This PDR forms part of an authority's authorized issue of PDRs granting the holder the right to delivery or sale of the shares of the exercise price as adjusted, which PDRs have been issued subject to and with the benefit of a PDR instrument dated October 5. In other words, the right to delivery or sale should be subject to the conditions as provided for in the PDR instrument. Is that not correct, Dean Castillo?
That's correct po, Congressman.
I am reading from the certificate. Now, this mentions a PDR instrument. And I have here a copy of the PDR instrument referred to in your certificate of the PDRs. And would you agree, Dean Castillo, that under condition 5.3 of the PDR instrument, which has been marked earlier for the ABS-CBN Corporation, it says, if the, and I quote, if the PDR holder is a foreigner and he exercises the PDR, the only right he has is to receive the net proceeds of the sale of the underlying ABS-CBN share after it is sold through an eligible broker in an open market or PSE, meaning that at no instance will the ABS-CBN share be delivered to a foreigner. Do you confirm this as part and parcel of condition 5.3 of the PDR instrument, prohibiting absolutely the transfer of any share of stock of ABS-CBN if a PDR applies for it, if he is a foreigner? Would you confirm that?
That's correct po. He will only get the proceeds of the sale. He will not be able to get the shares.
Because under this particular 5.3 of the PDR instrument, where he is bound, as stated in the certificate of the PDR issued to the PDR holder, certainly there is no automatic entitlement because it is subject to the PDR instrument which I have read. So clearly, in Castillo, clearly therefore, in the case of ABS-CBN, has there been an issuance of an ABS-CBN share to a PDR holder of ABS Holdings who has exercised this option to own an ABS-CBN share?
If he is a Filipino po, yes, that is his right. If not, then he only get the proceeds of the sale.
In other words, if he is a foreigner, the instrument itself and the certificate prohibits him from getting a transfer. If he exercises it, he cannot get a share of the ABS-CBN Corporation if he is a foreign PDR holder. Is that correct?
That's correct po.
Yes. So, in other words, in this particular case, the issue in this particular hearing this afternoon is Section 11, Paragraph 1 of Article 16, the General Provisions, which really states that the ownership and management of mass media shall be limited to citizens of the Philippines. Now, this is the crux of the matter that we are tackling this afternoon. And those alleging that there is a violation of ABS-CBN Corporation, the applicant for this franchise of 25 years, is that a mere holding of a PDR of ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation immediately violates the provisions of the Constitution because he is an owner of the ABS-CBN. Do you agree with those allegations that have been presented today?
Our position has always been that the PDR holders do not have the right of ownership in the mass media corporation, which is ABS-CBN Broadcasting. It's a financial instrument that entitles him to the delivery of certain cash distributions. And if he wants to get out, then he can sell his shares in the market, or that he can ask that his shares be sold and only the cash to be delivered to him. So there's
Thank
no
you.
other right.
Now, therefore, it is clear that the PDR holder has a contractual obligation with ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation and has whatsoever no privity of contract with ABS-CBN Corporation.
That's correct, pa.
And therefore, if he has no privity of contract, he has nothing, the PDR holder has nothing to do with the ABS-CBN Corporation, the applicant in this case.
That's correct, po. He is a non-person, a non-entity as far as the broadcasting company is concerned.
And also, he is only a PDR holder of ABS Holding Corporation, and he is never a stockholder of ABS Corporation.
That's correct, po.
And therefore, because he is not a shareholder of ABS Corporation, he does not exercise any of the rights of a shareholder of ABS Corporation, the applicant in this case, correct?
That's correct, po. So he has no
Therefore,
right to inspect the books. He has no right to...
yes, I will go one by one to that,
yeah.
because to clarify really all these things. Is a PDR holder, I am now citing the rights as provided for of shareholders, owners of shares of stocks of a corporation in the revised corporation code. Thus, a holder of the PDR of ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation has the right to the issuance of a stock certificate of ABS Corporation.
No po, it's ABS-CBN Holdings who is the stockholder of ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation.
Thank you. Another right to a shareholder or owner of a share of ABS Corporation. Does a PDR holder of ABS Holding Corporation have the right to have his share transferred in his favor, recorded in the stock and transfer book of ABS-CBN Corporation?
Yes po, yes.
He has the right, or he has no right to have the transfer in his favor if he has a PDR foreigner in ABS-CBN?
No right po.
No right whatsoever.
Yes po.
Another right by given by the revised corporation code is that an owner, a shareholder of a corporation, has the right to be informed of the annual or special meetings of the corporation. Does a PDR holder of Holdings Corporation have the right to this information from ABS-CBN Corporation?
He does not have that right po.
Now, it's very, very important. This is the most important rights among those given to shareholders. Does a PDR holder of ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation have the right to vote in the election of directors of ABS-CBN Corporation, the franchise applicant in this case?
No po, he does not have that right.
Does he have the right to vote in the extension of shortening of corporate term?
No po.
Does he have the right to be elected as a director or a president of the corporation?
He does not have that right po.
Does he have the right, under the revised corporation code, the right to remove directors?
He does not have that right po.
How about the preemptive rights over the issuance of shares of ABS Corporation? Does he have this right?
He does not have that right po.
Then the power to inspect and demand reproduction of corporate books of ABS-CBN. Does he, the PDR foreigner, has the right to ask
He does not have that right po.
No? Yes or no? Does he have the right? Preemptive rights over the issuance of shares of the ABS-CBN Corporation?
No po. There's none.
No. And then, how about the right to be furnished the financial statement of the corporation of ABS-CBN? by the PDR holder of the ABS Holdings Corporation, a completely different entity under a corporation code. When you create another corporation, it has a distinct corporate personality from another corporation. Does he have that right to be furnished the financial statement of ABS-CBN Corporation?
No po, he does not have that right.
Does he have the appraisal right? When he does not agree, if there is not agreement to the action of the ABS-CBN Corporation, can he have appraisal right, PDR holders, in ABS Corporation?
He does not have that right po.
No right. And then how about the right to have cash dividends or stock dividends? PDR holders, can he demand from ABS-CBN Corporation to be given dividends? Does he have that right?
No po, he does not have that right.
So in other words, Mr. Chairman, our distinguished colleagues, not one of the rights provided for by the revised corporation code has been given to a PDR holder of ABS Holdings Corporation. None whatsoever. So therefore, clearly, if you go through the rights given to a shareholder, the PDR is not an owner, is not a part owner, even a small owner of ABS-CBN Corporation. Let's go to the next point, Mr. Chairman. In this one, I would like to therefore ask the Securities and Exchange Commission. Thank you, Dean Castillo. If Commissioner Amatong is still present.
Please proceed, Kong Rufus. Nandiyan pa po si Commissioner Amatong.
Thank you very much, Chairman Chico Alvarez. Thank you very much. Now, we have made mention about Gamboa versus Teves because some detractors are saying that Gamboa versus Teves, GR number 176579, June 28, 2011, is against the cause of ABS-CBN in this application. Do you agree that the Gamboa versus Teves case is against the application of ABS-CBN for a franchise?
Your Honor, Gamboa versus Teves does not deal with PDRs and does not deal with a mass media corporation. So I don't think Gamboa versus Teves directly squarely answers the issues that have been raised in the case before the Supreme Court as filed by the Office of the Solicitor General.
And of course, thank you. So Gamboa versus Teves has not diluted your rulings in approving the PDRs of ABS Holdings Corporation, correct?
Not directly, Your Honor. If I just may, it just shows that we can also be wrong because Gamboa versus Teves said that our implementation of the definition of capital from 1991 to 2011 when the Gamboa decision came out, which had to do with the total capital stock, common voting and preferred non-voting, was supposedly wrong, Your Honor. And so,
okay. Yeah, well, I accept your answer, Commissioner Amatong. Now, in Gamboa versus Teves, as stated by Congressman Lagman, since it is also in the in the realm of the limitations of foreign investments in certain areas in the Philippines, now could also be at the same time be discussed in relation to this. And it's very clear in Gamboa versus Teves, if you will agree, Commissioner, that the main ruling there is that these laws that we have on 60-40 and even this mass media 100% will prevent foreigners from assuming effective control. And the effective control mentioned in Gamboa versus Teves is the grant of the power to elect the board of directors. Is that correct? That's number one. And number
yes,
two, is to right to full beneficial ownership of the shares. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
And in your case, you have in 2019, 1999 approve the application for the sale of PDRs. And of course, you have examined whether this has been able to comply with the Constitution. What was your finding in 1999, repeated in the application for PDRs in 2013 and released in 2014? What is your finding on that application?
Your Honor, the SEC allowed the registration of the PDRs in both 1999 and the application 2013 was approved, or the registration was rendered effective in 2014. So in both cases, we allowed the registration.
So in other words, it was very clear that the SEC, with the regulatory powers over those who are securities under the revised securities code, have certainly studied this very well, and therefore have found that there is no, even a small infraction of Section 11, Paragraph 1 of Article 16 of the Constitution.
That was our interpretation in 1999 and 2013, 2014, Your Honor, yes.
In fact, at the Gamboa versus Teves, a more recent case on April 18, 2017, that is the Roy III versus Cerbosa, GR number 207246, also quite modified the Gamboa versus Teves on the issue of dividends, correct? Are you aware that this decision of Roy III versus Cerbosa says that the court disabuses any notion that dividends accruing to any particular stock are determinative of stock's beneficial ownership? Are you aware of this decision?
Yes, Your Honor, yes.
Now, even granting, because clearly in the case of ABS-CBN and in the case of the PDRs of the foreigners on ABS Holdings Corporation, you would agree that these are what the PDRs can receive are not dividends coming from ABS Corporation.
That's correct, Your Honor. They do not receive the dividends directly from ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation, Your Honor. Yes.
So therefore, there is no way that there can be beneficial ownership by PDR holders on the ABS Corporation, because they don't receive any dividends from the ABS Corporation.
Your Honor, that is precisely the question before the Supreme Court right now, and we would not want to preempt the Supreme Court, Your Honor.
I understand. Now, in other words, what the PDRs holders, foreigners, can only get is not dividends from ABS-CBN Corporation, but a cash distribution of the proceeds of the dividends after deducting the expenses of ABS Holdings. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I believe Dean Castillo described it a while ago as an economic interest, Your Honor.
Yes, and therefore just a cash distribution, no dividends, because there is really no dividend that they receive from ABS Corporation. Would you agree with that?
That is apparently what is happening. Or there is no direct dividend from ABS-CBN broadcast.
Even granting, for the sake of argument, that a dividend has been issued to a foreign PDR, according to Roy III versus Cerbosa, dividends itself accruing to any particular persons or stocks are not determinative of beneficial ownership. Do you agree with that?
That is what the Supreme Court said, Your Honor. So,
you're not agreeing with the Supreme Court?
Your Honor, the Supreme Court may clarify further in the case pending before it today, but I agree that that's what the Supreme Court said.
So even if there is some dividends given to foreigners, it does not depend determinative of the beneficial ownership as stated in Gamboa versus Teves. Is that correct, Commissioner Amatong?
I would have to agree with you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Now, Commissioner Amatong, you have issued in 1999 and 2014 the certificate of permit, okay, for them to sell, and they have sold it And this particular action has allowed the ABS-CBN Holdings to be able to register with the PSP, with you, and then to sell in the Philippine Stock Exchange, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor, yes.
Yeah. And in this time
Just
that...
list the PDRs in the Philippine Stock Exchange, Your Honor.
Yes, list in the PDRs, correct, in the Stock Exchange. Mr. Ramatong, in your knowledge, has there been a complaint lodged with your office on the violation of ABS-CBN, the applicant in this case, on the ownership provisions of Section 11, Paragraph 1 of Article 16? Has there been any instance that there has been complaint?
Not with the SEC, Your Honor, no.
Even up to now?
Even up to now, Your Honor, yes.
Not even the Solicitor General filed a case against ABS-CBN with the SEC?
The Office of the Solicitor General has filed the case with the Supreme Court directly, Your Honor.
It did not file the case with you. You are under the doctrine of primary jurisdiction in administrative law. Before an official or anybody can go to the Supreme Court or Court of Appeals, it has to exhaust the remedy and has to go to the agency with primary jurisdiction. Is it not that you have the primary jurisdiction to first rule on whether there is a violation of a corporation on the limitation of foreign ownership? Is that correct?
My understanding, Your Honor, is on that particular point, the Office of the Solicitor General has raised constitutional issues, and constitutional issues are within the jurisdiction of the courts, Your Honor.
But this is not a matter
Excuse
of
me,
law. It's a matter also
Congressman Rodriguez and the SEC, you can discuss it dito sa hearing kasi wala naman pong subjudice dito dahil we're talking about the franchise of ABS-CBN, which is a legislative power of this body. So, SEC, please discuss it to this body.
Yes, thank you for reminding us, Mr. Chairman, because our recently approved rules on inquiry for any legislative matter under Rule 1, it states that there is no sub judice rule, or if there's any case filed in court, administrative tribunals, or quasi-judicial agencies, when Congress is sitting to be able to approve or disapprove legislative matter. Rule 1, is that not correct, Mr. Chairman? Rule 1 does not allow any sub judice rule.
Tama po. SEC, please answer.
That in the cases in the Supreme Court, or the case of Sabio versus Gordon, and the Standard Chartered case, the Supreme Court ruled that there is no sub judice rule in Congress. Here, in those cases, it was the Senate which was tried to be stopped from its investigation. The Supreme Court ruled in Sabio versus Gordon, in the Standard Chartered case, they said, the Supreme Court ruling, that the dependency of a case in a criminal court or administrative court cannot stop proceedings of Congress. And the latest case, in the case of Estrada, that case of Estrada versus Romero versus Estrada, very recent case. In that case, the Supreme Court extended the ruling that there's no sub judice, and even our Solicitor General will answer if we have questions to him, because according to the Supreme Court in the case of Romero versus Estrada, that the concept and the principle of no sub judice in cases of pendency of action in criminal or administrative or quasi-judicial bodies extend to appeals and also to special civil action, and the quo warranto case of the Solicitor General against ABS-CBN is a special civil action. And therefore, Solicitor General Calida cannot invoke a sub judice rule. And if we have questions to him later, he has to answer. Otherwise, he'll be in contempt of our proceedings, Mr. Chairman, in the House of Representatives. Can I proceed now, Mr. Chairman?
Your Honor, if I may, Your Honor,
proceed.
we do not claim the sub judice rule. We are happy to cooperate with Congress in this hearing. We have participated from the very beginning. I think this is the fourth hearing that we have participated, Your Honor. We do not. We are happy to cooperate with you, Your Honor. our only considerations, Your Honor, is there is in fact a pending case. We are not aware how the Supreme Court will rule. We're happy to answer your questions to the best of our ability. But please be aware, Your Honor, these are listed companies, and undue speculation on the outcome of the case will unduly affect the trading in these companies, Your Honor.
Thank you for that manifestation, Commissioner Amatong, that you are not bound by the sub judice, nor are you invoking the sub judice rule, because precisely there is no sub judice rule in the House of Representatives or in the Senate, and that's rule number one of our rules on inquiries in aid of legislation. Now, let's go back now to the fact that from 1999 up to the present, there has been no complaint against ABS-CBN.
You are correct.
Its violation, none.
None.
And therefore,
no,
at this very moment,
Your Honor.
thank you. At this very moment, when we are discussing the this particular provision as an issue on the application of ABS-CBN Corporation, then the state of the case or the law on this particular case is that they have validly secured approval and they have validly sold PDRs to foreigners. Is that the correct statement, Commissioner?
Yes, Your Honor, unless there is a contrary ruling by a higher court, Your Honor, yes.
And there is none as of this time?
There's none as of this time, Your Honor. You are correct, Your Honor.
Even if there is some questions about allegations of violation, is it not that under the operative fact doctrine in administrative law, all the actions of ABS-CBN from the very start in 1998 up to today had been valid actions on the part of ABS-CBN, had no violation whatsoever, but a small violation of Section 11, Paragraph 1 of Article 416 of the Constitution. Is that correct?
We are aware of the operative fact doctrine, Your Honor. We do not know if the Supreme Court will apply that doctrine in this case.
Well, that is something that as long as you are implementing the operative fact doctrine, we cannot speculate on what the Supreme Court would rule, certainly. But we have that doctrine in administrative law that once it has been declared legal, and you have declared legal the application for PDRs in 1999, it continues to be so until there is a pronouncement otherwise by a competent court. Is that correct?
Yes.
So there are now two doctrines that we have discussed here. Your primary jurisdiction on the issue, and that is why my personal observation is that the Solicitor General should not have gone to the Supreme Court, it should have gone to you, because you have the primary jurisdiction, and there will be questions of fact, not only with law. Would you agree with that?
Your Honor, we have primary jurisdiction with respect to the enforcement of the Securities Regulation Code, but with respect to constitutional issues, we believe that the jurisdiction is actually with the courts.
But you have the primary. You have to be the first one to decide on that, because you are a quasi-judicial body when there is an application like this, correct?
We apply and enforce and interpret the Securities Regulation Code and the Revised Corporation Code as you have outlined, Your Honor. Yes.
Yes. So therefore, Commissioner, we are now asking you, at this point of the proceedings, has the ABS-CBN Corporation applicant for franchise, has it violated any constitutional provision or any provision of law as of this time?
Your Honor, there has, as far as the laws that we enforce and administer, the Securities Regulation Code and the Revised Corporation Code, we are not aware of any violation. They have not, no complaint has been filed with us. The constitutional question, Your Honor, as you know, is pending with the Supreme Court.
So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank Commissioner Amatong for your very candid answers. I am very much satisfied with what you have answered to, and also would like to also thank the ABS-CBN for their time in coming here. And so it is a fact, therefore, and I will restate this. Number one, PDRs, holders, are never owners, shareholders, or stockholders of ABS Corporation, the applicant in this case. Number two, their PDR sales to the holders, even if foreigners, had been approved by the SEC. And the third, it is very clear that all these allegations that there has been violation of the Section 11, Paragraph 1 of Article 16 has no basis in fact and in law. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank you for the time given to me and the congresswomen who have given me more time, more than the 5 minutes that is given to an interpolator. Thank you very much and good evening to everyone.
Thank you, Congressman Rufus Rodriguez. Sa kalaman po ni Kong Rufus, siya ay nagkaroon ng 23 minutes. May natira pang 2 minutes. Pero siguro, ipapagamit mo po ba sa susunod na mag-i-interpolate, Kong Rufus, yung iyong natitirang 2 minutes?
Who is the next one? Because if he's in favor of the franchise, I am giving the time to him.
Ang susunod na po ay ang hinihintay ng lahat. Yung pong pinakamaraming fans dito, si Congressman Marcoleta na po ang susunod.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, hindi na sumagot, hindi papagamit kay Kong Marcoleta ang natitirang 2 minuto ni Kong Rufus Rodriguez. Next to interpolate will be Congressman Rodante Marcoleta na pinahiram po ng oras ni Congresswoman Acosta, Congressman Inudi, Congressman Jun Datol ng Senior Citizen Party List, at Congressman Sandro Gonzales ng mga Marino Party List. Congressman Marcoleta, you have the floor. You're now recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Halos maglilimang oras na po ang nakakaraan. Siguro po makakapaghintay naman ng mga opisyalis ng ABS-CBN para sa ilang mga pagtatanong pa po. Ang PDR po kasi, Mr. Chair, pag tiningnan mo sa isang kapirasong kasulatan halimbawa, kung titingnan mo, wala namang masama dito eh. Parang sa biglang tingin mo, legal ito eh. Nananatili po kasing issue sa atin, Mr. Chair, yung mahigpit na kautusan ng ating saligang batas. Babalik na naman tayo doon. Yung pagmimay-ari, pamamahala ng isang mass media ay limitado lamang sa mga Pilipino. 100% po ang hinihingi ng saligang batas. Anything less than that is a violation of that provision. Kaya po, ganito po ang pagdinig natin, kailangan magpakaingat tayo. Tanong po sa kinatawan ng ABS-CBN kung sino po yung gustong sumagot sa inyo. Yung mga naunang tanong po sa inyo ng aking mga kasama at ang iba po ay tinanong nila sa mga namamahala ng Securities and Exchange Commission. Yun po ba ay masasabi nating kaganapan ng isang batas? O yun ay conclusion of law and conclusion of facts?
ABS-CBN.
Mr. Chair, can we request Attorney Ayo Bautista to be recognized, please?
Attorney Bautista, you're now recognized.
May I ask Congressman Marcoleta to repeat the question?
Yun pong mga naunang pagtatanong ng mga kasama ko dito sa mga opisyalis ng ABS-CBN at ang iba po ay itinanong sa mga opisyalis ng Securities and Exchange Commission na para pong humihingi ng confirmation kung ang inyo pong mga aksyon tungkol sa mga PDRs ay naaayon sa batas. At yung iba po positibong sinabi ng SEC na walang nilalabag. Kung ang pag-uusapan po yung Securities Regulation Code at saka yung Corporation Code. Ang tanong ko po, hindi po ba conclusion of facts lang ito at saka conclusion of law? Ibig sabihin, walang isang makapagsasabi, kahit na po siguro 10 tao ang tumindig at sabihin niya na ang PDRs ay legal, ito po nananatiling konklusyon lamang, hindi po ba, Attorney?
Hindi po. Ito po ang konklusyon or desisyon ng mga administrative quasi-judicial agencies who have the jurisdiction in law to resolve these issues. Kaya mabigat po ang kanilang mga ginagawa. According to the jurisprudence po, the agencies who have the jurisdiction and authority and expertise with respect to certain matters, their word should be given great weight. Pangalawa po, meron tayong presumption of regularity and good faith. Ang presumption po ay yung mga kanilang aksyon ay valid, legal, and binding unless and until they are reversed by a higher court. So yung pong presumption of regularity, good faith, at legal compliance ay nandoon ngayon. Ngayon, pag pinanggit po kanina ni Commissioner Amato, presuming po na lumabas sa Supreme Court decision na nagkamali ang SEC sa kanilang interpretasyon ng mga control test sa Ergosa, sa Teves at sa Roy, mag-a-apply po yung doctrine of operative fact sa akin pong palagay. Ang ibig sabihin nun, kung ang isang tao ay umasa in good faith sa desisyon o kilos ng administrative agency, he cannot be held liable for relying on such decisions and actions. In fact, in the case of Film Development Council of the Philippines versus Colon Heritage, that's dated June 16, 2015, sinabi po ng Supreme Court na it would be ghastly unfair, yun po ang ginamit na salita, ghastly unfair, if you will penalize people who rely in good faith on administrative rulings and decisions. Salamat po.
Attorney Bautista, napakasimple po kasi ng tinanong ko. Napakahaba po ng sagot nyo. It is as if you are preaching to the choir. Ang tanong ko lamang po kung ito ay conclusion of law or conclusion of facts. Ang ibig ko lamang po sabihin, may puwersa po ba ng batas yung halimbawa isinagot ng mga administrative agencies sa mga tanong ng mga kasama ko? Pero hindi ko na po ibibilabor yun. Ang pinaka-importante po kasi, dahil sa pinag-uusapan natin ay dalawang bagay lang. Yung po bang pagmimay-ari at saka yung pamamahala. Kasi po ang sabi po ng inyong mga kinatawan dito sa ABS-CBN, wala naman kang kapangyarihan yung mga may-ari ng PDRs na bumoto Ang tanging ibinigay lang naman sa kanila na karapatan ay yung makakuha ng yung cash distribution. Ang totoong po niyan, nagpapakaingat pa nga sila na hindi magamit yung salitang dividend. Kasi nga, ayaw nilang masabi talaga na stockholders. They are simply holders of PDRs. Talagang inilalayo doon sa usapin na talagang walang control. Ang ibig po bang sabihin, Attorney Bautista, yung po bang paghahawak lamang ng voting rights, yun lamang ang nakakakontrol sa mga aksyon ng isang kumpanya?
Doon po sa decisions ng Gamboa at kay
Hindi po,
Roy
wag na po
versus
ninyong yung Gamboa. Tinatanong ko lang, ang ibig ba nyo sabihin, kung ang isang PDR holder ay hindi siya nakaboto o makakaboto, ito tanggapin ko muna na hindi siya nakakaboto. Ang ibig po ba niyong sabihin, yun lamang may hawak ng boto ang nakapagbibigay ng kontrol sa isang korporasyon?
Yun po ang desisyon ng Suprema, ng Korte Suprema. Hindi ko po opinion yun.
Huwag po ninyong gagamitin ng Korte Suprema. Kayo lang mo po ang tinatanong ko Ang ibig, ulitin ko po, napakasimple po nito. Pinalilito po kasi ng mga representatives ng ABS-CBN, wala naman kang control yung mga yan. Ang boboto rito ay yung ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation.
Kaya sa ganung kaparaanan, wala silang kontrol. Di ba? Ganito na lang para maintindihan po niyo ng lubusan, attorney. Ginamit po kasing halimbawa ng isa sa amin dito na yung pong Philippine Depository Receipt. Wala kang iniwan yan sa sa ticket ng karera. Bagamat napakasimple po ng pagkakagamit ng paghahalimbawa, Attorney Bautista, gamitin ko na rin po yon. Yung tao na gumamit ng isang nominee para bumili ng ticket, siya po yung may-ari, siyang principal. Meron lamang siyang inutusan. Kapag nanalo po yung kabayo po yata ang pinag-uusapan doon. Yung po panalo, ibibigay doon sa principal. Hindi kukunin nung inutusan na bumili ng karera. Di po ba? Kung loto naman po yan, kahit na po ako hindi tumataya ng loto, pero naiintindihan ko po yung mekanismo niyan. Halimbawa po, Tony Bautista, mawalang galang na po sa inyo. Kunwari lamang po, inutusan ko kayo na bumili ng isang loto ticket. Pero mahigpit po yung tagubilin ko sa inyo na ito pong numerong ito ang inyong gagamitin. Halimbawa, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yan ang itaya mo. Inutusan ko po kayo. Mawalang galang na po. Meron po ba kayong karapatan na palitan ninyo yung ticket na sinabi ko sa inyo?
Unang-una po, yung
Okay.
example na sinight ni Attorney Francis Day.
Attorney, hindi po tayo magkakaintindihan kung hindi kayo sasagot eh.
Ang kanya pong example ay kabayo. Kaya hindi po
Attorney,
relevant yung
Attorney,
binabanggit
ganito
mo
po.
na lotto ticket. Ang sinabi po ni Francis Day, narinig ko sa TV nung interview siya.
Mr. Chair, siguro po kakailanganin ko na inyong tulong ninyo.
Kabayo.
Excuse me, attorney, hanggat hindi po kayo binibigyan ng pagkakataon na sumagot ni Congressman Marcoleta, maaari lang po munang hintayin niyo po na tawagin niya po yung pangalan ninyo. Maraming salamat po.
Salamat po.
Ang tinatanong ko lamang po sa inyo, attorney, inutusan, kunwari po, inautusan ko lang kayo. Attorney, sabi ko, pakibili mo naman ako ng ticket ng loto, pero ito yung itataya mo. Itong numerong ito, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Halimbawa pong kayo yung nominee ko, kasi po dito may nominee ito eh. Pupunta po kayo dun sa pinagbibilhan ng loto, maaaring pumila pa kayo ron, pero hindi po ninyo iibahin yung sinabi kong number, sapagkat ako po ang may control. Ang ibig ko lamang pong sabihin dito, kahit na po ako PDR holder, ako pa rin ang may-ari ng control sapagkat kayo ay nominee lamang. Bakit ko po sinasabi ito? Nabanggit na po kanina yung napakaraming Philippine Depository Receipts. Nag-umpisa po kayo ng September 1999. 132 million PDRs. Bago nga po magsara yung offering nung panahon na yon, yun pong Lopez Incorporated, nag-transfer po siya ng 130 million common shares ng ABS-CBN. Ganun po kasi yun eh. Tama po yung mga pinag-uusapan kanina. Ang isang PDR may katapat na isang common share ng ABS-CBN. Pwede ko bang itanong muna sa inyo, ano po ba yung nature nung paano po ba na-record yung initial issuance ng PDRs ng ABS Holdings? Paano po na-records sa libro ng ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation? 130 million ABS-CBN common shares. May I know as to how that particular issuance or transaction recorded in the books?
Kaya po nung sinabi earlier, yung pong may-ari ng common shares na yun ay ABS-CBN Holdings. So,
Alam ko po yun, attorney. Ang sinasabi ko, paano na-record yun? Equity or income?
Shares po yun eh.
Hindi po. Alam ko nga po yun. Pero ang isa pong PDR ay katapat ng isang share. Nag-transfer po ang Lopez Incorporated the same number of shares. 132 million PDRs corresponding or relating or underlying 132 million shares. Yung initial issuance po ng ABS Holdings Corporation, paano po na-record sa libro?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sino po yung...
Mr. Chairman, I
yes,
can answer that question.
Attorney Quezon.
Mr. Chairman, noong 1999 ho, yung Lopez Inc., tinransfer ho yung shares to ABS Holdings Corporation. Pagka-record ho noon ay asset ng ABS Holdings Corporation.
Asset po.
Yes.
Ibig sabihin, capital, di ba? Asset, equity.
Yes, hindi ho equity dahil
hindi po.
Inassign ho.
Magiging ganun po yung katuturan niya. Bakit po? Kasi po kung i-declare nyo na income, okay, tatanungin ko kayo, kung nagbayad kayo ng capital gains tax, sasabihin nyo siguro sa akin, hahanapin ko yung pagbabayad nyo sa BIR. So kung i-consider po ninyo na equity yun o kaya capital, walang iniwan po din yun sa isang taong nagmamayari ng isang common share. Ito po ngayon yung ano dyan. Kaya po natin hinihimay ito. Sabi nga natin, dalawa po kasi ang test ng control, attorney. Kayo na po ba yung sasagot? Tayo po itinuruan sa isang desisyon ng Korte Suprema. Ito po yung case ng Nickel versus Redmond. Na doon ay sinabi ng Korte Suprema, dalawang uri ang pagtutuos ng control. Yung control test, ito po yung situs of control. Madali po yun eh. Kukunin lang po lahat ang shares ng ABS-CBN. Titingnan ng mga pangalan, kung lahat po Pilipino, wala na pong problema yon. Pasado po kayo sa saligang batas. Ano po yung pangalawang test? Kayo na po sumagot. What is the second test?
ABS-CBN.
Attorney, kayo po,
Who
ma'am.
would like Attorney Ayo Bautista to answer that question?
Romuald Padilla.
Congressman Marcoleta, available din po dito ngayon yung SEC General Counsel. Baka gusto niyo pong tanungin.
Mamaya na po siguro, Mr. Chair, kasi po, sayang po yung pagkakataon
Sige po.
na nandito.
ABS-CBN, isa po sa inyo, kung maaari po sumagot.
Dalawa po yung test. Alam po ninyo ito, corporation law lang ito eh. Yung pong unang test, walang problema ron. Yung situs of control. Napakasimple nun. Titingnan po natin yung mga shares of stocks. Iisa-isayin po natin. Walang problema, puro Pilipino, Mr. Chair. Walang sasabit doon sa 100% Pilipino. Ano po yung pangalawang test na itinuro sa atin ng Korte Suprema? Nickel versus Redmond. Hindi po nyo kabisado? Ito po yung grandfather rule. Gagamitin po natin yung grandfather rule kapag merong agam-agam. Pag merong pagdududa, kinakailangang makita sino talaga ang may-ari. Ito po yung konsepto ng beneficial ownership. Tama po ba? Ito po kasi ang pinaka-gist ng ating pinag-uusapan ngayon. Wala pong pagtatalo, ABS-CBN is a mass media company. At sa ating saligang batas, talagang mahigpit ang kautusan, 100%. Alam po ninyo, ngayon po kasi modernong panahon, modern technology, inaamin naman po natin na lumaganap ang maraming mga financial instruments. PDRs, I would admit, are innovative, creative financial instruments, kagaya po ng inyong unang pangungusap kanina, that probably suit the desires and needs, the peculiar needs of several investors. Ang nagiging problema po, kasi ganito, nung ang ating saligang batas ay na-ratify, 1978 pa po yun eh. Wala pa pong masyadong PDRs, hindi pa pong masyadong kilala. It's too far away from our time. Kayo nga po ang nagsabi kanina na kayo po ang nagpauso nito eh. Hindi po dahil sa creative ito or very innovative, hindi na kailangan nating suriin. Kasi nga mahigpit po yung tuntunin ng saligang batas. Kinakailangan merong pamantayan kung talagang ito ay hindi nakaka-circumvent ng saligang batas. Ang PDR po sa kanyang unang tingin, walang masama doon. Lalong-lalo na po doon sa mga korporasyon na hindi naman hinihingi yung 100%. Meron po kasing korporasyon, attorney, 60-40. So, meron tayong allowance sa mga banyaga, 40%. Sa advertising naman, 70%. Ganun po eh. Wala siguro, medyo may kaluwagan po siguro kung gagamitin yung PDRs doon kasi meron namang allowance talaga sa banyaga. Kaya lang ito, nagkataon po. Ito lamang po ang provision ng saligang batas na nagtatakda na 100% dapat. Ang Kongreso po ay maingat din naman dito. So, ano po yung beneficial ownership? Nagkaroon po kasi ng pagkakataon na ma-define po yung kung ano ibig sabihin ng beneficial ownership. Nakatara po sa Section 3.12, 2015 IRR of the Securities Regulation Code, Republic Act 8799. Babasahin ko po, Mr. Chair. Beneficial owner or beneficial ownership means any person who directly or indirectly through any contract, arrangement, undertaking, relationship, or otherwise has or shares voting power, which includes the power to vote or direct the voting of such security or direct the disposition of such security. Hindi po totoo yung mga pahayag na wala sa kanya yung karapatang bumoto ay nawawala na siya ng kapangyarihan. Ang beneficial owner po, nakapag-direct siya, nakapag-i-influence siya kung paano iboto yung underlying share. Ito po ay nasa batas. Ngayon po, ang sabi natin kanina, hindi naman namin binibigyan ng karapatang bumoto. Kaya po ang tanong ko kanina kay Attorney Bautista, yun lamang po bang karapatang bumoto ang kumukontrol? Hindi po. Hindi po. Bigyan ko po kayo ng halimbawa. Halimbawa po yung PDRs natin, hindi ngayon, meron kayo halimbawang gagawin na isang fundamental decision. Mangangailangan po kayo ng, under the Corporation Code, mangangailangan kayo ng at least 2/3 ng outstanding stocks ng ABS-CBN. Kung nagkataon po yung mga PDR sa halimbawa, bigla ngayong nag-exercise ng right to dispose yung may-ari nito. Pero wala namang gustong bumili. Nangyayari po yan. Madidelay po ngayon yan. What will happen to the fundamental decision that should be undertaken by the corporation? Mababalam po yun. Sa makatwid po, hindi lamang yung bumoto siya, pati yung hindi niya pagboto, na-delay po yung hakbang na gagawin ng corporation. Ang dami po, binanggit po ninyo yung Roy case. Sinabi po doon, alam naman nyo yun, binasa na rin nyo siguro kahit pagbalik-balik ta rin natin yun eh. Hindi lamang po yung may-ari ng voting power ang makapag-i-impluensya at makapag-control. Ano pong sabi doon? There are corporate control enhancing mechanisms. Tawagin nga po nila yan, proportionality limiting measures. Nandyan po sa batas yun. Ang isang example po ng corporate control enhancing mechanism, ito nga po yung PDRs. Paano po? Ito, aaminin niyo po siguro. Meron po kayong ganito po, para malaman ng mga kababayan natin. Ang 20 may-ari, malalaking stockholders na may-ari ng ABS-CBN Corporation, Lopez Incorporated. At saka yung PCD company nominee. Tama po ba yun? Ito po kasi ay dokumentong ibinigay nyo sa secretariat ng komite na gumagabay sa atin ngayon. Tama po ba yun? There are two major stockholders.
ABS-CBN, please answer. Hindi po pwede yung tatango lang po. Please answer po.
Tama po yan.
Tama po. Ang Lopez Incorporated, siya rin po ang may-ari ng ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation. Tama po ba?
Lopez Inc. owns 60% of ABS Holdings Corporation.
Ulitin po ninyo.
Lopez
Pakiulit
Inc.
po.
owns 60% of ABS Holdings Corporation.
Yung Lopez Inc. ano po? Yung 10% naman po, yung pag-aari ni Mr. Gabby Lopez, tama po? Siya po ang treasurer at member of the board.
Opo, tama po yan.
30%, hawak po ni Ginoong Oscar Lopez, Manuel Lopez, at saka Salvador Tirona.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Sa Makatwid po, ang majority ownership ay nasa Lopez Incorporated ng ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation. Nagkataon po, sila pa rin ang may-ari ng ABS-CBN Corporation. Tama po ba?
That's correct.
Okay. Isa po sa malaking may-ari ay yung PCD company nominee. Pero doon po, sa ibinigay po ninyong mga dokumento sa aming secretariat, nakalagay lamang PCD company nominee. Pagkatapos, ang nakikita namin, majority Pilipino. Ay, ibig sabihin pa lang, doon pa lang, inaamin nyo na merong kasangkot na hindi Pilipino kasi majority Pilipino lang. Tingnan po ninyo yung dokumento. Dapat siguro nilagay nyo doon, majority foreigner. Bakit po? Kung titingnan po natin yung mga inisyo ninyong mga PDRs, sinabi na po kanina ni DS Hernandez kanina, ang top notcher po foreign 198 million PDRs, representing about 61%. Ang susunod po, dalawa po kasi yung PCD company nominee, kaya po, yung pong dokumento ninyo nakalilito Isa pong PCD company nominee, foreign. Ito po ang kanyang representation, 61%. Yung pong PCD company, Pilipino, 36%. Paano po? Siguro po itanong ko sa inyo, sino po yung security agent holding the pledge of shares to secure the delivery upon exercise of the PDR hold? Sino po ba yung security agent ng mga PDRs na foreign?
Yung Philippine Deposit Trust Corporation.
Yun. Kung gagamitin po natin yung halimbawa, siya po yung inutusan na bumili ng loto. Kasi siya po yung may hawak nun Tama po ba? Tama po, di ba? Nominee lang po siya Ang principal po yung may-ari ng PDRs. Tama po. Okay, kayo naman, napakasimple naman po ng... Ulitin ko po, dalawa po yung PCD company nominee. Isang foreign, isang Pilipino. Doon po sa mga dokumentong pinadala nyo sa amin, isa po siya sa umahawak na pagmeme-ari ng ABS-CBN Corporation. Ito po yung broadcasting. Sino po yung agent? Ang sabi nyo, Philippine Central Depository. So, siya po yung nominee. Kagaya po ng paghalimbawa kanina, para po maintindihan ng ating mga kababayan, siya po yung bumili ng ticket ng loto. Pero po yung holder, ang sabi niya, oh, ito po yung number, ito yung number na itataya mo, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ang merong control po noon, yung may hawak ng holder ng PDR. Sa makatwid, kahit siya po'y PDR holder lang, makapagdidikta po siya doon sa PCD nominee, nagkataon pong hawak po ng Philippine Central Depository. Ito pong mga tanong na ito, napakasimple naman po eh. Nagbibigay po kasi ng agam-agam, babalik na naman po ako sa issue, talaga bang nagagamit ba natin ang PDRs para lusutan natin ang saligang batas? Sa totoo po, yung mga testimonya po ng Securities and Exchange Commission, kaya po yung pauna kong tanong kanina, attorney, hindi ba parang mga conclusion of facts lang yan? Ang tanging makapagsasabi lang kasi, kung sino talagang nagsasabi ng totoo, katapus-tapusan, ang Korte Suprema. Kami po dito, inihahayag lang namin, ang pangamba namin, baka nagagamit po ninyo para i-circumvent ang Constitution. Ang totoo po nito, kung susuriin po natin yung PDR instrument na binigay nyo sa amin, andito po, nagbigay kayo eh. Ito po. Yung kopya ko pa nga po, sabi ko sa inyo, napakalabo pero pinagdagan ko pong basahin. Ano po ang magdidikta kung may control ang PDRs? Yung pong binigay ninyong karapatan na nandito sa instrument. Alam po ninyo kung ilan ang binigay ninyong karapatan sa may hawak ng instrument? Napakarami po, alam po ninyo ito. Number 1, the right to delivery. Ano po bang ibig sabihin ng the right to delivery, attorney?
Kung mamarapatin niyo po, pwede po ba akong sumagot?
Opo, kung sino mo pong gustong sumagot
Okay.
sa inyo.
Yung right to delivery po, ang ibig pong sabihin nun, kung ayaw niyo na pong hawakan ng PDR at kayo ay Pilipino, pwede pong ilipat sa inyo yung shares ng ABS-CBN Broadcasting Company. Kasi kasama po yun ng mga binili nyo. Meron po kayong deposit kung gusto nyong i-exercise kasi hindi naman po kayo pwedeng pilitin na maghawak ng PDRs hanggang sa huli. Kung gusto nyo hong i-convert yun into shares, then i-deliver po sa inyo yung ABS-CBN common shares.
Dalawang bagay po kasi yun, attorney. Kung Pilipino po, kaya niyang hawakan. Kung hindi po siya Pilipino, hindi niyo ibibigay sa kanya sapagkat isa sa kondisyon ng PDR.
Tama po yun.
Pero ang hindi po ninyo niliwanag, yun pong foreign holder, meron siyang karapatan na mag-designate ng Filipino person. Tama po?
Wala pong ganun sa aming PDR instrument. Kung siya po ay banyaga, ang kanya pong right is ipabenta yung shares para ang matatanggap lang niya ay yung proceeds ng shares. Cash po ang kanyang matatanggap. At kung pwede pong sumagot dun sa una niyong tanong.
Sandali po.
Yeah. Dalawa po yung listahan ng mga na sinubmit.
Sandali po. Ang sabi po ninyo, wala po sa instrument ninyo na kapag foreigner ay hindi siya makapag-a-appoint ng isang Filipino person na maging nominee niya?
Wala pong ganun.
Kung sakali pong maipakita ko sa inyo na nasa inyo pong instrument, sakali lamang po.
Sige po.
Ito po yung ano po sa item, nagbigay po kasi kayo ng isang sample ng PDR instrument. Siguro kabisado naman po ninyo, ako ngayon ko lang po nakita. May I draw your attention under item 2.3. Ang subject po nito, form, title, transfer, and certificate. Ano po ang sinasabi rito? Lulundag na po ako dun sa pinag-uusapan. Sabi niya, andali po, hindi po pala yun. Nagsamali ako. Dito po sa page 29 po, nung prospectus ninyo accompanying the statement. Ano po? Meron po kasi kayong ABS-CBN 2014 registration statement. Kasama po yon ay yung prospectus. Sa page 29 po ng prospectus na yan, ganito po yung sinasabi. each PDR is exercisable upon payment of the exercise price of 10 centavos and will entitle the PDR holder as permitted by Philippine law to either delivery of, ayun po, or sale of the payment of proceeds from the sale of one share. Of the issue price, 43.125 shall be treated as a deposit and shall apply towards payment of the relevant share upon exercise of the PDRs. Ito po yung kasunod. Delivery of shares to non-Philippine person is not permitted. Therefore, on exercise of the PDR, the underlying shares will be delivered only to the Philippine persons designated by the holder or otherwise sold on its behalf in the open market. Binigyan po niyo siya ng kapangyarihan na mag-designate ng non-Philippine ng Philippine person. Pag sinabi mo pong Philippine person, attorney, pwedeng individual, pwedeng corporation. Bakit ngayon tatalikuran ninyo na sinasabi ninyo wala siyang karapatang mag-designate? Ito po yung napakalaking kapangyarihan na binigay nyo sa kanya. Magiging isang instrumento po ito para i-circumvent ang saligang batas sa dami po ng kapangyarihang binigay ninyo. Kung babasahin po ninyo itong instrument na binigay nyo, ang title nga po nito ito po, Philippine Deposit Receipt Instrument, ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation. Dito pa nga po, may karapatan po yung holder. Mr. Chair, naririnig po ninyo? Siguro po mamaya na po kayo
Hindi po.
mag-confer ng note. Para po,
Pagpaumanhin niyo po.
ganito po. Hindi nga nakita nyo po, meron. So, sa mga tweet, tama po ako.
Meron pong nakasulat nga dito.
Meron po pala, no? Mabuti po. Dapat po tinitingnan. Ako ngayon ko lang nakita po Pero kayo, kayo po nagpasimula nito, dapat alam po ninyo ito.
Opo.
Ngayon, nasa na ba ako? Isa pa pong kapangyarihan na binigay ninyo sa may-ari ng PDR. Binigyan po ninyo siya ng kapangyarihan na sa English po kasi, to vary and modify the rights of the holder. Ito po yung talagang nakapagbigay sa akin ng iba yung parang pagkabahala. Bakit po ganun? Nakalagay rito, by way of an extraordinary resolution, the PDR holder can vary and modify their rights depending on several eventualities. Ito po ba sinuri ng Securities and Exchange Commission? Kanina po, yung mga tanong ng mga kasama ko, in-approve pala ng Securities and Exchange Commission. Ibig sabihin, pag in-approve yan, talagang may primary jurisdiction, ganito po yan. Ang ibig po ba niyong sabihin, attorney, nung in-approve po ng Securities and Exchange Commission, tiningnan din po ba niya kung yung PDR ay maaring nakapag-circumvent ng saligang batas? Tiningnan ba ng SEC po yun? Yun po ba yung inyong assumption?
Yan po ang aming assumption kasi lahat po ng mga dokumento at lahat ng mga requirements, pati po yung PDR instrument at lahat ng kailangan i-disclose, dinisclose naman po namin sa Securities and Exchange Commission.
Yun po yung assumption ninyo.
Yun po.
Ngayon, yung po kasing pagbabari or modification of rights upon the existence of some eventualities or contingent conditions, mangyayari lamang po yun pagkatapos na approvein yung PDR para i-offer na ninyo. So, lalabas po dito, hindi kailanman malalaman ng Securities and Exchange Commission kung ano yung mga rights na babaguhin at ano-anong mga conditions na magti-trigger kung bakit binago yon. Wala na pong alam doon ang Securities and Exchange Commission. Hindi po niya kontrolado yon. At ang Securities and Exchange Commission po ay hindi isang korte na sasabihin niya, ito hindi makalalabag ito sa saligang batas. Meron po ba siyang ganong kapangyarihan, attorney? Na pag nung makita niya, ang totoo po nito, alam po niyo yung kasagutan Ano po ang inapprove? Ang inapprove po nila sa inyo ay yung actual na pagbebenta ninyo ng Philippine Depositary Receipts. Wala pong kinalaman doon yung determination kung meron man, kung ito'y nakalabag sa saligang batas. There was no determination on the part of the Securities and Exchange Commission to look into whether or not some kind of circumvention has been done. Why? Hindi po kasi trabaho ng Securities and Exchange Commission yun eh. Sukat na, mairehistro nila, nailagay po sa tamang mga requisite na hinahanap ng Securities and Exchange Commission, sabi niya, okay na yan. Pero hindi po niya titingnan. Hindi siya lalabas sa 4 na sulok ng PDRs na yan para lamang sabihin sa inyo, constitutionally, tama po ito. Wala pong ganon. Ang totoo po niyan, attorney, kung halimbawa naniniwala kayo sa assumption ninyo na tama lahat ito, nakita lahat ng Securities and Exchange Commission. Pero, kayo na rin po siguro ang dapat na tumingin dito sa inyong mga dokumento. May mga disclaimer po. Ito po. Doon pa lamang po sa Securities Regulation Code, ang sabi niya, Section 12, the Securities and Regulations Code, ito po, 12.7, Madam. Any untrue statement or fact, ulitin ko po, any untrue statement of fact or omission to state a material fact required to be stated herein or necessary to make the statement therein not misleading shall constitute fraud. O sa makatwid, hindi sinasabi ng, yan ay complete na tama yan. Nilalabas ko ang sarili ko dyan. Sabi po ng dito pa lang sa batas, dito pa lang sa pagre-rehistro ninyo. Ang sabi pa po rito, ito po nasa first page po ng inyong prospectus. Dated January 6, 2014, which accompanied the 2014 registration statement of ABS-CBN. Ito po yung nakasaad mismo. The Securities and Exchange Commission has not approved the securities or determined if this prospectus is accurate or complete. Any misrepresentation to the contrary is a criminal offense and should be reported immediately to the Securities and Exchange Commission. Bakit po merong disclaimer na ganito? Abay, nilalabas din siyempre ng Securities and Exchange Commission ang sarili niya. Maring nagkamali siya. Tama po ba, attorney?
Kung pwede ko po lang linawin. Yung pong...
Hindi, tanong ko po sa inyo, ito po bang pagkakaroon ng disclaimer na to, hindi nangangahulugan na hindi sapat na inapprove yung sale sapagkat maring merong siyang hindi nakita, kaya meron siyang disclaimer. Kaya wag nating sasabihin na pumasa sa lahat ng aspeto, lalong-lalo na po kung pag-uusapan ay yung ating saligang batas. Hindi po ba ganoon ang ibig sabihin ng disclaimer?
Ang review po kasi ng Securities and Exchange Commission, pag nag-apply po kayo for registration, talaga kung hinihimay nila lahat ng mga disclosures doon.
Yun nga po.
Kung meron
wala
man
naman
pong
po problema doon,
misrepresentation.
attorney. Hinimay nga nila pero nagkaroon sila ng disclaimer. Ang ibig sabihin nito, hindi sapat na tingnan lang nila. Maaring merong pagkukulang, marong hindi nakita.
Opo.
Sabi nga po natin ganito eh.
Ang pagkukulang po niyan ay usually sa factual issues po. Pag sinabi mong
Yun
ang
po.
aming capital ay 100 million, pero 50 million lang pala, yun po yung
Sandali po. Yun po yung assumption ninyo. Yun
Opo.
po yung opinion ninyo. Kaya
Opo.
kanina po, ang aking opening salvo, lahat po ng pinag-uusapan natin at sagot nyo, mga conclusion of fact ito. Maaring nagkamali kayo, maaring nagkamali kami, pero yung agam-agam nandito po. Malinaw po yun. Nagkakaroon ng pagdududa sapagkat napakarami ng binigay ninyong power sa holder na kung tutuusin mo at pagsasama-samahin will constitute control as a beneficial o owner. Tingnan mo. The right to delivery, possession. The right to sale or proceeds of the underlying share, ito po yung distribution of cash, enjoyment. I-exercise ng kanyang disposition. These are the three attributes of ownership. Pagkatapos sasabihin po ninyo, palalabasin po natin sa pamamagitan ng mga intricate web of corporate lawyering na hindi po ganito. Paano po namin masusundan ngayon? ABS-CBN is owned by Lopez Inc. ABS-CBN Holdings is owned by Lopez Inc. Meron pa pong holding corporation ang nagme-may-ari ng Lopez Inc. Saan po natin hahanapin lahat itong PDRs na ito kung napakarami po ninyong holding corporation? Tingnan po ninyo.
Pwede po bang sumagot?
Sandali po. Ito po yung... Ang Lopez Inc. ngayon ay pag-aari na naman ng isang holding companies of Mr. Eugenio Lopez Jr., Oscar M. Lopez, Manuel Lopez, Presentacion Lopez, Sinakis. 4 na kumpanya na naman po ang may-ari na naman ng Lopez Inc. Isa po ay Creslo Holdings Corporation, majority Filipino. Ito po yung sinabit ninyo sa Secretariat. Mantes Corporation, majority owner, Filipino. Tigto 29.10% po itong dalawang ito. Dito pa lamang po, makikita na po yung pag-aalinlangan. Bakit majority Filipino? 29.1%, dalawa. Paano? Yun sa PCD, hindi na nga nyo po may papaliwanag eh. Sino po ang boboto nung hawak po ng PCD Corporation nominee foreign? 198 million PDRs constituting 61%. Sino po ang boboto nung underlying shares noon?
Okay. Kung pwede pong bumalik doon sa PCD nominee, dalawa po yung listahan na isinubmiti namin. Yung isa pong listahan, ang listahan ng shareholders ng ABS-CBN Broadcasting Company. Kung makikita niyo po dyan, wala pong PCD nominee na non-Filipino. Yung isa pong listahan, yun po ang listahan ng PDR holders. Kaya po merong PCD nominee kasi po yung shares nakadeposit sa kanila at nagbenta ng mga PDRs both to Filipinos and non-Filipinos. So ang restriction po natin is on the mass media company. At yung sa mass media company, kung titignan niyo po ang listahan, lahat po yan ay Pilipino. Yung sa list ng PDR holders na nakadeposit sa PCD nominee, meron ho yan foreigners. Wala naman pong diskusyon na walang foreigners na naghahawak ng PCD at ng PDRs. Kasi po yung PDRs, yung amin pong ini-explain kanina, it's a financial instrument. Wala po silang ownership sa mass media company.
Alam po ninyo, attorney, ganito po yun eh. Kahit na po sabihin natin 1,000,000 beses na wala silang ownership, konklusyon pa rin po yun. Ang mangyayari po nito, kanina ko pa po tinatanong, ano po yung kasaysayan ng 198 million PDRs na hawak po ng foreign? Ngayon po, merong PCD company nominee foreign. Sino po ang boboto para doon? Kasi nominee lang po siya.
Kung ang tanong niyo po ay kung boboto sila sa ABS-CBN Broadcasting Company, hindi po sila bumoboto. Ito pong listahan na to na may PCD nominee, yan po ang listahan ng mga PDR holders. So kung tatanungin niyo ang botohan, yun ang botohan ng mga PDR holders. So wala pong kinalalaman yun sa ABS-CBN Broadcasting Company.
Kanina pa po natin pinagtatalunan yung tungkol sa control. Halimbawa po, gusto niyang i-exercise yung right to dispose. Foreigner po siya. Siyempre po, hahanap kayo ng bibili, hindi po ba, attorney?
Opo.
Nagkataon po, wala pang bibili. Nangyayari naman po yun eh. Sa dami po nun. Hindi ko po kasi alam kung ang magti-trigger nun, yung mismong may hawak ng PDR o may kinalaman din yung ABS Holdings, ito po yung napakalabo eh. Dahil nga po sa web ng inyong layering, ito po yung mahirap na tuntunin. Kaya po nahihirapan tayong ganito, napakarami po nung layering ninyo, kaya lumilitaw po talaga, hindi natin matukoy talaga kung nagagamit na circumvention ito, hindi. Dapat kasi linawin natin. Ngayon, wala pong bibili. Nagkatawang 198 million PDRs po yun, representing 61%. Ang tanong po kanina, edi kung halimbawa, gagawa po kayo ng isang fundamental action, corporate action, madi-delay po pati yung action na gagawin ninyo. Sapagkat na-delay po. Kahit hindi siya bumoto, yung hindi niya pagkakaboto dahil yung hindi niya pagkakabenta, na-delay po yun, hindi naman po kayo makakagawa without the 2/3 outstanding shares po na nire-represent ng PDR. Yun po yung magulo doon. Kaya malinaw po rito, kahit sabihin po ninyong wala silang controlling sa pamamagitan ng pagboto, yung hindi po niya pagboto o na-delay niya yung pagboboto, control din po yun eh. So ang malinaw, nakaka-control din sila sa management. Malinaw po yun.
Yeah. With due respect po, Your Honor, yung hindi po pagboto ay karapatan din po ng shareholder.
Tama po yun. Tama po yun. Pero ang sinasabi natin, na-delay po yung action ng nagagawin under, for example, I'm referring to Section 6 of the Corporation Code. Tama po yun?
No.
Na-delay ngayon ng sabihin nating 3 buwan. Hindi nyo nagawa yung dapat ninyong gawin. Hindi po ba na-control niya? Na-control niya. Kasi maaaring, ito po yung medyo mahirap po. Ang tinatanong ko kanina, sino po yung security agent? Sabi po ninyo, yung PCD.
Sila po ang security
Philippine
agent
Central
ng
Depository.
PDRs.
Oh. Sila po yung may hawak ng pledge of shares, di ba? Para ma-secure po yung delivery upon the exercise, di ba? Ano po yung nature at saka extent ng obligasyon ng security agent?
Yung security agent po ay siya lang naghahawak ng shares na underlying the PDRs.
Ang ibig niyo sabihin, walang impluensya po yung may hawak nun?
Wala po, kasi wala man po silang karapatan na mag-influensya. Sila lang po yung nagkustodiya ng mga shares of stock para din ho protektahan naman ang PDR holders. Kasi kung yung shares naman madi-dissipate, mawawalan po din ng rights ang mga PDR holders.
Sa lamang po yun.
Deputy Speaker Marcoleta, pwede po bang ibigay nyo na po ang inyong huling katanungan para po mapagbigyan ng daan yung linya po ng pagtatanong ng susunod natin na magtatanong na si Congressman PD Barsaga.
Sabi po ni Congressman PD, bibigay po niya sa akin yung panahon niya.
Umiiling po si Congressman Barsaga.
Well, I have been waiting for so long. So I will be waiting for the moment that my time will come. Although I was here as early as 12:30.
Sige po, huling katanungan po, Congressman Marcoleta.
Mr. Chair, hindi po ako matatapos siguro kahit nabigyan. Siguro po mga 15 minutes po baka kaya ko pong tapusin.
Mr. Chairman, in as much as I also have some questions, but I yield to the Honorable Marcoleta. Kasama na rin po dun kay Congressman Onyx Crisologo na ibinigay sa akin bilang nakakatanda, ibinibigay ko na po kay Congressman Marcoleta.
Maraming salamat, Vice Chairman Mark Defensor. Additional 10 minutes para kay Congressman Marcoleta.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Salamat po, Congressman Mike Defensor.
Pwede po bang
para po
magsalita?
Madali, sandali po. Siguro po gawin natin, stipulation na lang po para, kunyari, para madali yung ibang tatanungin ko sa inyo. if you so desire. No? As of October 16, 2019, Mr. Chair, can ABS-CBN representatives stipulate that per beneficial ownership disclosure of ABS-CBN Holdings, Prudential Singapore Holdings, PTE Limited, holds 15,656,570 PDRs issued by ABS-CBN Holdings?
Mr. Chairman, we'll have to check the records. We can just give.
I-check po ninyo.
Oh, yes, sir.
Salamat po. Mr. Chair, can ABS-CBN also stipulate that in May 2013, Mercury Media Holdings Limited, an affiliate of the Capital Group companies, acquired PDRs issued by ABS-CBN Corporation from Marathon Asset Management LLP, costing some 2.3 billion pesos.
ABS-CBN?
We'll check again the figures, Your Honor.
Siguro po, Mr. Chair, paano check po ninyo? Paano kung na-check po ninyo? Yes na po ang sagot?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sige po. Mr. Chair, will ABS-CBN also stipulate further that in June 2013, a US-based fund, Capital International Private Equity Fund, acting through Mercury Media Holdings Finance, subscribed to some 2.5 billion pesos worth of PDRs from ABS-CBN Holdings?
Mr. Chairman, we'll also look at the figures and verify it and then certify.
Yung pong mga i-verify nyo, kailan nyo po matatapos i-verify? Can you verify it today?
Baka mahirapan ho kami today. It's already 7.
Okay. Kung hindi po kaya ngayon,
Tomorrow's a holiday.
kahit po matapos itong round of questioning natin tungkol sa PDRs, papayagan po ng chairman ng joint committee ito na bigyan ng 1 o 2 minuto si Congressman Marcoleta para naman sagutin nyo yung kanyang mga katanungan na hindi nyo po masagot ngayong gabing ito. Sa susunod po natin na hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Congressman Marcoleta.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Kasi po, mawalang galang na po sa ABS-CBN. Kung hindi po ako nagkakamali, about 3 weeks ago, I asked them to submit alpha lists. Kung naalala po ninyo, yung contribution nila sa SSS, contribution sa Pag-ibig Fund, contribution sa employment compensation, contribution sa home development o itong Pag-ibig Fund, contribution sa PhilHealth. Pwede ko po bang malaman kung ito po ay nasubmit na, Mr. Chair?
Congressman Marcoleta, hindi pa po nasubmit ng
eh.
ABS-CBN ang mga documents na nirequest natin at pwede po kayong mag-motion na pasabina na natin yung mga documents natin na yun.
Pwede po nating gawin yun, pwede rin nating hindi gawin sapagkat alam naman natin kung talagang katotohanan po yung kanilang gustong malaman. Dahil sa palagi po nilang sinasabi na 11,000 ang kanilang mga regular employees, yun lamang po kasi ang makapagpapatunay kung sino talagang nagsasabi ng totoo, kung 11,000 o hindi 11,000. 3 linggo na po kasi yun, Mr. Chair. Sa mga tweet, kung makakakuha tayo ng commitment sa kanila, napakadali naman po nun.
Maaari po ba naming mahingi po ang commitment ng ABS-CBN?
Po, Mr. Chair, we commit po to submit all the requested documents before the next hearing po.
Sige po. Inaasahan po namin yung submission po na yan at dahil po hindi nyo rin po na-submit at hindi rin masagot, papabayaan po ng chairman ng joint committee ito na muling itanong ni Congressman Marcoleta yung kanyang katanungan ngayong gabi. Maikling-maikli lang po, Congressman Marcoleta, sa susunod po na hearing natin, kahit po ibang issue na po yung pag-uusapan natin. Congressman Marcoleta.
Salamat po. Sinasabi po ninyo kasi na palaging walang control. Hindi naman kami nagbenta, hindi namin binigay ang ownership sa mga foreign holders ng mga PDRs. Pero kung tutuntunin po kasi yung mga dokumento nyo, halimbawa ito pong ABS-CBN Holdings Beneficial Ownership Disclosure, dated October 28, 2019. Ito po yung admission ninyo eh. The PDRs unlock the share value of ABS-CBN Corporation, allowing foreigners to participate. Sarili po ninyong disclosure ito eh. Ulitin ko po. The PDRs unlock the share value of ABS-CBN Corporation, allowing foreigners to participate in a media enterprise whose ownership is constitutionally limited to Filipinos. Kayo na po nag-admit ito. Hindi ko naman po salita ito. Kinuha ko lang po dito sa... Ito, kayo po may papel nito eh. Paano hindi... Nandun po yung pagdududa. Nandito po yung agam-agam. Hindi ko po sinasabing ako po yung tama. Wala pa pong makapagsasabi nito sapagkat sa tamang panahon po ito, maring dumating po sa Korte Suprema, sila po ang may final say dito. So, isa-isa po pinakikita ko sa inyo, inarmasan po ninyo yung PDR ng napakaraming kapangyarihan na kung saan manggagaling po yung kontrol eh. Hindi ko naman po kayo masisi. Siguro wala naman pong bibili na PDR sa inyo kung hindi naman sila bibigyan ng ganitong mga karapatan. Ganun din po yun eh. Ginamit po nyo yung PDR para tumaas po yung share. Ang problema, it will also achieve the twin evil na, you are allowing also the foreigners to participate in a media enterprise whose ownership is constitutionally limited to Filipinos. Kayo po nagsabi nito. Hindi po ako. Ganito po, Mr. Chair. Ang ano po kasi, ang ABS-CBN is a publicly listed corporation. Tama po yun, attorney, di ba?
Tama po.
Kapag publicly listed company, nakapagbebenta po kayo ng mga shares sa ating mga kababayan. Tama naman po yun, di ba?
Tama po.
Ito naman po ay isang legal na pasilidad na ipinagkakalob ng batas. Kung sana po, yun na lamang sana yung ating paraan. Ang nangyari po kasi, bigla ngayong in-introduce nyo yung PDRs. Naintindihan ko na po because we should be able to take advantage of modern technology. And in the new financial market, we should be able to introduce creative and innovative financial instruments that would probably meet the peculiar needs of investors. Talaga pong ganun eh. Pero sabi ko nga sa inyo, kung hindi po sana kayo mass media company na ang tuntunin ay napakahigpit, halimbawa po, si Congressman Michael Defensor, meron po siyang napakalaking kumpanya na nagtitinda ng taho. Ano po yun, 60-40 ang ano dyan. Talagang papayagan po yung pagmimay-ari ng PDR. Kahit mag-issue po siya ng PDR, hindi ko na po siya kukwestiyonin. Malayo ko na po siyang questionin siguro, ma'am. Kasi meron po talagang porsyento na inilalaan ng batas. Kaya lang ito po, ang test po natin dito, whether or not yung paggamit po nating PDRs ay maaring nakalalabag. Ito po yung pinakapunto ng usaping ito. Kung sana po yung nagbebenta na lang kayo, malinaw na malinaw po yung unang test, yung control test, situs of control. Malinaw po, puro Pilipino eh. Masisino pa nating lahat. Pero kung PDRs po, Amerikano po halimbawa, Aleman, British, paano po natin, kahit na po magkahiwalay yung listahan natin, ma'am, o sige, meron kang PCD company Pilipino, meron kang PCD company foreign. Paano po ngayon matutuntunan ni Kong Boying Remulla kung yung pong foreign na yun, ibinenta niya sa kabilang... Wala na po tayong matutuntun doon. Ito yung napakahirap. So, maski po yung saligang batas, hirap na tuntunin kayo sapagkat napakarami po ninyong ginamit na kaparaanan. Hindi ko naman po sinabing sinadya ninyong itago, pero ganito po yung nangyayari. Kaya po humihirap. Kasi po ang PDR, isang makabagong instrumento. Alam naman po ninyo na there are regulatory gaps in our present system. Tanggapin ninyo o hindi, kung minsan po, yung mga batas natin hindi makahabol sa bilis ng technology. Ang isa pong halimbawa, ito po. Ito pong conditional access system na binigay sa ABS-CBN Corporation para makapagpalabas po kayo sa pamamagitan ng cable. Ang sabi po ng NTC sa inyo, huwag muna kayong gagamit, sabi niya, ng isang cable channel hanggat hindi kami nakagagawa ng kaukulang tuntunin para i-regulate ito. Sinulatan po kayo ng NTC. Pero sa kabila po nun, pinagwalang bahala ninyo, tinuloy pa rin ninyo, ano po ang gusto kong palabasin? Nauhuli po yung talagang gano'n po napakabilis ng technology. So, maski dito po, mabilis po yung pag-create natin ng mga financial instrument, hindi makahabol ang ating regulatory system. Yun po yung nagiging dahilan, kaya nagkakaroon kami ng pananaw na nagagamit po ninyo ang PDRs sa paraan na nababiolate po ninyo ang ating saligang batas. Doon po sa yung pong kapangyarihan ng isang PDR holder sa delivery or sale, nakalagay din po sa, hindi lang isang dokumento po ang ginagamit ko, sarili po ninyo ito. Tingnan po ninyo yung ABS-CBN Corporation na nakalagay po ito. Doon sa certificate po. Nakalagay po sa PDR certificate ito mismo eh. This certifies that blank 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 is our registered holders of the Philippine deposit receipts contained herein and is are entitled upon the payment of the exercise price of 10 centavos per share or such amount as may be adjusted herein in accordance with the terms of the PDR instrument to the delivery or sale of one existing share of stock of ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation for every one PDR held. Yun po ay possession, di ba? Ito naman po sa, yung right of delivery, nandito pa.
Pwede po sumagot.
Ito po, bago niyo po sagutin, meron pa pong isang pinagbabatayan. Dito po sa inyong PDR instrument under item 2.3, ito po yung sinasabi ko sa inyo. 2.3 Form Title Transfer Certificates. Upon exercise of the PDR exercise rights, the shares delivered or sold shall be lodged with the PCD, unless and until the exercising holder, in case of delivery or subsequent transferee, in case of sale, requests for upliftment into registered stock certificate evidencing shares. Napakalaki po ng mga kapangyarihang binibigay nyo. Paano po ninyo ipaliliwanag yung binigay nyong kapangyarihan na pagkatapos po ninyong maibenta yung share, binigyan nyo ng karapatan yung holder na baguhin yung karapatan na nakasaad doon sa pamagitan lang ng isang extraordinary resolution? Nandito po eh.
Kung mamarapatin niyo po, yung pong extraordinary resolution na yon ay hindi po extraordinary resolution ng ABS-CBN Broadcasting Company. Yun po ay extraordinary resolution ng mga PDR holders. Kasi po, yung in-explain namin kanina, yung relationship ng PDR holders at ABS-CBN Holdings Company ay contractual po. So alam niyo naman po na pagkontrata, both parties can agree to change the terms on the basis of contract. Wala pong pakialam doon ng ABS-CBN Broadcasting Company. At yung mga nasa PCD nominee po na nasa kustodiya nila dahil sila ang mga underlying shares ng PDRs, ang bumoboto po niyan ay ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation, hindi po PDR holders. In no way po sila pinapayagan na bumoto. At yung yung ini-stress nyo po na delivery or sale, ang in-explain ho namin, delivery to Philippine nationals kung sila ay entitled, in which case, i-deliver ng ABS-CBN holding sa kanila yung share upon exercise of the right. Kung hindi po sila qualified, as in the case of foreigners, then ang kanila po ay yung sale. Ibebenta po yung shares at yung pera lang po ang mapupunta sa banyagang naghahawak ng PDRs. So, medyo magkaiba po sila.
Naunawaan po natin
Final
yun.
statement, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta. Final statement na po at sumobra na po kayo sa oras, pero bibigyan ko po kayo ng 3 minuto sa susunod na hearing bago po tayo lumipat sa panibagong issue.
Salamat po. Hindi po nangangahulugan na natapos na po. Meron pa po kasi akong konting itatanong, Mr. Chair, pero if I am allowed a little time to summarize, ang pagdinig po natin sa mga PDRs o Philippine Depositary Receipts ay para lamang matingnan nating mabuti kung itong mga financial instruments na ito ay nakalalabag sa tuntunin na itinakda ng ating saligang batas tungkol sa pagmeme-ari o pamamalakad ng isang mass media. Napaka-importante po nito, Mr. Chair, sapagkat sa panahong ito, makabagong pamamaraan po para mag-raise ka ng capital, kukunti ang risk. Tama naman po yun, kagaya ng opening statement po ni Attorney, convenient po at saka beneficial ito eh. But no matter how creative it is, no matter how innovative that financial instrument is, it is incumbent upon us to see to it that the constitutional provision on ownership, it is actually a constitutional injunction against ownership of foreigners sapagkat talaga pong 100% ang hinahanap ng ating saligang batas. Kailangan po kasi nating mapangalagaan yon. Kagaya po nung nalalaman ng lahat, ang sabi nga po nila, meron po kasing prinsipyo sa batas, Mr. Chair. Alam naman po siguro ng mga abogado ng ABS-CBN, meron tayong Latin maxim on this particular subject matter na maaari natin gamitin. Cuando aliquid, sabi niya, ex prohibitor, prohibitor ex directa, prohibitor as per aliquum. Sa English po, sabi nila, what cannot be legally done directly shall not be done indirectly. Sa Tagalog po, Mr. Chair, kayo naman po ay taga-Bulacan. Pagpasensyahin nyo na po yung Tagalog ko, pero ililiwat ko po sa Tagalog, alang-alang po sa ating mga kababayan. Ang hindi mo magagawang, hindi ganito po. Pasensya na po, ano po. Ang hindi mo direktang magagawa na walang gusot, ay huwag mong idaan sa pagpapalusot. Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Hanggang sa ibang araw para makapagtanong naman ako.
Maraming salamat
po,
Deputy Speaker Marcoleta. Next to interpellate is our NUP President, Congressman PD Barsaga, na binigyan po ng oras ni Congresswoman Sheena Tan, Congressman Eric Yap, at Congressman AA Advincula. Congressman PD Barsaga, you have the floor.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Chairman. Katulad ni Boying Remulla, medyo malakas ang aking boses. Lumalakas ang aking boses sapagkat ako ay nag-practice at nagturo rin, at nung ako ay nagtuturo, wala pang lapel, kinakailangang sumigaw ako sa loob ng classroom. Kaya kung medyo malakas ang aking boses, humingi ako ng pasensya, pero hindi ako nagagalit. That is my natural voice. Unang-una, sinabi ni Dean Del Castillo na iba ang personalidad ng ABS-CBN kung ikukumpara natin sa ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation. Tama po ba? Okay.
Tama po.
At yung ABS-CBN Corporation, sapagkat ang kanyang negosyo ay tungkol sa mass media, base sa ating saligang batas, kinakailangan 100% ang pagmamay-ari at pamamahala ng ABS-CBN. Tama po ba, Dean Castillo?
Tama
Del
po.
Castillo, tama.
Yeah.
At sa ating corporation code, yun namang ABS-CBN Holdings, hindi naman engaged sa mass media.
Hindi po.
At sapagkat hindi engaged sa mass media, hindi siya napapaloob doon sa pinagbabawal na kinakailangan ang pagmamay-ari at pamamahala ng ABS-CBN Holdings Company ay 100% Pilipino.
Tama po.
At base rin sa ating napag-aralan, meron tayong control test, at sa control test, medyo madali lamang. Titingnan lamang natin kung sino ang mga stockholder at doon ay malalaman na natin kung 100% Pilipino depende sa kanilang nationality. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
At binanggit din ng ating kaibigan, si Deputy Speaker Mark Culeta, na meron tayong tinatawag na grandfather rule.
Tama po.
At dito sa grandfather rule, kinitingnan natin yung bang nagmay-ari ng ABS-CBN Holding Company ay sila rin ang nagmay-ari ng ABS-CBN Corporation. Kung practically pareho ang nagmay-ari, i-apply natin ang grandfather rule at i-apply natin ang pinagbabawal ng ating saligang batas. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
Okay. Binanggit nyo kanina na ang unang pagkakataon ng ABS-CBN Holding Company ay nag-issue ng PDR noong 1999. Kayo po ba ay connected na sa ABS-CBN Corporation pati na sa ABS-CBN Holding Company noong 1989?
1999 po.
1999.
Kami po yung abogado nung ABS-CBN nung nag-issue ng PDRs
Okay.
in 1999.
At sinabi niyo rin sa pag-uumpisa ng ating hearing ngayong hapon, noong 1999, nagkaroon ng World Economic Crisis. Kinakailangan natin maghanap ng mga investment, hindi lamang sa loob ng Pilipinas, kundi outside the Philippines o sa ibang bansa. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
Okay. At para tayo magkaroon ng investment, dito naisip ng mga manananggol ng ABS-CBN na mag-issue ng PDR.
Hindi lang po ang mga manananggol kasi meron pong mga financial advisors.
Okay, financial advisors. At noong kinonceptualize nyo ang pag-i-issue ng PDR, kasama na ang payo ng inyong financial advisors, alam nyo na itong PDR ay hindi lamang sa mga Filipino citizens, kundi posible na sa mga dayuhan ang magbibigay ng investment.
Tama po yun.
Sapagkat alam nyo na posibleng ang mag-invest ay mga dayuhan, pinag-aralan ba ng mga abogado ng ABS-CBN kung magkakaroon ng paglabag sa saligang batas, yung requirement to 100% Filipino-owned and managed ang ABS-CBN kung ito ay mag-i-issue ng PDR?
Pinag-aralan po yun. Matagal po na pag-aaral yun kasi hindi naman po overnight na desisyonan yung PDRs. Tsaka kung tatanungin niyo po yung tungkol sa ownership ng ABS-CBN Broadcasting Company, kahit ho grandfather rule nyo yan, ABS-CBN Holdings, Lopez Inc., at yung mga pamilya ng mga Lopez, mga Pilipino po yan.
Okay. We will clarify that later. Pangalawa, pinakita nyo ang form ng PDR dito sa aming Kongreso. Yung bang form na PDR na dinala nyo sa amin, yun din ang form na in-issue nyo noong 1999 o mayroong mga pagbabago?
Yun na po yun.
The same. Okay. Nabanggit na rin ng aking mga kasamahan na noong September 29, nag-issue ang ABS-CBN Holdings ng 132 million shares of stock.
PDRs po.
PDR, okay. At bago nag-issue ang ABS-CBN Holdings ng 132 million shares of stock, yung shares of stock ay nanggaling sa Lopez Incorporated.
Opo.
At tinanong din ng aking kaibigang si Deputy Speaker Mark Culeta, ano ang konsiderasyon na ibinayad ng ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation nang sila ay tumanggap ng 132 million shares of stock mula sa ABS-CBN, mula sa Lopez Incorporated.
Binayaran po yun ng tamang halaga. Hindi man po yata cash. Meron pong component yun na utang.
Okay.
Pero binayaran po yun.
Pero binayaran.
Opo.
Maisasubmit nyo ba ang dokumento dito sa ating pagpupulong regarding evidencing how 132 million shares of stock were delivered to ABS-CBN Holdings?
Hahanapin po namin sa records.
Okay.
Pero ang ABS-CBN Broadcasting Company po ay listed shares.
At yon ay binayaran noong September 1999.
Hindi po buong halaga. Meron pong naiwan.
Nabasa ko rin na ang dating pangalan ng ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation ay Wartec Holdings. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
Tama. At base rin sa mga artikulong nabasa ko, yung Wartec Holdings ay in-incorporate noong March 30, 1999.
Tama po.
Tama po.
At noong September 16, 1999, pagkalipas lamang ng ilang buwan, pagkatapos ma-incorporate ang Wartec Holdings Corporation, ito ay pinalitan ng ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation noong September 16, 1999.
Tama po.
Tama. At nabasa ko rin na ang Wartec Corporation nang ito ay in-incorporate noong March 30, 1999, ang authorized capital ay 1,000 piso lamang divided into 1,000 shares of stock with a par value of 1 peso. Tama po ba?
Tanong ko po sa corporate secretary.
Tama ho yun.
Tama po ba? Kaya lamang ang pinagtataka ko, paano nagkaroon ng sufficienting asset ang ABS Holding Corporation para bumili ng 132 million shares of stock? Well, anyway, you have to explain that later. Yung 132 million shares of stock na inilipat ng Lopez Incorporated sa ABS Holdings, yon ang inisyuhan ng PDR. Ang PDR ay 132 million PDRs,
Opo.
representing 132 million shares of stock.
Opo.
Lilinawin ko lang, itong shares of stock, ito ba ay common or preferred shares?
Common shares po ito.
Meron ba itong par value?
Ano po?
Par value or no par value?
1 peso po.
1 peso par value. At magkano naman ang consideration sa pag-i-invest sa isang PDR?
Nung 1999 po, 46 pesos yun.
46
Approximately,
pesos. Actually, 45 pesos
45
and 90
something.
centavos. At yung 10 centavos is the so-called exercise or option price.
Opo.
Ano ba ho ang ibig sabihin nitong exercise or option price?
Nung bumili po sila ng PDRs, yung 45 or something pesos po, ay parang deposit nila yon. Pwede nilang i-exercise, ibig sabihin pwede nilang bilhin yung shares underlying the PDRs kung sila ay qualified, at ang kanila na lang ibabayad ay yung exercise price na 10 cents. Kasi nag-deposit na po sila.
Sa madaling sabi, kung ako ang holder ng PDR, nagbayad ako ng 46 pesos, kung gusto ko maging stockholder ng 1 common share, pwede.
Pwede po.
As
Kung
long
qualified
as
po
I
kayo.
am a Filipino citizen.
Opo.
Yon ang nililiwanag nyo kanina.
Opo.
Pangalawa, meron kayong sinasabing security agent. Tama po ba?
Opo.
Sa madaling sabi, meron tayong ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation na ang tanging layunin lamang ay para hawakan ang ABS-CBN shares at para magbenta ng PDR. Tama po ba?
Opo.
At siyempre, kinakailangan nyo ng security agent na siyang magbebenta in other places.
Hindi po. Yung security agent, yun lang po ang humahawak ng 132 million shares.
Okay.
Ang security para sa PDRs.
Let's clarify this. Ano naman ang papel ng Capital International Private Equity Funds na lumalabas sa inyong financial statements? CIPEF.
Ang pagkalam po namin na i-verify ni Attorney Quezon, sila po ay bumili ng PDRs.
Sila ay bumili ng PDR. Actually, base sa aming research, ang CIPEF is merely a private equity funds, the leading global marketing markets. At ang nagme-may-ari ay ang Capital International Incorporated. Tama po ba?
Tama po siguro yun. Pero
At yung Capital International Incorporated ay hindi Filipino corporation.
tama po yun. Pero ang binili po kasi nila ay PDRs lang.
Okay, ang binili nila PDR.
Opo.
Pinapaliwanag nyo kanina na bawat PDR na binibili, kinakailangang mayroong underlying 1 common share of stock.
Opo.
Kaya yung 132 million PDRs na binili ng CPEF, merong equivalent na 132 million shares of stock ng ABS-CBN. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
Okay. Pagkatapos, kung ako bumili ng PDR, I can exercise my option para maging stockholder ng ABS-CBN sapagkat ako ay Pilipino.
Kung Pilipino po, wala
Okay.
pong problema.
Kung foreigner, hindi
Bibenta po
pwedeng
yun.
bumili.
Hindi po pwede po.
So, assuming na yung 132 million, ang bumiling lahat ay foreigner. So, yung foreigner will never be the owner of the common shares of stock.
Not possible po.
Not. At yung 132 million common shares of stock ay sino ang lalabas na merong legal title?
Ang ABS-CBN Holdings po.
Ang ABS-CBN Holdings.
Opo.
At sa totoo, sapagkat nakapag-issue na ang ABS-CBN Holdings ng 132 million PDR, hindi na pwedeng ibenta ng ABS-CBN Holdings yung 132 million shares of stock na security ng 132 million PDR. Tama po ba?
Tama po, kasi naka-pledge po yun.
Naka-pledge na. Sa madaling sabi, there is a certain limitation. There is a certain control insofar as the shares of ABS-CBN is concerned. Sapagkat yung CPEP, which is an international or which is a foreign corporation, hindi na nila pwedeng ibenta sa mga Pilipinos yung shares of stock.
Unless po mag-exit ang...
Kaya nga, hindi po pwede as a rule. Okay.
Hindi po.
Balik tayo. We have the constitutional provision under Section 6 of Article 16, Section 1 regarding 100% Filipino ownership. At bukod dito sa constitutional provision, meron din tayong Section 2 of Presidential Decree 1018 na ating sinusunod na sa mass media kinakailangan 100%.
Apo.
At meron din tayong Republic Act 7042, the Foreign Investments Act. At ang sabi nila, sa Foreign Investments Act, when we have a company engaged in mass communication, katulad ng ABS-CBN, kinakailangan 100% Filipinos.
That's correct po.
Okay. Nabanggit natin kanina yung dalawang kaso. Yung kaso ng Gamboa versus Tebes. Pati na yung kaso ni Roy. Dito, ang pinag-uusapan dito, public utilities.
Yes.
At ang public utilities, ang sinasabi ng ating saligang batas, 60-40. Kaya ang sabi ng Supreme Court, kinakailangan 60% must belong to citizens of the Philippines who have the power of control.
Opo.
Okay. Pero kung pag-uusapan naman natin ABS-CBN, kinakailangan 100%. Applying the control test.
Opo.
Tama po ba?
That's correct po.
Tama. Yun din ang sinasabi ng ating mga based on the cases. Sa ngayon, alam natin na itong constitutional provision, wala pang definite ruling ang Supreme Court. Whether or not PDRs would be in violation of the Constitution.
There is none po at the moment.
There is none. Pangalawa, meron din tayong asunto ng PDRs involving Rappler.
Opo.
Although sabi nyo, iba ang kaso ng Rappler.
Opo.
Doon sa kaso ng Rappler, sinabi ng Securities and Exchange Commission na violation ng Rappler ang pag-i-issue ng PDR. Yun lamang.
Hindi po yung pag-i-issue ng PDR, yung terms po ng PDR.
Okay, so sa madaling sabi, yung bang PDR na in-issue ng Rappler, kinonsider ng Securities and Exchange Commission as valid, not in violation of the Constitution?
Hindi po sinabing valid yun. Sinasabi lang nila that...
Okay. Let's limit the discussion.
Okay.
Ang ginawa ng Securities and Exchange Commission, kinancel ang Articles of Incorporation ng Rappler.
Tama po.
At ang sabi ng SEC, you violated the constitutional provision. Yun lamang. Dinala ng Rappler sa Court of Appeals. At pagdating sa Court of Appeals, ang sabi ng Court of Appeals ay there has been also a violation of the constitutional provision and therefore, baliwala yung PDRs ng Rappler. Of course, ang laging sinasabi ng ABS-CBN, including some of the lawyers, the case of Rappler is different from the case of ABS-CBN. Okay. As of now, ganong karami na ang PDRs issued by ABS-CBN? More or less.
How many PDRs na daw issued? Mga 349 million po.
349 million.
349 million PDR shares. At
The
itong 340...
Mr. Chairman, the authorized PDRs is about 329 million, but the outstanding, the authorized registered and listed is about 329 million, but
329 million. Is that correct, Attorney Quezon? 329 million.
But the
outstanding
is about 290.
290 million. These are shares, Attorney Quezon?
These are PDRs, Your Honor.
PDRs, yes. What would be the value per PDR? If that's 329 million authorized, 290 million, what would be the value of each?
Your Honor, may market value po yan. At the time it was issued, mga 46 po yan binenta. Pero currently, we understand na ang value niyan sa merkado is only about 15 pesos.
15 pesos.
Now po.
When you... Congressman Barsaga, I think your mic is off. But let me just, when it was issued at 46 pesos, how much was the common share at that time, the local of the ABS-CBN Corporation?
About that price, Your Honor.
46?
About that price.
46 din po.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead,
Or
Congressman
slightly
Barsaga.
lower.
Please continue. Thank you po, ABS-CBN.
So, ang outstanding na PDR ng ABS-CBN is for 290 million.
As of March 31, 2020, it's 298,827,100 PDRs.
At kung i-compute natin yan times 46, it would amount to how many billions or trillions of pesos?
Mr. Chairman, are you asking the chair to compute?
Yes, please. I don't have any, hindi abot yung aking cellphone sa dami ng zero na kinakailangan. More or less, how much?
I think we just want to have a figure. We don't have to be exact about it. So
Yes,
200,
more or less lang, ballpark figure. Assuming na 46.
It's 13.3 billion at 46, Your Honor.
13.3
billion pesos.
Billion. Okay. Itong 290 million PDRs, meron tong security na 290 million common shares of stock.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Kasi kung ako naman ang bibili, pwede ba PDR na lang bibiliin ko? Ano value niyan? Kinakailangan merong pledge of security na isang common share of stock ng ABS-CBN na ang halaga at the time is assuming 46 pesos. Tama po ba?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And based on your records right now, itong 290 million shares of stock, how many are owned by, were sold, or how many are owned by, not owned? How many, ilan ang porsyento na foreigners ang investor? Para wala tayong problema sa whether sale, etc.
Yung shares po ng ABS-CBN Broadcasting, wala pong foreigner dun. Walang foreigner.
Hindi nga, alam
Mr.
nga
Chair,
natin.
ang
Pero ang
tinatanong po
sinasabi ko, yung PDR.
Mr. Chair,
yung PDR na inisyu yung 290 million. Ganong karaming PDR ang nag-invest ay mga foreigner.
Sa ABS-CBN Holdings po, kano po karami? Yung po ang tanong ni Congressman Barsaga.
Mr. Chairman, the total non-Filipinos as of March 31 is 62.6%.
62?
Of the total outstanding PDRs.
So kung 290 million, 60% would amount to approximately
Mga 180 million. No? About 180 million
about 180 million PDRs
are owned by non-Filipinos.
are owned by non-Filipinos.
Yes.
Kasama na po ba dyan yung dun po sa Lopez Holdings? Iba pa ho yun.
Iba po yan.
Iba pa ho yun.
That's a
But it's
different-
also listed anyway. Nandun po nakadeclare na yung non-Filipino sa Lopez Holdings.
Lopez Inc. yung which Lopez Holdings, Mr. Chairman?
Lopez Holdings, in the Lopez Holdings, there are PDRs. No, Lopez Inc. is not a listed company. Lopez Holdings is the listed company.
Iba pa ho yun.
So, iba pa.
Ibang, I think it's a different PDR.
Oh, it's not the ABS-CBN PDRs?
Yeah.
But it's in the Declaration of Stockholders Meeting that Lopez Holdings are selling PDRs for ABS-CBN Corporation. I read it earlier for the record.
Lopez Inc. ho yan, Mr. Chairman.
Lopez Inc. So there are PDRs in Lopez Inc.
Sa Pilipino yun.
Lopez Inc. is a shareholder of ABS-CBN Corporation.
That's correct. Yes. So, but in the declaration that you had, is the PDR lodged at Lopez Inc. or Lopez Holdings?
ABS-CBN Holdings. ABS-CBN Holdings is the issuer of the PDRs.
Yes. So there are no ABS-CBN PDRs in Lopez Holdings nor Lopez Inc. I think you better check the website of Lopez Holdings. Naklarong-klaro po doon na may, although hindi po malinaw.
That's a different arrangement.
Go ahead, Congressman Barsaga.
Medyo nalimutan ko na, pasensya na. Ganong karami yung pag-aari ng mga foreign nationals na PDRs?
As of March 31 nga ho, it's 187,080,141.
187 million
80,141.
841
PDRs.
187,841 PDRs.
187,080,141.
Okay, let's just round it up. 187 million. And this 187 million, there is an underlying share of stock, common, equivalent also to 187 million. Tama po ba?
Yes.
At ito
Mr.
namang
Chairman.
187 million shares of stock, which serve as the pledge of 187 million PDRs, cannot be sold to the foreigners.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And because this 187 million shares of stocks secured the PDRs issued to foreigners, ABS-CBN Holdings cannot sell to another person, even Filipino citizens, this 187 million shares of stock unless yung foreigner ay ibebenta o i-dispose of ang kanyang PDR. Tama po ba?
Because it's covered by a pledge.
Huh?
Because it's covered by a pledge. Your Honor.
What?
It is covered by a pledge.
Covered by a pledge.
And because it is covered by a pledge, the hands of ABS-CBN Holding is tied by that pledge. Hindi nila pwedeng ibenta yan. Yung 187 million shares of stock, kahit na pag-aari pa ng ABS-CBN Holdings, sapagkat ito ay covered ng PDRs na binili ng mga foreigners. Tama ba?
Tama po.
That is the basic, because pledge is a security. And as security, you cannot dispose of it. Tama?
Tama po. But he
And to a
continues.
certain extent, the shares of ABS-CBN in the sum of 187 million covering the 187 million PDRs, ABS-CBN, even the holding company cannot sell that. And
po.
therefore, insofar as the ownership of ABS-CBN, that will be the issue which we shall discuss as to whether or not there is a violation of the constitutional provision. Kasi ang sinasabi natin, and I think all the lawyers would agree, when it comes to ABS-CBN, it should be zero control of the foreigner. And when we speak of control, anything that limits the shareholding or restricts the right would amount to control. Ewan ko kung yan ang maging posisyon ng ABS-CBN. But as far as I'm concerned, based on the cases decided, it seems that that would be the decision of our courts.
Pero po, yung restriction not to sell is really because of the pledge. So in any pledge instrument po,
Kaya
hindi
nga,
po yung pwede.
nagkakaintindihan na tayo. Yung 187 million shares of stock, yun ang security para doon sa 187 million PDRs. Bagamat ang may-ari ng 187 million shares of stock is still ABS-CBN, sapagkat hindi naman pwedeng i-exercise ng foreigner yung option to purchase because that is prohibited under the Constitution, restricted ang right ng ABS-CBN para ibenta yung 187 million shares. Tama po ba?
Tama po yun. Although he continues to exercise ownership, kanya din po ang dividendo, tuloy-tuloy.
No, but you know the ruling. I understand that you are a reviewer in civil law. And one of the attributes of ownership will be to dispose the thing which he owned. Pero ang problema rito, yung ABS-CBN Holdings, they cannot dispose of that 187 million shares because naka-pledge nga eh. Kasi kung ikaw naman ang foreigner, hindi ka bibili ng PDR unless there is a security and that security is that one common share of stock. Tama po ba?
Agree po that there is a restriction on your right to dispose. Pero it is also po a principle of ownership that if you want to restrict your right by pledging or encumbering it, then it is also part of your ownership right to encumber those shares.
Okay, kaya nga sinasabi natin, there is a restriction insofar as the ownership of the shares of stock of ABS-CBN is concerned. Tama po ba?
Tama po. But
And if
it can...
there is a restriction, to a certain extent, there is control. And the control comes from the investment made by the foreigners representing the PDRs which they have purchased. At ang sinasabi natin, corporate layering, at ito ang Latin maxim ni Deputy Speaker Mark Coleta, as held in the case of Tawang case, that what cannot be done directly cannot be done indirectly. Kasi ang kung bumbuhan nito ABS-CBN, sila nagbenta ng shares of stock, definitely there will be a violation.
Thank you,
Well, anyway,
Congressman
I'll start
Barsaga.
from there.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Attorney Del Castillo. Thank you for the very enlightening discussion that you had, Honorable Barsaga. And let me just call the attention of ABS-CBN. I have here the December 20, 2013 announcement in the SEC Form 17C. This is part of the Lopez Holdings page, wherein you said Lopez Holdings Corporation entered a memorandum of agreement with Lopez Inc. for the subscription to Philippine deposit receipts to be issued by Lopez Inc., exercisable into 34,702,140 common shares in ABS-CBN Corporation. Lopez Holdings Corporation's total investment in the deposit receipts amount to 1.5 billion, which it sourced from internally generated funds and a short-term loan. So there is the Lopez Holdings. Again, I reiterate my point earlier to the chairman, if you can give us also the documents in Lopez Holdings Inc. and Lopez Inc., because what we have now are only ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation and ABS-CBN Holdings. If possible, Attorney Quezon. You're also
Yes,
the corporate sec.
We will submit, Your Honor.
Thank you. So just like to clarify, it's in the website of Lopez Holdings Corporation. Of course, Lopez Inc. is not there because it's not a publicly listed corporation. So we now proceed to...
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Congressman...
Earlier, Congressman Marcoleta alluded to and read portions of the prospectus dated January 6, 2014. Can we stipulate as to the existence of this document, 112 pages? Because it was not submitted by ABS-CBN into the record so that we can make it part of the record and an admission on the part of ABS-CBN.
Thank you for that, Congressman Rimulya. Kindly submit to us the prospectus that you gave, which was earlier read by the Honorable Marcoleta. Thank you, Congressman Rimulya. The next congressman to ask questions or manifestation is Congresswoman Josephine Ramirez Sato. There was also time given by the Honorable Deputy Speaker Vilma Santos and Congresswoman Joy Tambunting. The Honorable Josephine Sato is recognized. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Some of my questions have been asked, and I will not ask them anymore. So may I direct my questions to the Commissioner of the Securities and Exchange Commission?
Commissioner Amatong. Go ahead, Congressman Sato.
Commissioner, are you there?
We are here.
Opo, kasi gusto ko lamang pong balikan at iklaro yung PDR at yung shares of stock. Kasi po, marami na kaninang nag-define what a PDR is. They, a lot, or practically everybody said that PDR is a financial instrument and considered as security or equity derivative. Totoo po ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor, it is a security not considered a share of stock, Your Honor.
So it is clear that the PDR is not a share of stock. It is, and I will quote the implementing rules of the Securities Regulation Code. It says that a derivative with respect to equity securities is a financial instrument whose value depends on the interest in or performance of an underlying security, but which does not require any investment of principal in the underlying security. Is that a correct definition?
Yes, Your Honor, that is under the 2015 rules and regulations of the Securities Regulation Code. You are muted, Your Honor. Your Honor, you are muted.
Sorry. So it is clear po, as you said, PDR is not a share of stock. But PDR is secured by a share of stock. So dalawa po itong pinag-uusapan natin, yung PDR at yung underlying security. Totoo po ba yun?
That is correct, Your Honor. That is correct.
So we help to differentiate the two, the PDR and the underlying security, which is the share of stock.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. So ito po kanina ay naitanong na kay Dean Del Castillo, but I would like to ask it from you because you are here as a representative of the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Okay, Your Honor.
It is very common. We have repeated time and again that PDR is not a share of stock. But just to make clear, I would just want to make a run-through of the full beneficial ownership or the right granted to the shareholders or owners of shares of stock under the revised corporation code. That the holder of a PDR have the right to issuance of a stock certificate?
If it only if it exercises in option, Your Honor, you have right to deliver.
Yeah, but I'm asking you if the PDR is still with a holder.
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
You have that right to demand that a share of stock be issued in his name and be registered in the books of the corporation.
Not as a PDR holder, Your Honor. Only if it.
So does he have the right to have the transfer in his favor recorded in the stock and transfer book of the corporation?
No, Your Honor, unless it option right.
Does he have the right to be informed of the annual or special meetings of the corporation as provided for in Section 49 of the Corporation Code?
No, Your Honor.
Does he have the right to participate in the annual or special meetings of the corporation as provided for in Section 49 of the Corporation Code?
No, Your Honor.
Does he have the right to vote on the following matters? One, does he have the right to vote in the elections of the Board of Directors?
No, Your Honor.
Does he have the right to vote on the extension or shortening of the corporate term of the corporation?
No, Your Honor.
Does he have the right to vote on the issue of increase or decrease of capital stock of the corporation as provided for in Section 37 of the Corporation Code?
No, Your Honor.
Does he have the right to vote on the issue of creation or increase of bonded indebtedness of the corporation?
No, Your Honor.
Does he have the right to vote on the sale or other disposition of assets under Section 39 of the Corporation Code?
No, Your Honor.
Does he have the right to vote on a planned merger or consolidation of the corporation under Section 75 of the Corporation Code?
No, Your Honor.
Does he have the right to vote on the amendments, proposed amendments of bylaws of the corporation?
No, Your Honor.
Does he have the right to be elected as a director of the corporation?
No, Your Honor.
Does he have the right to be elected as president of the corporation?
No, Your Honor.
Does he have the right to vote for the removal of directors of the corporation?
No, Your Honor.
Does he have the power to inspect and demand reproduction of corporate books and records?
No, Your Honor.
Does he have the right to be furnished the financial statements of the corporation?
No, Your Honor.
Does he have the appraisal rights as provided for under Section 80 of the Corporation?
No, Your Honor.
So it is very clear, Mr. Commissioner, that the holder of the PDR does not have the basic right of a shareholder of the underlying security or the underlying corporation.
That is correct, Your Honor. The holder of the underlying corporation.
So it is again very clear that the PDR is separate and distinct from the underlying security or the shares of stock.
Yes, Your Honor. That is correct.
Okay. And you earlier stated that the PDRs of the wrap invalidated because it provides that it imposes obligations to both the holding company and the PDR holders to consult the holders of the PDR before the corporation can amend its charter. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Consult the approval of at least thirds of our holders.
Two-thirds, yes. Earlier, it was mentioned that there is this provision in the PDR instrument of the ABS-CBN that gives the right to the holder and the issuer to amend the terms of the PDR. Is that allowed?
Your Honor, if you are talking about the abrogation rights mentioned in point 7 of the sample PDR, this provision only provides that the rights may be varied or abrogated by instrument or other agreement executed by the issuer, which is the holding company, the proposed variation approved by a majority of holders. So, an amendment to the contractual agreement, a novation of the contractual agreement by consent of both issuer and third of the.
So it only affects solely the terms of reference or the terms of the contract, which is embodied in the PDR, and it does not in any way affect the underlying share. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor, yes.
So it is this provision in the PDR of ABS-CBN is different, way different from that provision which can be found in the PDR of Robles. Is that correct?
There is no corresponding either the ABS-CBN or the May 7 PDRs that are the same as the Rappler provision, which requires both Rappler holdings and to obtain to first have the PDR holder and obtain the approval of 2/3 before it can otherwise change by its articles of incorporation or bylaws.
That is very correct, and that's very clear. Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner. So let's go back to the PDR. Under the law and under the terms of the PDR as issued by ABS-CBN, there are two basic rights of the holder of PDR. That is, to share in the cash distribution, and secondly, the right to convert the PDR to share of stock if he is qualified under the Philippine law. Is that correct, Mr. Commissioner?
According to the terms of the that is correct, Your Honor, based on the terms and conditions of the PDR.
And if and when the PDR holder does not exercise the right to convert the PDR into a share of stock, then the ownership of the underlying security remains with the issuer. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Based on the terms are the underlying, the ownership of the underlying shares remain with the issuer of the PDR case, SCBN Holdings Corporation.
And having the the issuer, ABN, CBN Holdings, retaining all the rights of a owner or the registered owner of the stock, he exercises all the powers and the rights which I have read to you earlier. Is that correct?
That's correct.
To vote, the right. So there is no diminution of the rights granted by law to the registered owner of the shares of stock.
That's our understanding, Your Honor.
Okay. There is no diminution because the owner, as registered owner of the underlying shares, still holds it as his own.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Earlier, you mentioned or you also answered about the PCD or the Philippine Central Depository Company. Can you, because you were not able to completely expound on it earlier, can you tell me what is the nature of this corporation?
The PCD nominee corporation that essentially acts as a trustee for all of the shares that are now traded on the Philippine Stock Exchange. By itself, PCD nominee corporation do anything for itself. All the shares that are traded on the Philippine Stock Exchange electronically are lodged in the legal title is with PCD corporation, and this is to facilitate trading. In the old days, when were in paper format, in order to sell your share of stock, you would place a sell order with your broker, and if your broker sold it, you would have to sign the paper document and then give it to your broker, and then it would be transmitted to the buyer in exchange for the cash. Today, Your Honor, all of the shares of stock are lodged in the name of PCD Nominee Corporation, so that once the sell order is made, PCD Nominee Corporation will essentially separate the share of stock, and when the cash payment is made by the buyer, it is transmitted. That share is transferred into the name of the buyer without the selling shareholder having to sign any paper document. Your Honor, you're on mute, Your Honor. Nakamute po kayo.
So it's very clear, Mr. Commissioner, that ang PCD company nominee is just a trustee of the underlying share, right?
Yes,
and
Your Honor.
While the shares of stock, which are the underlying security of the PDR, are in the possession of effective possession of the PCD company nominee, the ownership and all the rights pertaining to a particular share are still lodged with the issuer of those shares. Is that correct?
All the rights of the shareholder are the shareholder of the share. You are correct that PCD Corporation is in effect trustee only of the shares or of the shareholder. However,
ang PCB po ay humahawak lamang ng mga shares of stock na para kung i-exercise na ng PDR holder yung kanyang right to convert the PDR into a share of stock ay nandiyan at available yan. Totoo po yan.
Tama po yun, plus multiple layers of requirement to make hindi nga mapunta sa foreigner yung share of stock. The PCD nominee should determine that the to to transfer their shares will not result in a transfer of the ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation shares to a
So it is a safeguard so that all the requirements and the provisions of the Constitution and the law are protected and respected. Is that correct?
It is built into the and there is a mechanism to ensure that the shares transferred, the shares in the underlying corporation are not transferred to a foreigner, Your Honor. That's correct.
Okay. So that is a safety net or a safety measure to assure that the constitutional prohibition on the sale of shares to foreigners are protected and not violated. So let's go to, we earlier stated that the second right of the PDR holder is the right to convert the PDR to shares of stock if he is qualified. So, dalawa pong bagay ito. Yung pag-exercise ng right to convert the PDR into a shares of stock. Yung pag-exercise ng right to convert ng isang Pilipino. Ano po yung proseso na sinusunod para ma-exercise ng isang Pilipino na holder ng PDR na i-convert niya yung kanyang PDR into a shares of stock?
Under the terms of the PDR, Philippine PDR holder should of 10 centavos. I don't know if it and the ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation to determine his qualification to the share of stock of the underlying company after he pays the price.
So wala pong problema kung ang mag-exercise ng right to convert ay isang Pilipino.
Tama po yun. Based the PDR, tama.
Ulit lang po, sir, kasi nagsa-choppy na po yung sinabi nyo. I did not get your last statement.
You are correct, Your Honor. In the PDRs, that is how it's supposed to work.
So, ang nagkakaroon po ng diskusyon or issue ay kung ang mag-e-exercise ng right to convert this PDR into a share of stock ay kung yan ay isang foreigner. Totoo po yan.
Tama po yun. However, conditions terms of the PDR that are intended to ensure that a foreigner shares in the underlying company. I would just like to stress po, my statements are based on the representation in the PDR, but in other cases, we would not know what habang nangyayari.
Pakiulit lang po, kasi choppy po yung dating, pakiulit lang po.
Yeah, Your Honor, when the PDR holders, whether it's or a foreigner, exercise their rights, they do not, the actual process is monitored by the SEC. So my statements are based on the regulations in the PDRs themselves.
Okay. But it is provided for in the PDR and in the PDR instrument that if the PDR holder is a foreigner, he does not have the right to acquire or to convert his PDR into a share. And his only right is to get the proceeds of the sale of the underlying share. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, or direct that to a qualified holder, to a qualified shareholder.
So, 5.3 po, condition 5.3 of the PDR instrument of the ABS-CBN specifically states that if the PDR holder is a foreigner and he exercises the PDR, the only right he has is to receive the net proceeds of the sale of the underlying ABS-CBN share after it is sold through an eligible broker in the open market or the PSC. Is that correct?
Tama po yun, under 5.3, Your Honor.
Yes. So, the share has to be sold through an eligible broker in an open market or at the Philippine Stock Exchange. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. At this time, Your Honor, the Philippine Stock Exchange is the open market referred to here.
Oh, it is. Sir, before I go back to you, can I ask if there is a representative from the Philippine Stock Exchange?
Bago po sumagot ang representative mula sa Philippine Stock Exchange, ay papalahanan ko lang po si Congresswoman Josephine Sato na lumagpas na po tayo sa takdang oras natin na 20 minutes. Kayo po ma'am ay nakakonsume na ng 24 minutes. Sumobra na po tayo ng 4 minutes. Kaya po sana pagkatapos po sumagot ng PSE, ay magbigay na po kayo ng inyong huling katanungan o kaya huling pahayag. Maraming salamat po, Congressman Sato. PSE, you're now recognized.
The PSC, where is the PSC representative, please?
Congresswoman Sato, wala na po yata yung taga-PSE. Congresswoman Sato, wala na po yung taga-PSE.
Kung wala po, pwede po akong bumalik kay Commissioner Amatong. At kung pwede niya pong sagutin yung aking tatanong sa PSC.
Maaari po, pagkatapos pong sumagot ng SEC, ay kung maaari po ibigay niyo na po ang inyong huling katanungan o kaya po ang inyong huling pahayag. Maraming salamat po.
I will try to answer, Your Honor.
So when a particular share is sold in an open market, or as you said, in the Philippine Stock Exchange, what is the participation of the foreign PDR holder in the sale of the stock, the underlying stock at the PSC?
Aside from exercising his option, wala na po.
Wala na po. He cannot identify the buyer of the shares that will be sold.
He cannot identify the buyer, Your Honor, or dictate the price. Ibibenta na lang po ng qualified broker on the market at kung ano man yung presyo na benta niya, yun po ang tatanggapin dapat ng PDR holder.
So, klaro po na walang participation sa sale ng underlying shares sa PSC yung foreign PDR holder.
Under the terms of the PDR po, that is the representation process. Tama po.
Okay, that will be all. And if there is a second round, then I will just want to manifest my intention to ask further questions later. That will be all, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat po, Congresswoman Josephine Sato. At para po sa huling magtatanong, last but not the least, Congressman Ron Salo. Congressman Salo, you're now recognized. You have the floor.
Maraming salamat po, Chairman. Magandang gabi po sa bawat isa po sa atin. Magiging mabilis na lang po ito dahil alam ko late na and direct to the point na po ako. Una po, para sa ABS-CBN kay Dean Castillo, mabilis lang po ito. Dean Castillo, magandang gabi po sa inyo.
Magandang gabi po.
Apo. Tanong ko lang po, what is the primary purpose ng pag-issue ng PDR?
It's purely for financing po.
So basically for financing po ito. So pagkalap po ng investment para doon sa ABS-CBN Corporation Broadcasting, tama po ba yun?
Para po sa ABS-CBN Holdings, meron po silang mga obligasyon, may mga pagkakautang, at yung balance, they invested in ABS-CBN Broadcasting.
Yes, because I understand ABS-CBN Holdings based nasa website po is 37.61% ang pagmamayari po dito sa ABS-CBN Corporation Broadcasting. Tama po ba?
Yung PDR po?
Yes. No, yung ownership ng ABS-CBN Holdings, 37.61%.
Tama po yun. ABS-CBN Holdings owns 34.67% of the shares in ABS-CBN Corporation.
And Dean Castillo, basically ABS-CBN, nabanggit na rin po kanina, ulitin ko lang po, its shares are publicly traded. Tama po ba?
Tama po yan.
Ang ibig sabihin po ba nito, kahit sino pwedeng bumili for as long as they're Filipinos?
Kahit sino po pwedeng bumili sa merkado for as long as he is qualified.
So basically, yung ABS-CBN Corporation po, kapag nag-issue po siya ng kanyang shares publicly, that's also part ng pagkuha ng investment from the public. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po yun.
Napansin ko itong Capital International, binanggit niyo po kanina, 132 million PDRs ang binili po niya. Bakit PDRs? Hindi na lang po shares ng ABS-CBN Corporation. In as much as publicly traded naman po siya.
Yeah, ano lang po yun. The investment is in the form of PDRs.
Yes. So, pero, had it been, bakit kaya? Bakit hindi siya bumili? Dahil nabanggit din kanina, foreign corporation po siya? So, hindi siya qualified?
Hindi po. Kaya po PDRs po ang kanyang binili. So,
hindi pwede.
So,
basically, I really have this impression sa totoo lang that we resorted to this particular creative way, I suppose same with the other fellow congressman din, dahil mayroong prohibition na 100% ownership. At itong mga foreigners po natin that you mentioned a while ago, 187 million shares, PDR, na may kalakip na shares doon sa ABS-CBN Corporation, because in the first place, they cannot participate, they cannot purchase the shares. So it's through PDR. Tama po ba yun?
That's correct. They are limited to buying the financial instruments.
So basically, ulitin ko na lang po din yung mga binabanggit natin kanina dahil hindi po sila qualified. Umpisa pa lang binabanggit that what cannot be legally done directly cannot be done indirectly. If acts that cannot be legally done directly can be done indirectly, then all laws would be also illusory. Inuulit ko lang po yung binanggit ko nila kanina. So pupunta naman po ako sa SEC kay Commissioner Amatong. Commissioner, magandang gabi. Mabilis lang din po ito. Sa kasalukuyan po ba, anong mga company ang nag-i-issue ng PDR? Philippine companies?
Good evening po, Congressman. Tulad ng sinabi ko po kanina, malalaman lang po namin na nag-issue ng PDR ay yung pong nagre-register with the SEC. Yung pong nag-offer to the public or to more than 19 people ng PDRs nila. Sa ngayon, sa pagkakaalam namin, it's only GMA7 and ABS-CBN that have registered PDRs with us. However, there may be others who have issued PDRs that are not registered with the SEC. Tulad ng RAP.
Thank you. So sa naglista lang po sa inyo, so far dalawa lang po.
Tama po yun, Congressman.
Ano yung isa? ABS-CBN,
GMA7, Your Honor.
GMA7. So parehong nasa media related media companies, media entities na parehong may prohibition din. Basically, sa
Your Honor.
pagbenta ng shares.
That's correct, Your Honor, as registered with us.
Okay. Thank you. Pangalawa, possible ba, babalik ako dun sa ABS-CBN Holdings, that ABS-CBN Holdings will own 100% the ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation? Possible ba yun?
Kung bibilin po nila yung shares ng ABS-CBN Corporation pa.
Possible. Possible also that the board of directors ng ABS-CBN Corporation and ABS-CBN Holding are one and the same.
So senior rin po. I do not know right now, Your Honor, if the boards are
So,
the same.
it's just a, and possible then that the members of the board would be the same and the shareholders would be the same. Possible. Possible also to have yung sa ngayon kasi yung PDR na ini-issue po nila based doon sa holdings ng ABS-CBN Holdings. Yun yung may PDR. Pero may equivalent po siya na share doon sa ABS-CBN Corporation. So possible din po ba na all the shares ng ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation to have equivalent PDRs?
Well, so ngayon, hindi po yun yung but I suppose, Your Honor.
Possible. And possible also to sell all the inter-PDRs to foreigners.
Possible, I suppose, Your Honor.
Possible. Even to Chinese nationals, even to Russians or whoever, Africans, for as long as, because it's already PDR, tawag po natin doon, dahil doon sa binabanggit niyo kanina, na wala namang quote-unquote share, hindi naman sila nagmamayari ng share, quote-unquote, PDR yung hawak nila, possible.
The PDRs, Your Honor, can be sold to anyone.
To anybody. As far as yes. Doon sa, pupunta po ako doon sa binabanggit na limitations kanina. At any rate, yung amendment ng Articles of Incorporation ba, kapag in-amend mo yon, is that an exercise of ownership? An attribute of the exercise of an ownership?
Yung,
amend
in order
Articles
for a corporation to amend its Articles of Incorporation, the majority of the shareholders must
Yes, yes. Sa simple question, yung pag-amend ba ng articles ng incorporation mo na kung yung kumpanya, is that an exercise of ownership?
I would say so, Your Honor.
Is that also an exercise of management?
Maybe not, Your Honor.
Kapag in-amend mo yung articles of incorporation mo?
With the board?
Yes.
Ano ba?
Possible. Can that be considered?
Your Honor.
Yes. Can that be considered also an exercise of management by the board over its articles of incorporation?
The board would normally propose, Your Honor, it would have to be approved by the shareholders.
Yes. Bylaws, pag in-amend mo yung bylaws mo, would that also constitute an exercise of your ownership over the company?
Yes, Your Honor. I would say so, Your Honor. I would agree.
Same with management, I suppose.
The bylaws, the management may propose, Your Honor, the shareholders would have to approve.
No, I mean an exercise of management.
By the shareholders, Your Honor, you could probably
Disposition of shares. Disposition of shares. I suppose it's also an exercise of ownership, tama ba?
Aba.
You dispose. Yes.
By the owner of the shares.
Going into the negative, kapag pinigilan ka para gawin yon, would that constitute also an exercise? Positive or negative?
Your Honor, what can you be more specific? For example, Your Honor, the law prohibits the sale of shares of mass media companies to ano.
If someone they prohibit you from doing it from your own company what would that amount to?
How would that work, Your Honor?
So, kanina, positive. You amend your articles, that's an exercise.
If the shareholders vote not to amend, that is, the vote not to amend is also an exercise of ownership, Your Honor.
Yes, that's also an exercise. But also, because they cannot do it because they imposed something on themselves, that's also an exercise of that particular ownership. Tama ba? Yes.
The shareholders impose something on themselves, Your Honor.
Then, and yet, in your honest opinion, dun sa binabanggit ko nga kanina, even if the holding company ngayon did all this, possible entire PDRs, ibenta niya sa foreigners, dahil magkaiba lang ano, wala pa rin kayang, in your honest opinion, hindi pa rin ba ito mag-amount to circumvention of the violation or constitutional provision? I suppose kapag nag-issue ka sa PDR sa kung wala namang constitutional provision yon, it doesn't really matter. Pero, in this particular case, when there's that particular requirement of the Constitution that completely 100% owned lang siya, and yet, through the use of this PDR, binanggit din kanina, because they cannot get investments from foreigners, you share it, you creatively come up with a PDR in order for you to be able to receive certain investments from them. Then yung tanong ko rin kanina, then that particular PDRs can also be sold to foreigners, entirely of it, even to nationals, and even to Chinese or Russians or Africans, and yet, ang tanong doon, would that still not amount possibly to circumvention of the Constitution?
Your Honor, let me first say that that is the question that is pending with the Supreme Court, Your Honor, whether or not the sale of the PDRs is tantamount to transfer of ownership. And as I explained kanina, Your Honor, we will defer to the Supreme Court. Let me then try to answer your question, Your Honor, in the spirit nga of this legislative hearing in aid of legislation. Meron naman po mga pinapayagang pamamaraan para kumuha ng investment. For example, Your Honor, if the corporation were to sell bonds or indebtedness to foreigners, sa pagkakaintindi po namin, hindi naman po pinagbabawalan ng Constitution yon. So, obtaining investment from foreigners is not necessarily violative of the Constitution. Ang katanungan po talaga dito is whether this form of investment is, as you mentioned, a violation of the Constitution, and that is the very question pending in the Supreme Court right now in the case initiated by the Office of the Solicitor General.
Congressman Salo, Commissioner Matong, one quick interjection.
Maraming salamat po, Commissioner, sa inyong sagot.
Congressman Salo, one quick interjection lang.
That, for example, indebtedness, na hindi naman po ito mag-amount to any violation of the Constitution.
Congressman,
nonetheless, thank you very much, Chairman. The way I really looked at it, kagaya po ng binanggit ko po kanina, Chairman, dahil ito yung pamara na ginamit po nila, babalik na lang po tayo doon sa original na umpisa ng pag-uusap na ito, yung binanggit po ninyo kanina that what cannot legally be done directly cannot be done indirectly. If acts that cannot be legally done directly can be done indirectly, then all laws would be illusory. Maraming salamat po, Chairman.
Thank you. One quick question. Thank you, Congressman Salo. Mr. Chairman, one quick question lang po.
Yes, Vice Chairman Mike Defensor. Isang question lang
Isa
po.
lang po. Commissioner Amatong, yung po bang PDR, because listed company, pinapa-approve sa inyo yung PDR instrument. Tama po ba?
Yung PDR instrument po ay pinapa-approve po sa
Apo.
SEC, tama?
Pero kung sino pong bibili noon, kung saan ibebenta, hindi nyo po alam yun. Hindi nyo na po ina-approve yun. Bahala na po sila.
Just correct, Your Honor, that was the point I was trying to make kanina, that in the actual buying and selling, that's not reported to the SEC. It's really our self-regulatory organizations, the PSE and the PDTC, that are aware of the actual transfers.
Thank you po. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If there are no more interpreters, Mr. Chairman, if you will allow me, I will already move for a suspension or an adjournment, Mr. Chairman. It is up to your wisdom.
There's a motion. Sandali po, bago ko muna payagan ang motion ni Congressman Mike Defensor, ipapaalala ko lang po na sa susunod natin na hearing ay dadako na po tayo sa mga susunod na issue ng ABS-CBN patungkol pa rin po sa pagiging sa constitutionality pa rin ng ABS-CBN, kung ang pagkakabalik ba o ang pagkakakuha ba muli ng ABS, ng Lopez family sa ABS-CBN matapos ang EDSA Revolution noong 1986 ay nakasaayon sa ating konstitusyon. Sakali pong matatapos ang usaping ito at inaasahan po natin na magiging mabilis lang ang usapan natin sa usaping ito, tayo naman po ay dadako sa constitutionality, whether or not it's unconstitutional, yung 50 years po o lumagpas na ba na 50 years na franchise ng ABS-CBN. Sakali naman po na matatapos po natin yung dalawang usaping iyon, ay maaari na po tayong dumako sa usapin ng black box at ng sky cable na nakapatungkol pa rin po sa prangkisa ng ABS-CBN. Ang susunod po nating hearing ay gagawin po natin sa Lunes, 1 p.m. dito pa rin po sa plenary at via Zoom.
Mr. Chairman, with the indulgence of the members of the committee, I move to suspend the hearing until Monday, 1 p.m. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion, duly seconded. Hearing no objections, the hearing is suspended.